Check, 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 1, 2. Sounds like it's echoing. Yeah, good morning. Good morning, everybody. What day is it? Saturday. Saturday, yeah. So yesterday was Friday, right? Can't believe we were... Anywhere you can drag race on a Friday, on a weekday, is paradise. Paradise for you and me. Welcome to the Absolute Lifting and Safety Road Trip Drag Challenge, day number 2, folks. For all those people that are coming in and come in, I beat Benny Vlecken. I like that. I like that shirt. I beat Benny Vlecken 1-0. They've got removable numbers, have they, Tom? So you can just keep changing the numbers. Mate, you got a good T-shirt guy, whoever you got. Tomo just sticking the boot in there. Tomo sticking the boot in. I beat Ben Vlecken 1-0. Be careful what you hope for there, Tomo, because I have a funny feeling that station wagon is back with a vengeance after the rebuild. Fantastic sponsors that we have here. Of course, Absolute Lifting and Safety, Steve. So good to have him. As he says, you know, he doesn't sponsor anything else other than this event because he loves it so much. He loves working with Mick, and let's face it, who doesn't? The man lets you know how it is. Not only does he make sure he gets the rules out so everyone hears, it's also intent for everyone to have a good time and to think of others. So he goes pretty good, Mick. You certainly know where you stand. And as he said yesterday at the driver's briefing, if you're here to hunt for trophies, come and see me. I'll sell you one. What are you drinking in there? Like a fizzy passion fruit drink? That's okay. I just took 3/4 of a litre of iced coffee. I should be right for a little while. That's either going to do two things: going to pep me up or send me somewhere. So let's just see how I go. No, I know you did. I saw you out there. It's not often that the race control lady's out there cleaning the toilets, but she was. She's over. You've got your binoculars here. She's got the binoculars. She's got everything ready. Tyler's here, the Overtaking Lane stream. Are we up? Are we on? Are we live? Are we rolling? Try and fix the video. He's onto it. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, it says here good morning to Lynn. So Lynn, Mad Cow Mark. A few people up already saying good morning and g'day on the Overtaking Lane live stream. And folks, get onto your phones. Anyone with a phone. Hassle your friends. Say, what are you doing today and tomorrow? And if they said, oh, haven't decided. So we'll come out to Warwick, come and have a bit of fun, come and join us for one of the days of the Absolute Lifting and Safety Road Trip Drag Challenge. And they go, oh, money's a bit tight, we can't really afford to go anywhere. And you go, that's all right. Just say it. I'll shout you. Just roll in. We'll make sure you're covered at the gate. That's one other way of... You can also tell them, look, it's free admission, but just, I'll shout you. Come on up. Oh, yeah, come on up. No, they won't hassle you at the gate. Just come straight in. There's not many events you can go to of this magnitude where you just physically drive through the gates and no one's stopping you. Oh, mate, no, it's blah, blah, money, blah, 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 this, park here, this. No, this is, come on in. We've got a big party going on here. And he does a lot of planning, Mick, when it comes to these events. And he does a good job of it. Everyone's starting to catch on about how much fun this is. 220 entrants can't be wrong. They really can't be. They cannot be wrong. They love it. And and look, we could start at 8 o'clock and all that sort of stuff, but that means everyone would have to rush around and be here, and you won't get everyone at the briefing at 8 o'clock sometimes. You know, people are funny. But you know what? At like 9:45 briefing, that's enough time. There's no excuse. Everyone should be here by then. If you're having a 7:30 or 8 o'clock driver's briefing and people aren't going to be here, you can't. I wouldn't have been here. I slept in. I slept into about 8:30. So, but you know what? The old damn body clock. I think I was up at about 10 to 5 first. And they go, no, this is too early. Set alarm for about 8. And then, you know, when you go back into a really deep sleep, and then you have to wake up. Sometimes the human body just says, you know what, tinkle time, and you're up. You know, you got to get up. If not, well, yeah, Dave went to the toilet at 7 o'clock. You just can't remember getting up. He woke up. He wet the bed again. You know, look, you know what, it still happens sometimes. The other night, I think I had a restless sleep. Then I went into a really, really deep sleep. And you know, when you get into that really deep sleep and you start to get into these dreams. And I was having a really wicked dream. It was about drag racing, I think. And then the alarm, the last little, I've got an alarm called a sweeper alarm. Another alarm that's kind of, if you don't get, you know, if you get to this one, you haven't woken up to the other alarms. And then I was deep in this dream. I was that deep into it, and the alarm woke me straight out of that. You know how sluggish you are when you come out of a dream like that? I just, no. Your whole brain had to fire back up. Well, all the rest of the brain at the fire. Wherever that part of the brain is that you use for all that sort of deep sleep, you get snapped out of that. The rest of the body, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do after that. All I knew was I just, you know, and I reckon the first guy that ever had that problem invented the snooze button. So I reckon that was the first guy that ever had that. And then I still don't know why the international time for a snooze is 9 minutes. I think it's 9 minutes. Most snoozes are 9, aren't they? Your iPhone, isn't it? Like if you set an alarm, and I think if you press snooze, I think it's about 9 minutes. I think, yeah. See, I'm glad that they don't. Yeah, well, that's probably what it is. I'm glad they don't let you adjust that snooze time. I'm glad that they don't. But even this morning, I think I was back in the deep sleep. I was literally, this was the dream this morning. I was running down the stairs of Tailem Bend, ready to hit more tennis balls to the crowd at Jamboree. That's what I was doing this morning. And I'm running down the stairs, happy to do it, because I always am. It's not like, oh, here I go again. Got to go down in front of the crowd and hit a ball as hard as I can. It's not like I don't look forward to doing that. Where else can you hit a ball a couple of 100 metres in the air? Oh, we could go all full Happy Gilmore here if we wanted. I think we better stick with the soft foam ball, the old golf ball. Even serving a Nerf ball into people can hurt, apparently. I did hit a kid fair in the guts at Brisbane Jambo this year. Like I said, you ready to... This guy wanted to cop a full serve. I said, right, I'm going to serve this thing right at this... And I was actually aiming at another bloke, a big bloke. He wanted it, right? So he's standing there ready to cop it. I'm ready to serve, and I'm still only 5-10 metres away. And I cracked this thing as hard as I can. It swung and hit this kid beside him in the guts. This kid caught the ball, though. Like, he literally caught it in the... You know when someone... if you ever played indoor cricket and someone cracked the ball into your guts and you caught it, it hurt like hell, but you caught it. Yeah, Dave couldn't get to the ball. He caught it, but didn't use his hands. Well, this kid caught it, hit him in the guts and caught it. Now, you know when kids are hurt and they don't want to tell you they're hurt and they just run away? That's what he did. So far, no repercussions. That's good. That was a couple of months ago. I think he's okay. I did see a kid walking around with sort of a large welt on his guts. But, he obviously was raised right. He didn't complain. He got a free ball out of it. And the other bloke was whinging. The bloke that wanted to catch the ball was crying more than that. So I can see a few of our guys, probably from Group 3, if you heard from the briefing this morning, that Group 3, 4, I think, were probably encouraged to go to the checkpoint. As we heard this morning, the checkpoint is open till 2 o'clock, pending schedule shifts. Mick did warn that the stop is a refreshment area. I would assume might be a little pub. I don't know. But he's also said, please don't bombard this guy with lunch requests. He's not geared up for it. I hope he does see a spike in business, though. This is the one form of drag racing, and I'll tell you, it's almost the most direct form that gives back to the community. I mean, immediately gives back to the community. No other form of the sport. Yes, you'll get this sort of peripheral offshoot of, yes, accommodation, servos, businesses, benefiting from races in the area. But what benefits more than all of that is drag and drive, especially when you're on a course and you've got to go somewhere. We're directly contributing out to society. if they did a stay, they would be on a good wicket. But yeah, we give a lot out around the area. We spread the love right around. In this form of it, of course, you get to go out for a well, it's still not a brief drive. It's still, you're still going out for a road trip. It's not. Yes, it's not 6, 8, 12 hours. Yes, it's not 300 Ks. Is that right? So the word was out at Killarney, the stakes hangers at Killarney at the checkpoint yesterday. So there we go. I would say that the town of Killarney benefited from this drag and drive. Would Killarney benefit from any other form of drag racing as directly? No. So that's my point. Drag and drive just gives out to these towns, whether they like it or not. They do grow to like it, and once the town catches on that there's some stuff going on, you'll see the locals. Well, normally by the end of it, when we used to drive through for any of the drag challenge stuff, is that there'd be townsfolk on those chairs for hours just watching this whole lot of cars come through. All right, hold on to your hats. I don't know what Mr. Carlsberg might have planned first hit up. Now remember, we've got this hot sun on top of this track. Not a lot of cloud cover. So we just know that hot sun on racetracks, ideally, there's a window where it's really, really good and a window where it's a little bit indifferent. It's the only way I can really describe it. We've tried our hardest. We get the rubber down, we spray it, we prep it. Of course, we're on a concrete track here, so it's pretty flat. So it's ready to go. Adam Rinn in the XC, Chris Carlsberg in the Tirana. Is he trying to start this thing? There we go. Just fueled up a little bit there. Had a couple of guys just with a few little fuel system problems yesterday, but Chris Carlsberg ready, turboed LS, Warwick local. Has got potential to run a 4-second 8th mile time. Geez, that'll do for now, Chris. Just coughing and farting and carry on. A tiptoe 5:47 at 1:28. It went 1:34 in the 60. Hey, I tell you what, the XC went 1:47 in the 60. So that's booking. There's a 6:503. Where was that last night, Adam? Where was that 6:50 last night? Could have got you in that 6:50 shootout last night. You know what I love about tonight? Everyone's got a chance tonight in that dial-your-own shootout. I hope everyone enters. I'd love to see an Australian record first round field. I think we already had it at 140 odd at the earlier drag challenge this year, the road trip up at Willowbank. Shane Baker and Richard Rocket. So Richard Rocket back in the utility. Dick Rocket. So what can Bakes do? If Carlsberg sort of got out a little bit, what can Shane do here? That'll do for now. 6:48 for Richard Rocket. Oh, Baker, this is a good one for him. 1 point to the other. 5:24. 5:24, 138 mile an hour. Geez, the boys are on it early. 5:24, 138 mile an hour. That's some good signs that the track's taken some. 1:34 in the 60. I think Bakes went 1:30 yesterday on one run. Oh, we got some good ones in this group. Mark Biffin in the beautiful HK 4-door. He's sharing that with his boy today. Rob Armstrong. I think he's sharing this thing too. You can hear the turbocharged small block, whether it's an LS or a traditional Chevy. This hatchback Tirana's got potential as well. Biffin's thing's no slouch. None of this stuff, folks. Never underestimate it. Not bad. 142 in the 60, 155 for Biffin. He goes 652. There's another 650 something that would have worked last night. 600 there for Rob Armstrong. 116 mile an hour. Obviously our Porter-Tree, we saved everything from yesterday because we've got all this info in there and we're seeing PBs pop up and everything. Is that right? That's right. Am I saying the right thing there, Pete? She's just shrugging her shoulders and saying, I guess you're right. That's enough for me. That's enough for me. All right, here we go. Chris Pattinson. Going to bump in the Turbo 6-banger Ute here against Ben Vlecken. Yeah, well, 5:11 yesterday. I think we had that little list here somewhere. Here's the list. Yeah, there it is. 5:11.3 at 5:11.3 for Ben Blecken. Let's see what he does here. 1:30 in the 60. That's the one I was thinking of, because I thought Baker went that, but it was Ben that went 1:30. We get to say it here too, hopefully. Let's have a look. Bump City, baby. 1:58 in the 60. Here goes Ben. Yeah, just picks the wheel up and down. This is not a bad one. It goes 1:28 in the 60. Oh, 5:07. 5:07, 144 mile an hour. Who's going to be the first 4-second run here? Who is going to get the first ever Road Trip Drag Challenge 4-second run? 5:07, 1:28 in the 60 foot. Pattinson, 6:47. Last night, Ben had a couple of runs where it was sort of starting to wheelie. So that goes to show how much they had that start line sold. Oh, and there's a guy that can do it, and a lady that can do it. Oh, Tanya gives it a fry up. Tanya gives it a fry up. Scott Hoffman, 2JZ. Yes, he conservatively went 1,500 horsepower to the hubs the other night. He may or may not have told me that there was also a 1,700 horsepower pull as well. Because you know Hoff, Mr. Cleveland Dyno. One more, let's try something else. Another 200 horsepower. So this is a car that went 5:18 yesterday. It's got a bit more tyre on it than Hoff's normally used to. So he's getting his head around that slightly bigger tyre and trying to keep the horsepower up to it, because remember, no wheelie bars on these cars. If Hoff wanted to really try hard, he'd be needing wheelie bars on the damn thing. But hey, he tunes it to make sure that it doesn't go too crazy. Mind you, nearly every car that he's ever built ends up doing wheelies somewhere along the line. Could he be the first 4-second run? Tanya Thompson, she can go 4s in the 8. We know these cars have got the potential. The track is in pretty good nick right now, judging by the previous performances. Everyone's sharpened up already. Now Hoff, what's he got? What's Tanya got? We get to do it again right now. Bump City. Oh, Hoffman! 132 and that's 6 now. 5:02. 5:02 for Hoffman. 5:22 for Tanya. That's as close as we're going to get so far. 5:02 for Hoffman. Everyone's gone quick. Everyone's going 5 something, but 0.2 for Hoffman. Was it 0.8 there before? Big numbers coming up. Blecken, Hoffman, Baker, Carsberg. That was just before the start line. That's what I'll say. There was a rule, no burnouts past the start line. That just finished before the start line, Bob, was it? I couldn't really tell because of the smoke. Steve Carkeet having a settler. Jerry Keane, keep your eye. Look, tell you what, the way the track's been going, keep an eye on the Tirana's left-hand front wheel, just in case. If you want to get a photo, just it could be wheelies both sides here. I think we could be wheelies both sides, but Jerry Keane is the master dangler. Let's see if Jerry gets a bit of dangle out of the hole here. Grant's in a good spot. Yeah, a little dangle for Jerry, tiny one. He normally gets that thing down. 679 to a 633 there for Steve. That's a PB speed this weekend. And for Jerry, ET 679. It pops up as a good ET here for him by hundredths of a second. So yeah, if he swaps lanes, Jerry might have some dangle for you. Yeah, how tough are these things, folks? This is Southeast Queensland street cars for you. Just tough stuff, this part of the world. Stephen Stecker, check out the Falcon, will ya? License plate Temper, and the HQ Coupe Greg Jash. Parachute on board probably for a reason. Jesus, the HQ, off it goes, 612, 113, and there's another 650 for Stecker. He was in the mix last night with that 650 shootout, and there's another 650, 653 for him. Hoffman comes back in the panel van after a 0-2. He's gonna want to, knowing Hoffman, he probably's got the Overtaking Lane live stream happening in the van, so he probably watched the stream on the way back, knowing Hoffman. Sometimes he's privy to info that you think, how could you possibly have known that info already? Well, Hoff's all about info. Oh yes, we've got him up here this morning. Lee Warnes in his HQ, Glenn Parsons skidding out in the utility. Just won't get quality, folks. Just won't get quality like this in every part of the world, but Southeast Queensland, we've particularly got some good stuff. Watching the whole pretty well, both sides, Parsons and Warnes, and ET-wise, they're both PB, 684 and 669. So they're picking up a little bit by bit. So it's good to see these guys getting the numbers they deserve. Here we go. Crazy machines. Check out the Gemini. Yeah, that's an attention getter. That is an attention getter. Andrew Rankin, this great little Toyota Corona. I do believe with something like 3RZ on board. It's gone 640s. Ryan Moore's gone 736 so far, but I think there's more for it. That's a good lead for Rankin. 641 for the Gemini. 587. Hey, how about that? 587 for the four-cylinder. 587 at 120 mile an hour. 641 at 113 mile an hour. So far, a lot of guys have got what they wanted, and that's like PBs this weekend. Warwick PBs, Michael Osborne and William Yarwood. William, we know in the Supra that 2JZ power, it's got some. He's just got to get it all hooked up. It's a bit of an all or nothing car. When it works, it's quick. Same with Michael Osborne, packing that bit of 3RZ power, I think, from memory. Let's have a listen. Not bad for Yarwood. This will be a good one for him. It goes 591. How's that? The Supra slightly slower than the Corona. 587 for the Corona. 591 for the Supra. 694 there for Michael Osborne. Also pops up with the blue number, which means best ET so far for that car this weekend. So we're rolling them through. And this is another one of these double entry deals. You know, we've just seen these cars before, but they are not driven by the same people this time. In fact, you can see Rob Armstrong out of the car there with the fire suit, watching the hatchback Tirana. You can see Mark Biffin doing the same thing with Riley driving. I think that's right. Jack Williams, and I think that might be Riley, or Mark's doing his two. So Mark might be doing his two, and then Riley will do his two. I know Riley's probably maybe in a different group too from memory, but that's Jack Williams now driving Rob Armstrong's hatchback, and it looks like it's still Mark driving the HK, but I know Riley's been driving the HK as well. Oh, he didn't muck around there with Jack Williams. He just let it hit the two-step just once and goes 604 and a 643 for Mark. So that's a better ET for Mark than before, and 604 for Jack Williams. Not a bad number at all. Got the IT bloke in here having a look. Here's the guy that got all the way to the final of the 650 shootout last night, thanks to Knight Family Motorsports, and that is Darren Bauman in that Duster. Johnny Oliver and him went for a great scrap in the final there, but this thing was running 50s last night, 650s. Matt Francis, the little Ford Courier or Mazda B2000, whatever he's got on it now. Still can't even hear the thing, know what it is. 6 turbo something, 656 for Bauman. So there we go, right in that sweet spot. In fact, maybe a bit quicker than he has run before. 659 for Matt Francis. God, where were these 650s last night for these guys? We had 8 in the first round of the 650 shootout. Figured if we had another one tonight, we'd have more than that. But we're going to go dial your own with nearly everyone that wants to be a part of it. Here's someone that wasn't here yesterday from memory. Kurt Rowita. I would have remembered Kurt Rowita because have a look at that Mustang. I mean, that's kind of like I call it the Moffat shape, the original Moffat shape. Philip Edwards beside with the big El Camino. Now what's Kurt Rowita got? The first run for the Mustang this weekend. I call that like the Mark 1. 6:14 at 116 mile an hour. And 7:51 for the big El Camino at 94. Oh, really? Oh, it's good if you can. If you can watch 3 live streams at once. We've got someone on the Overtaking Lane stream watching 3 different streams. So it's the only one in Australia he's watching. Oh, there might be a track champion or something in Sydney, track championship in Sydney. Either way, can't get enough of your, and it's Friday over there in the States, I think, isn't it? So you can't get enough drag racing. I mean, that's the same as me, mate. I went back to the hotel eventually last night. You know, the gale force winds and the frozen temperatures of 15 degrees. Went back to the warmth of the motel there. Watched drag racing until I went to sleep. It was good. No, I just listened to the other guys. Actually, you know what I did do? Which you guys should do. And look, I wasn't a big fan when they said Street Outlaws No Prep Kings were coming to Australia. It kind of, it changed kind of everything that was happening in Australian drag racing. It turned everything upside down. We developed this whole alternative drag racing culture in Australia with radial and import. We never really, sort of No Prep hadn't really got to its full potential, but then they were coming and it sort of, everyone went scarpering into the bright lights. And then now that you actually, I mean, that was only a 4-week hurricane that came through. But I actually watched a full episode without fast forwarding it last night. I actually watched, I think it was the second night in Sydney I watched. And even the first night, when you watch the full episode, actually just take in all the BS that they put into those shows. I mean, Willowbank, we're pretty proud of the Queensland contingent, but when they got to Sydney, they nearly had their backsides handed to them a few times, the Americans, because there were plenty of tough, sort of big tyre, steel roof and quarter cars down there. It was actually good to watch. And Craig Hewitt spanked both of them. He spanked Jeff Lutz, then he spanked Robin Roberts. Although it was still funny because I didn't mind Robin Roberts, but Robin had a huge whinge. Robin had a huge whinge about Huey's hole shot because Huey hole shot him. He goes, "Oh, you guessed the lights." It's like, so that was the only sour bit to it. It's like they get really butthurt if they get a hole. If someone hole shots them, they get butthurt. They did. They got really hurt when someone beat them, and he might not have beaten him anyway. I don't think. If you were to work, well, you got to kinda, don't you? So we've got Dave Webber and Peter Johnson here. So Peter Johnson in the Valiant and Dave Webber in the Valiant. That's right. The hard top up against the four-door. Dave Webber 163 in the 60-foot. That thing is all hooked up. 707 for him. It said here yesterday he got down to like a 750 yesterday, but there's an 07. And best of a 915 yesterday for Peter Johnson. There's an 865. So everyone's just finding a bit of bite right now. I mean, we've had the sun on it for a couple of hours. Our only fear is obviously that while that sun is out, that track does accumulate more heat, and at some stage or another, that's not ideally a good situation sometimes when we got too much track temp. There's a perfect time. I think we're in that time right now. We'll get that again in the Arvo. Travis Greaves and Jeff Ryan out there. For all the Ford fans out there, we've got a bunch of tough blue ovals in this group. Have a listen to those things go. Good numbers, lighting up PBs everywhere here. 681 for Jeff Ryan. His best had been an 86. There's a 681. Travis Greaves, his best had been a 712. There's a 706. All right, Ford fans. Just as I was mentioning, Ford fans, these cars have been built to reward you for your passion and love. Because if you don't like this black hardtop, then we need to admit you immediately to the nearest mental institution. Nathan Young and Kevy Brown. So Kevy Brown in the VK, but Nathan Young, you are not human if you don't like this hardtop. You know what I mean? You something wrong with the way your brain's wired. There's nothing more Aussie than a hardtop Falcon, or Mad Max the early days, but this is way faster than what the Interceptor would have been. Twin turbo small block. Feed some into the hardtop. Kevy goes 632, and here we go 567. I think he went 563 yesterday, Nathan. So there's a 567. That's a big car to go 145 in the 60 foot. Hardtops, they never had a reputation of being lightweights. In fact, hardtops are a heavy thing. But yeah, 145 in the 60 for the hardtop, 150 for Kevy in the VK, which you'd say is a good fair couple of 100 kilos lighter. Also because Kevy doesn't have things like turbochargers hanging off the VK. We've got a great bunch of ladies here today. I'm going to have to start writing all their names down. Got Carla out there now. We've had Tanya, we've had Carla. So that's Carla Barrett in the hatchback Tirana. Peter Ford beside in the big F truck. They look great when we slam them down on the ground like that. There we go. Carla gets out of the hole. Nice reaction. 029 over Peter Ford. So one of our better reaction times. 7:18 there for Carla. That's a good number for her. 8:85 for Peter Ford. He'd gone a best of a 7:93 yesterday by the look of that. So we've got plenty of different trophies to try and award tonight. It says here I've got to return this list, including longest time to spool, best sleeper, scariest ride, hard luck, best save, best burnout, highest mile an hour, wheels up, best wheelie. I've got to come up with those. We've got other ones too, as far as a whole shot, which I think we're going to do through in the Die Your Own Shootout tonight. But and then there was another list there, Overtaking Lane, we're doing, including biggest bogan. I'm not going for back to back. We've got to keep an eye out for our biggest bogans around the place. We've got a few more to choose. I was looking at the driver's briefing. We've got a few to choose from. Yeah. I don't know how I got in the mix earlier this year, but I was just probably in the wrong place at the wrong time. It was the mask, glasses, and the mullet. We've got plenty to choose from. All right, Billy Cumner back out there with that big block panel van. Yesterday, 717 was the best he got out of it. The big block Sandman, 454 on board. Zach Curley. They just want a bit more skid there by the look of it. They just want a bit more skid. Turbo barra powered. There we go. That'll do. That'll do for Zach. He's going to have to come and bring it in against Bill. I'm looking for some daylight under the panel van's front tyre here. Does tend to get out. The more you remember Australian drag racing, panel vans just seem to do good wheelies when they got a bit of power behind them. A little bit, tiny bit there, Bill. Oh, brings that power onto that taxi, and off he goes. 5:51 for Zach, 5:51. 6:93 for Billy. Gets it into PB territory this weekend. 6:93 for him. 5:51 for Zach with 129 mile an hour back. Oh, where's all our black belt fans out there? Blowers, that's what we love. Tony Carter, the 1960. The big Chev, and Damien Owens, the Premier, the blowing Premier. Got everything you need right there. Don't need much more in your life, then you? Just a blowing engine. Now, of course, Tony, he's been trying to keep the beast under control here. It is injected, blown and injected. I think he's trying to get the thing started again. The thing's been, I can see the belt going around, so the thing's running. He's just got to try and get it into gear and get the thing into stage here. Here we go, finding gears. There we go, he's found the gears. Careful, Tone, you're coming in, coming in. There we go. Yeah, picked up a little bit of wheel there. Damien Owens, 163 in the 60-foot, a little bit quicker, but that big Chev's got plenty. 688, that's the best for him so far. 689 for Owens, best for him too. Side-by-side PBs this weekend for those two. Good stuff. Yeah, 163 in the 60 for Damien Owens. But yeah, Tony's big Chevy. Maybe a little bit more weight on board. 1.8 in the 60. All right, here's his second run in the group. Now remember, as the briefing said today, that we'll do what we did yesterday. Each group, you kind of can come and do 2 runs in your group. And that's what Adam Rinn is doing now, getting his second run in. Gary Brett out there. Buddha Brett from the time. It's got to be the same. I know Gary Brett was building a drag and drive car. 690 for Buddha. 655 is a PB this weekend also for Adam. And again, where was that 650 yesterday? You know what I mean? Like that 650 shootout, we've got a few come in. So here we go. So Rob back in the car. And this might be Riley now doing his 2. Let's have a look. It is. Mark saying send it. Yeah, so that was the way that the Biffins are doing it. Mark did the 2, and now Riley's going to do the 2 in the green car. Rob Armstrong gave the car over to the young fella on the start line there, and then he's taking it back. So they're going alternate runs. So Rob Armstrong back behind the wheel of the hatchback. Riley Biffin now steering Mark's car. Off he goes, Riley Biffin, 662. 662 for Riley. Rob Armstrong, 602. 602, that car. Giving the love out. Giving the love out. Mark's even pumped. Look at him. 662. Pumped to go grab that time slip. I love seeing that. You know, there's smiles and fist pumping and even driving in this morning, if you had the windows down, the laughter. Like just guys laughing, guys having fun. Nearly every drag and drive pits I drive through, you hear that. Go to a sportsman's event, all secret squirrel, silence. No one laughs, no laughter. Laughter not even on the inside. It's too serious. They were laughing, they were all having fun. Oh, the Aussies, we know how to do it. Oh, John Vesnaver, this HR, folks, it's tough. But then Bakes, what's Bakes got in plan here? Let's have a look. Boy, it went 1-4-0. It nearly hung. It actually carried the wheel out. Just as it picked the wheel up, it broke the tyres loose. 6-12 though for the HR Ute. So that's Shane's 2 runs for now. He did the first one in that low 5-second area. And John now 6:12. That's a best for him so far. So he's starting to find his feet. But Bakes, yeah, that just came out. It stuck, and just as it picked the wheel up to get out of there, it just sort of knocked the tyre back off it. Tell you what, I know the gentleman just pulled up, but check out there's an orange WB Ute just in the car park. Look how good that thing looks from here. All right, Cody Scotland in the skyline. Chris Pattinson, his second run of the morning. He goes through for a 6:55, improves again. And what about Cody? There we go. He goes 6:71 and improves as well from an earlier 7:37. Hey, folks, don't forget, of course, the 5-star, 5 Michelin star. That's a lot. That's a lot for a canteen at a track. 5 Michelin star. Burgers, your chips, your drinks. Please drop your spare change or a donation in the Digney family bucket. Of course, we lost Kerry Digney on Thursday night. He'd had a battle with cancer, and the poor fella's gone to the big bench race in the Sky. But charity this weekend is for the Digney family, and when you're at the canteen, grab that. Don't forget the merchandise down at the Addictive Events tent near the canteen. Stephen Stecker, his second run here. Here we go. Goes 6:41. That's even quicker for Stecker. Callan Donnan in this amazing, I think a 6-cylinder Toyota-powered Mustang. 6:12 at 125 mile an hour. 6:12 at 125 is a big improvement there for Callan. Barely got it into the 650s yesterday. Now it's gone 6.1s. 6:41 for Stephen. That's about a tenth quicker than the 50s he's been running in. So don't also forget too, folks, because we're now back to sunny, hot weather. Is I can personally vouch for the ice creams from the ice cream lady here, the ice cream truck. So grab yourself the ice cream. I actually had a beautiful bowl of beautiful creamy soft serve with the the chocolate ice magic on it and crushed up Maltesers. That was the stuff. There's the dangle. There's a bit of dangle from Jerry. He's keen to show you. Jason Bowers beside him in his Tirana. They hit the stripe side by side, 686 to a 671. And yes, of course, our blue marquees near the canteen there is the Addictive Events tent. That's where you'll get all the Road Trip Drag Challenge merchandise there. They've got it all in a huge variety of colours, by the way. There'll be a flavour to suit. Pink and blue and red and green, you name it. They've got it all in the colours there. Great Christmas gift ideas. Do your Christmas shopping there at the Addictive Events tent, and that merchandise. Get it while it's hot, but also you can't get it while it's cold because they're out of hoodies. So they sold once that temp dropped below 20 last night and the wind came up. Hoodie sales went off the charts. All right, Richard Rocket back in the ute. Dick Rocket, Phil Edwards, his second run. So these guys in Group 1 getting their 2 runs in. Here we go, 7:48 there for Phil Edwards, 6:70 for Richard Rocket. And some of these guys here coming back for that second run in session, Carkeet and Carlsberg. There we go. Yeah, Steve had that big burnout there last time. This time just keeping it. Yeah, so he had to get the new tyres broken in. So let's see how he goes now. Chris Carlsberg, he just needed a little tweak on the setup. And this is the thing with this car. This has got horsepower to burn. It really does. It's got horsepower to burn. Can he get that horsepower under control? Keeps out and gone. He goes Carlsberg. Oh, just a little zing and a pedal, a couple of pedals. 581 for Carlsberg. And look, for Carkeet rather, 568. 568 for the Tirana with a little miss and a cough and whatever. 581 for Carkeet, 150 in the 60. Chris Carlsberg went 137 in the 60 foot. So hooking up okay. Isn't that sad to see? We've got Mr. Simon O'Swanstrom, Simon O'Carroll, leaving with the wagon there and the truck. Just gone then. Broke the back of all the diff brackets and a few things out. So I think, oh God, so we've got broken stuff. A few guys breaking stuff and going home, which is sad, but he'll have to get it fixed and come back again. He was all pumped to do the... Simon hasn't had the perfect road trip yet. He hasn't got one through any which way, that poor wagon. All right, here we go. Riley biffing back for his second run. Jack Williams back for his second run. These are the hand-me-down cars. The hand-me-down cars, the kids driving it. Here we go, Riley, second run, goes 660. Oh, I've got to be happy with those two time slips. 660 for Riley there now, and 762 for Jack. So that'll be it for those two cars. They've had 2 runs per driver. It's only 2 runs per session we're allowing. But if there's 2 drivers in the one car, well, technically you can put that car down 4 times. All right, second run here for Benny Vlecken. So close. Someone's got to eventually run the first ever road trip for second run. All right. Can it be this turbo LS powered VH Commodore? It's just come back from a 3-year rebuild. It's been away nearly as long as this raceway's been away. He did. I think he did. Either him or Vandertok, one of the two. They were very close. I think it might have been Mark over Ben or Ben. But here he is now. The wagon is back. VH PSI. Now this is going to be maybe history in the making. Let's have a look. Tomo's got the shirt. Tomo's got the shirt on. Oh, little wheelie there. 133 in the 60-foot, bringing the power on. Here we go. 515. 515 for Ben. 133 in the 60-foot. Sort of picked the wheels up and out it went. 515 at 142 mile an hour. 142 mile an hour. 0 to 142 mile an hour in 5.1 seconds. That was good footage. Yeah, Tomo knows he's got the shirt on. Hey, Tomo, we had the footage perfect there. We had the cameraman in a perfect position. I beat Benny Vlecken 1-0. Glenn Parsons and David Mott back. So that's their second run in the session. Let's see how they go here. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Group 2, white armband. Group 2, white armband. You can go to the staging lanes now. Group 2, white armband. Those competitors can go to the staging lanes now. Group 2, white armbands. You can go to the lanes to get your 2 runs. Yeah, Hoffman, 5:02. Here we go. The First Lady of Radio Racing. Yeah, Hoff, you would think for the bigger tyre that he'd need plenty of burnout, Hoff, but he's you know, I'm not going to tell him what to do there. He knows what to do. Tanya Thompson, same deal. Like, she's had over 700 plus runs in this car. She is so in tune with this car. She's pedalled it to so many victories and so many milestones, but here she is. They'd love a 4-second time slip at a road trip. Scott Hoffman looking to do exactly that. Go into a little bit of history here and be the first 4-second road trip drag challenge ET. License plate things, because that's just what he gets up to. Mr. Cleveland Dyno, he gets up to things. Decided I need a big tyre car in my life and built this, he bought this KE70 wagon, van, that already had a bit of tub and a bit of chassis in it, and he's just done a whole lot more to it. Here we go. goes 1:42 in the 60. May not be enough. Let's have a look. Half 5:14. Tanya 5:22. 148 mile an hour for Hoffman. 148 mile an hour there for Hoffman. So that might be biggest speed so far. 148. There we go. So bringing in the horsepower, but he'll look at that 60 foot and realise he could have gone after it a bit more because it was safe. It could be safe. And he looks at Tanya. Tanya went 1:37 in the 60. All right, Ryan Moore back for his second run, as is Peter Johnson. This thing, they're just getting after it a little bit more of the time. 1:48 in the 60 foot, and out he goes for a 6:25, improving every run. Peter Johnson 8:48, improving as well. So we need Group 2 to the lanes, please. Group 2, white armband. Group 2, white armband. Group 2, white armband to the staging lanes, please. Your turn. Your turn. Oh yeah, Hoff will look at that 60 foot and figure I could have gone after it a bit more. But he's also maybe playing the percentage game. Didn't want to waste too many passes. That's a bit better there for the Supra. 150 in the 60 foot. Travis Greaves goes 701 for his best so far, and 597, another 5 for William Yarwood. Oh yes, this first group's been pretty good. Oh, Dave doesn't mind a good skid, does he? Jeff Ryan back for his second run. Yeah, we're waving the smoke away even up here. That's come right across to us there. How's everyone copy? You like that? Bit of Dave Webber right in your face there. There you go. Now that's an experience for you. How much you pay to get in again? That's right, nothing. Got that for free. Clean greens, reaction times, don't worry about them. 60 foots both in the 1.6s and 684 to a 705. Yeah, look, you got that for free. You can get that experience real quick. So we need Group 2 to the lanes. That's the white armband entrance. Look at, have a look at this blowing HK here. He's got the long sleeve shirt on, but he's ready for sight as well. He's got the high-vis work shirt on, as you need. Damien Owens, ready to go to sight. And Billy Cubner. Last hit for these guys for this session. We're waiting for the white armband. Group 2 to the lanes, please. Group 2 to the lanes. All right, Billy. Big block Chev powered panel man. Get that blower from here. There we go, 684 for Damien and 690 for Bill. Lighting up blue here, which means their best ET so far. All right, Hardtop back for his second run. As is Peter Ford. How good does it look with the centerline auto drags on it? Just the right stance too. I mean, when they're up in the air, they're not as attractive. You slam anything down on the ground where the rim's nearly up on the wheel arch, it looks fantastic. Nathan Young, Peter Ford. Nathan, that hardtop. Yes, it could probably do with a wash, but hey, it's not all about shove and shine every run. It's more about trying to get a good number down. So let's have a look whether we can get another 560 something here. I think I went 67 on the last run. So Peter Ford, he also lit up blue on the last run. So everyone's kind of getting better performances this morning. 144 at the 60-foot. Good run for they third. 551. 551's a good number for him. 135 mile an hour. 0 to 135 mile an hour in 5.5 seconds at the big hard top. 144 in the 60. So the performances, everyone just getting a little bit better. We were sort of lucky / unlucky yesterday. We did have a lot of track temp early. Then we had overcast conditions which sort of helped us. But it just seems like we're just settling in here, where everyone's just starting to find their mark, whether they've made adjustments or the track's come around for them. Matt Francis back in his tray back. Michael Osborne in his Hilux. Yeah, 3RZs have a sound when they're boosted. You can hear them. They're not pleasant sounding engines, but they breathe. Yeah, there's V8 in that Mazda. 673 at 108 mile an hour. 687 for the 4-cylinder Hilux. Gary Brett in the water, as is Kevy Brown. Their last runs of the group. Just another call for Group 2 to the lanes, please. Group 2 to the lanes, please. And Buddha is ready. Short, sharp and sweet. Nearly straight into stage. Kevy goes in. Hits the light, does Gary Brett. And around comes Kevy, 629 to a 669. 629 to a 669. All right, here we go. Xander Taborski in the Commodore Ute, license plate innocent. Yeah, that's another one that'll get you pulled over, I'm sure. What was the one yesterday? Unsafe. Tirana with the license plate unsafe. Is it just one of the Armstrong shop Utes? Oh, well, does well, doesn't it? And what about the Skyline? We've got two R31s here this weekend. Cody Scotland. Going to get another run here. Be something in that 6 second zone. Let's have a look. 671's a bit better. 753 for Xander. That looks like that's lighting up as a PB in performance this weekend. As is the Skyline's 671, starting to find the sweet spot. Hey, this will be a good run. With your love your big blown and injected. I think we're a big block on board there for Tony Carter. Just having a quick look under Tony's car. Just saw a little drop or something on the track that may have got our attention. Looks pretty good there. I can see something. You watch when that car leaves. There's something right there, and there'll be something else there now too. There's something else there. Breakage. That's what we got. And here goes Andrew Rankin. This little Corona. It is no slouch. 583, but Tony has lunched it. Tony has lunched it. Out comes the paint trays, the roller tray. We've got componentry on the track, and we've got the cameras right on it here, by the way. Cameras on our Overtaking Lane live stream. If you want a real close-up look of what's happening on track, folks, get onto your phone and get onto the Road Trip Drag Challenge live stream with Overtaking Lane. But that's, yeah, she's dribbling. We might need another tray there before too long. So Tony, Fat 60, definitely felt the end of the strength for that time, but whatever it is, mate, she's gone good, mate. She's gone good. Yeah, what does that thing weigh? 4,000 pounds, something? Yeah, more 4,200 pound. Well, there's the results of horsepower and 4,200 pound. She's gone luncho. So it's uni, is it? Yeah, there we go. So it's the uni, done the uni. So that's going to be quite a few little Torringtons. And it might be stuck in the prep there. Look at Darryl going well with with his surgeon's hands. Don't know exactly what surgeon he'd be, but they're picking up all the little needle rollers there, whilst we are also collecting underneath the big Chevy. We're just collecting the rest of the fluid. So obviously that might have... Where was that dripping though? Like, I mean, yesterday the HQ disintegrated the diff centre. Like, there wasn't too many big pieces of the diff centre left. We had that fantastic shot from behind the car of the pinion on the end of the tail shaft, and nothing else around it. But today, that looks like rear uni, but whatever it is has also allowed it to leak. So whether or not it's... I don't know how far back the tray was. We're sort of near the back tyres there where that is, so maybe it's also done a bit more damage there than we think. So we just got that, we've got a breakage and a half. Now we've got a strap coming here, so I'd say that's to maybe put the shaft back up or something. Now of course, any car worth their salt with a bit of horsepower would normally have a drive shaft loop. So the drive shaft loop is designed to make sure that the drive shaft shouldn't hit the ground, and if anything, should also allow the shaft to stay contained and not hit the track, because there is that. Yeah, it is a form of pole vault where it would maybe launch the car and flip the car over. That's the theory. I haven't yet seen that, but that's the theory. That's what the drive shaft loop is there to do, to stop the drive shaft from hitting the ground and potentially wanting to try and flip the car over. But Tone's found the weak spot. He's found the weak spot. He's waiting for roadside assistance as we speak. Here he is. Have we called the RACQ yet, have we, Tony? Hello, RACQ. Yes, I just like to report a breakdown. Thanks. Where are you? I'm at Warwick Dragway, about 60 feet out. I'm the 1960 Chev with the paint tray under it. So we're picking up all those little needle rollers. So it's definitely at least been the uni or a bit of the front of the pinion. So if I was to ask him about how's the traction, he would be able to tell us exactly how good it is. It's just, it's lunched it. So she had plenty of poke, the old blowing big block, but that's the downside of it. Sometimes is you get that sticky track, you get some breakage. Now look, we're not proud here as a racetrack at Warwick Dragway to see breakage, but it kind of just reminds everyone. Yes, we're trying hard to create a sticky traction environment, and when it does give you that, no, we're not proud that we break stuff, mind you. Talking to my good friend Lance down at Heathcote, when they do break stuff, he just goes, well, what do you want us to do? Make the track slippery or stickier? Everyone wants the track stickier. The downside is that he's got a list of carnage a mile long. He said if I had $1 for every IRS Falcon rear end that he's claimed at Heathcote, well, he could do more upgrades to the track, because he's had quite a few boosted Falcons come out there and either go half shafts, diffs. They do just about every component on those boosted Falcons that have gone to Heathcote. He's broken, well, he's found the weak links for them. But you don't apologise as a track for that. You can't blame anyone other than a mechanical failure. It was time to do that uni anyway, really. Now we've done it good. So the boys are really on it. I never quite counted how many needle rollers we need to be picking up. I'd be counting them. There should be 248 needle rollers in a uni. We've only got 230 needles. Where's the rest? Oh, in the cap. Here's the rest. So she's gone frac show. And look, we've picked up everything on the start line there anyway. And we don't have any We don't have any other stuff right on the start line that we're attending to. Oil-wise, we kind of mop that up. If we normally use a bit of thinners for any oil, mop that away. That should evaporate and we're pretty good. If we needed to give it a spray, we would, but I think everything so far is not too bad. He did get over straight away, so that's something that's a little bit of an unwritten rule. I know that once in a while we like to remind everyone about it. We'll remind everyone now while we've got your ears. That is that, if you do feel like something's broken or something's not right, just get over to the side and slow down as quick as you can, and not as you're rolling down the middle of the track going, is there something wrong? I think there's something wrong. There is a bit of smoke in my rearview mirrors. Is there something wrong? While you roll down the middle of the whole track, dumping oil. Don't be that guy. Be the guy that goes, I think I broke something, getting over to the side straight away. Tony knew straight away he had something going on there because the massive deceleration, like he knows what it feels like when it sticks. You also know what it feels like when it lets go. And he was over to the side as quick as he could. And that saves you a lot of trouble. We've got lots of people I've seen in the past, you're just yelling at them. You're yelling at them through the glass going, stop, pull over, you're leaking stuff, pull over. We had a jamboree this year down in Sydney there where they had an RX-7 there with a 2J in it, 2,000 horsepower 2J. It still had kind of a lot of the original RX-7 rear end in it. And this thing they softened right up to get off the line, and then about 300 foot out, it just blew the whole diff to smithereens, and he just rolled down the whole middle of the track after that. Remember that one, Dave? We were down there for an hour and a half nearly for that one. That was a big one. Just because again he thought, is something wrong? I don't know. It just lost drive, but what it had done is just blown the diff to smithereens and dumped a lot of guts down the middle. So the old RACQ roadside assistance, geez, they don't muck around. God, we only just called them about 3 minutes ago, and here he is. Oh, you know those towies, mate. They can smell a victim. They'll have that same beautiful gear oil smell that we had yesterday down there. That real earthy gear oil smell. Love a good additive in that stuff, just really do. But we've got him, and all we'll have to do is pick up the rest of whatever was left. So they're into it. Jungabunga took this opportunity. He's going to down a couple of solos by the look of it. Either that, I don't know what's in the box. It's not hard solo. They're good, the old hard solos, I tell you. Got to crack a solo. Oh, it's a water, cracking a water. Getting it in. That's the way. That's the same bloke that'll prep the track, come up and give us a feed, go back and prep the track, then came out later last night in the hatchback, went like 500, with some big skids. And of course next weekend, that bloke, Jungabunga, got the big Jungabunga no prep here next weekend. Saturday, November 25th, the Jungabunga no prep cash days. That's the first one back here at Warwick after having the track upgrades. And I understand there's quite a few lining up for that. There's a little bit of money up next weekend, and there's a few contenders. Yes, we might have the odd one lurking amongst us in this group. There's another whole bunch of them coming that you will not see here today, but they're coming up next weekend. That's the Jungabunga's no prep cash days. Now look, kids under 13 free next weekend, spectators $20. You'll definitely get your money's worth. There's going to be some tough stuff. Big tyre, small tyre, budget radial, street tyre. Gates open at 10 next Saturday. Test hits from 4 till 5. Racing from 5 till 10. So that's on next weekend, and that bloke out there, Jungabunga, he will be essentially he's the race master for this track, and effectively like the big chief. You know what I mean? He's going to be the one. Of course, as also seen on Street Outlaws No Prep Kings, when it says, I think it was No Prep Kings versus the World. And as I said, I watched the episode. The last night I actually watched the episode, the second day of Sydney, the whole episode. I watched that. God, it's surreal to watch all the guys that we've met and known for years get on that show. It was really, really impressive to watch. And I recommend folks that if you want to get on YouTube and have a look, there's a YouTuber called Lisa Norm. So it must be a lady called Lisa and a bloke called Norm. So what they've literally done is Probably got those episodes. No ads either, so it's the best way to watch it. All of that Street Outlaws No Prep Kings. So essentially there's 2 shows per track. So of course they went to 4 tracks. They went to Perth, Willowbank, Sydney and Melbourne. And they did 2 days of each. So there's a day 1, a day 2 of each. So they're like an episode of each. So not only are they good to watch, and geez, it does show you all of our Australian drag racing heroes. Everyone from John Zappia to, well, Zap's about our most recognisable mainstream drag racer. But then, you know, we look at cars that never really quite make the big time, like the Devil's Taxi and, you know, Po Tung and Huey. They're all in that show. So, yeah, you won't get all the traditional mainstream professional drag racers in that show, but you do get all the ones that have been lurking in the other forms of the sport that we know have been doing really well, like Grudge Kings, Jamboree, Kendo, and all of our no prep stuff up till then. And if anything, it's been a real shot in the arm for the no prep movement, but it does look pretty good. You know what else looks just as good on that same YouTube channel? Is the Farm Truck and Asian episodes, because they were doing their own thing when they were out here. And if anything, they actually show a lot more of Australia off than what the actual No Prep King show does. They kind of stay racing. Farm Truck and Asian kind of go out and they do all sorts of things and meet. They try Vegemite. They meet all sorts of different people. They went to Tangalooma. That was one too for Brisbane. So they actually, there's a lot of tourist stuff they did, and it's actually not a bad show. I actually like the Farm Truck and Asian show better because they highlight a bit more of Australia. So you kind of stand there, you know, with the Southern Cross tattoo, hand on heart, thinking, you bloody ripper, good old Australia. And it looks so good on the show. So that's all out there. Jungabungas, of course, was famous before No Prep Kings, but he's on the show. We had Simon O'Carroll that was here. He was on the show. We had Tanya. She was on the show. So we've got a few here that were in, you know, on that. Scotty Cortina last night. He was on the show, of course, as well. That's right, quote unquote from Scotty Cortina. So a lot of those people that were on the show, we've got a couple of them here in the amongst the field today. A few of them might also pop up next weekend at the Jungabunga No Prep Cash Days here at Warwick Dragway next weekend. Jung will be ready for that. And who else did they say? Oh yeah, JP. Okay, yeah. So JP Bossman also has them on YouTube as well. So they're, if you don't have the Discovery Channel, you can get them on YouTube and watch them. They are really good. The obviously the production value is incredible because they did kind of bring 50 plus cameras, and I knew how big it was when I got to Willowbank, and there were like 30 white Toyota Hi-Ace van rentals all lined up and go, that's a serious production. They brought a fair bit of budget. I don't know what they would have spent to do all that, but it was. And initially I was very sceptical, and then when they came, and even then, like live, it was hard to watch live because it just goes on forever. But when you edit it up like they do, it looks. I was completely drawn into it actually, because it was like, wow. I hope when I was watching, it's like, geez, I hope a lot of America watches this and it just sinks in that we're not 20 years behind the world. We're actually right there. We've got just as good stuff as them. And you know what? When you watch the episodes there in Sydney, that's when the penny drops to all the American teams. When they get to Sydney, they go, "Oh, we've got some cars in this country that we've got to watch out for because they're tough." We got a little bit of a show in there, of course, in Brizzy, but when they got to Sydney, they really. Not that they absolutely got thrashed down there, the Americans, but you know, Lutz got taken out. Robin Roberts got taken out. It was some good racing down there, and I knew all those guys too, which was good. It was good to see, even on day one. You know, we had Krieger in as the team sort of captain, so Krieger was in there, and then you know we had Mark Hayes in there, Mincer in there. All those traditional pro street names were all getting their time. Huey as well, Craig Hewitt, who went virtually undefeated there, and that took out both the big boys. Again, they're still crying about a hole shot. They just, heaven forbid, they don't want you to hole shot them. You know, if that went the other way around, we wouldn't be whinging. It's like, oh, I was late. You know, you cop it, I was late. But I watched that episode last night, and Huey, they all go, "Oh, he really guessed the light." And it's like, no, you just sat there. You just as you left, the light went green. That's kind of. They called it. The Americans call it cheating when you guess the light. But again, if you were 100th late on your opponent, well, you could accuse them for doing the same thing. It's like, how long do you want to wait there until you see the green? They're doing a little bit themselves there. But I've even watched, if you watch earlier episodes where they race each other in the States, like, Scotty Taylor, I think, raced Jeff Lutz in one race over there. And again, I think Scotty gets the light, and Lutz just lost it at him down the end there, was revving into him about, I didn't think you raced that way. It's like, what, cut a light? This is what happens when you're used to racing one way, which is all this instant green stuff. And remember, the rest of the world doesn't do it that way. The rest of the world kind of races with traditional trees and heads-up stuff. So you're getting guys that are used to heads-up stuff, racing guys that do nothing but instant green. Of course, the heads-up guys are going to get accused of cheating. They've been racing all their lives that way, and here's these guys racing on instant green, thinking that you're guessing. They're never happy. They're never happy. Righto, so just doing a little bit of track prep here, and more coming up shortly here, the Absolute Lifting and Safety Road Trip Drag Challenge. All right, so in theory, all we should have in the lanes is Group 2, the white armband competitors. We haven't asked for any other groups yet. We're doing what we did yesterday, where we give each group, 4 groups, we give each group an opportunity to come to the lanes, do 2 runs in the session, and then go back to the pits. And then once we've got all them, in theory, the lane should empty down. Then we know it's ready to call the next group. So right now, we've started getting into the Group 2 guys. They should have the white armbands on. So any other group, a lot of them are still kind of probably doing their checkpoint stuff. So going out to the today's checkpoint. Okay, just an announcement for those guys that were missing their time slips as we were sorting out that little printer issue. We've got those time slips back, do we, Chris? Have we got? We've got time slips for those people that were looking for their time slips. You can come back and get them from the time slip area. Apparently, a couple of guys didn't get a slip or something didn't print out, but now we've got that sorted, so you can come back and get your time slip. So a bit of stuff going home, unfortunately. Just looking there, Simon's bringing some wounded cars home. Well, we've got a few wounded cars now. That's like nearly 4 or 5 that are broken stuff now. So there's been a little bit of heartache. It's tough sometimes, isn't it? You lunch something and then you're not able to compete the rest of the weekend. That must suck. But yeah, we should have Group 2 white armband cars only in the lanes right now. We're nearly ready to go again. We did pretty well. Tony did a good job by pulling over. So we limited the amount of leakage down, but we decided, you know what, we're going to just give this a big sled drag. Try and blend in what prep we had there before into what prep we got there now. And get it all back to square. And that's what these guys are doing. Yeah, so Junga got his 15 minutes of fame on the Street Outlaw No Prep Kings versus the World Discovery show. And he gets to do his first event after that. There wouldn't be too many competitors. And actually, when you have a look at that group, now I don't know all the entrants from Street Outlaw No Prep Kings in the States. They would not have enough time to do their own events. They're too busy kind of being part of that No Prep Kings thing. But you have a look in Australia, like Junga Bunga, he's a racer, but he's a promoter, he's doing his own thing. Po Tung, of course, was running in Sydney. Po does his own thing called Grudge Kings as well. Justin Simpson in there in Brisbane, he does his own thing, of course, the Kenda 660. So we had a lot of guys racing in that show, that kind of promoters in their own right as well. Got more than just skin in the game. Here we go, we're back into it. So there we go, a few more entrants coming back through the gates that have gone and done the checkpoint. And that's one thing you've got to keep an eye on, folks, is you've got to keep an eye on the gate coming in, because you'll see a few entrants either coming in or going out, and that's to go and do that part that they need to do, which is the checkpoint. You can't just race here all day and expect to complete the day. You haven't ticked all the boxes until you go and do the checkpoint. And we give you the course, we tell you where you got to go. We tell you where you got to go. And then, all right, Jason Bauer's out there now, Carla Barrett. Carla's second run in the hatchback today. Jason Bowers goes 679 at 104. 679 at 104. All right, Justin Spicer, John Vesnaber ready to go. The VN back, the HR. Oh, that's a bit better for the HR this time. Can he get it into the fives? Let's go. 603. 603, so close. 603, 123 mile an hour. Justin Spicer, 910. But a PB mile an hour at 78. So we should be nearly into that Group 2 bunch in the Group 2s. Okay, Troy Hewitt ready to go. Mia Armstrong, out she goes in the ute. That's a bit better there. Bit better there for the Commodore. 649. 649 and a 723 there for Mia. So yeah, a few guys starting to really find their mark. Mia Armstrong, 723 with a 9, better than her previous 724 with the 0. So that car's super consistent, a little bit every time. Callan Donnan and Dennis Whiting. Callan, his second run of the day. Got the dose, got everything, the Mustang. We have some of the world's most unique Mustangs. You know, they're not all small block Fords or V8 powered. We've got Barra powered ones. We've got 1J powered ones. We've got 3RZ powered ones. Dennis Whiting, here we go. Now this could be a PB for Dennis. It all came out good. 753. Callan, here we go. That's better for Callan. That works. 613. That's a little bit better again. Dennis has gone a best of a 48, so there's a 753. 123 mile an hour for the Mustang at the end. Oh, here we go. Thomas Alvarez and Troy Flores. gets to the end. They're all hooking up nice. 684, 756. 684, 756. Got to keep an eye out for a gold VL that might just turn up. Not the gold VL, but the other version of the gold VL might be turning up. Benzie coming for a look. Glenn Young and Michael McLean in the water. No, it's not. It's not the Rob Armstrong car. They're almost twins, except no flares. No flares and no big massive tyre out the back. But Nelly a twin. Glenn Young in the water with his WB ready to go. Now, of course, you see the class categories on the windows, folks. So you'll see things like here, F3 for the Tirana, D5 for the Ute. So that means he's the third entrant in the F group. Now, F group is 235 street radial aspirated. So class F is 235 street radial aspirated, and that is 235 street radial aspirated. Brought to us by Valley Way Services. The utility there for Glenn Young is in D5, and that is 265 street radial aspirated, and that's Bris Vegas Asphalt Services, 855 and 758. Well, here's the Ute in E class, 235 street radial blown. That's brought to us by Phantom Performance Parts, and F class again over there for the HR, which we said F class is 235 street radial aspirated, brought to us by Valley Way Services. So when you see the little alphabetical numbers on the vehicles, they are actually all in specific classes. And we've got classes like AT, BT, Class A, Class B, Class C, Class D, Class E, F, G, H, J. We have an MA and an MB. Now the MA and MB are manual classes as well, so manual aspirated and manual blown. Oh yes, Dean Wilson was starting to get the hang of the utility last night. Go and have a look at the boosted six banger under the bonnet. It does not muck around. It goes 673 at 106 mile an hour. 712 for Ross Benjamin at 97. So I'd say we're starting to get into this second group because Billy Bartland's coming out for a run shortly, and we haven't seen him yet. He's in the C class, being 265 street radial blown, and that's brought to us by Cleveland Dyno. E10's Robert O'Mara. Robert's in that 235 street radial blower. So we've got a few guys with forced induction around. Billy, the turbo Holden V8 in the Commodore. Rob O'Mara packing some boosted performance. There she is. There she is. High five. High five. Oh, geez, didn't like that bit. Didn't like that segment. All right, Gary Green and Ben Taylor. Ben Taylor, this blew us away, the paint on this thing yesterday, the EJ. He's in the E class as well, 235 street radial blown, so packing a punch under the hood. Gary Green in the E class as well. Just gets out and goes, 154 in the 60 foot. We've got some wicked cars here. 666 at 104 mile an hour, 766 at 93. Got some good stuff here. Both guys lighting up the blue here, which means That their PB so far. All right, Jake Carlsberg and Roy Breyer. Roy in the XA in the D class, being 265 street radial aspirated. Jake Carlsberg in the F class. Now, F class is 235 street radial aspirated. Both guys out with sub 2 second 60 foots. They hit the stripe. 781 to a 771. 781, 771. Best ET so far for Jake by a couple of hundredths. Roy Breyer, 771. All right, Xander Taborski and Gianni Rosson. So Gianni, that Tirana, ready to go. Getting Xander ready. I think there's a bit of... So it's shared. I think Mia was having a drive it there before, I think. So Xander Taborski ready to have a run. We got Gianni ready. We all good? Just checking. Just wondering if there's any issues with it. All right, so we sent Gianni through on a solo, 719 at 101 mile an hour. Xander Taborski now ready. Whatever be the issue. Xander now going to face the tree. There we go. There we go. On the way through, and a 10:42 at 96 mile an hour. All right. Don't ever underestimate the beige bluebird. Or the blue VK for that matter. All right, Timmy Highblom and Adam Hogan. Oh yeah, the Bluey's got some. The VK got the whole shot and goes 7:53. Timmy goes 6:45 at 109. 6:45 at 109. Turbo V6, I think, on board. Hogan, 7:53. Yeah, so the 99 is the biggest speed that he's done on it. But oh yes, there is the odd sneaky little Datsun Bluebird still leaking around. In the United States, I think they call that a 910. Datsun 910 over there. But we had him as the Bluebird. We gave him proper names, you know. Mind you, we did call the 720 the 720 and the 620 the 620 and the 520 the 520. But we did call everything else like Bluebirds and Pulsars and X's, and that's they're a popular. Well, they're a thing to try and grab now is the ET Pulsar Turbo or Exa Turbos. They're all little collectible cars now. Wouldn't think it'd take that long to get collectible, but it would. 7:32 for Daniel. There we go. Daniel Jewell, 7:32, 8:57 beside for Tony Green at 85 mile an hour. I saw a Chimera the other day for $4,000, a yellow JE Chimera sedan. I almost bought it. Because where do you see a Holden Chimera ever? They filled a gap in the 80s. They really did. They were looking for a compact car. They got Car of the Year. So did the Magna, remember. Just remember, there's a whole lot of cars that got Car of the Year that, as time wore on, to be some of the biggest piles of junk ever. Car of the Year. It's like the Kia EV6 is Car of the Year, but let's see where the EV6 is in a few years' time. All right, pedal and a half, Dan Young, 7:25. Daniel Gathercole, 7:96. That's right, Car of the Year doesn't mean they're any good 5 years later. I can't believe when... Or Magnus, that's right. Well, I remember when the Magna was Car of the Year, and you know, we were selling timing chain kits. I was an engine wholesaler working for supplying the engine reconditioning industry, and we were probably selling nearly 20 Mitsubishi timing kits a day. MBTK2 was the part number 2, by the way, which is your Astron Magna 4G54 timing kit with your balance shaft and guides and tensioners. Car of the Year, though, when they were brand new. Joshua Demetrios and Gus Gemmell out there. This is part of our Group 2 group. And you can see the car starting to become a little different than what you saw before. 720. The PBs are still coming, though. 720 at 97 mile an hour. 770 at 99 for Gus Gemmell. That's a PB for mile an hour. So this is the joys of the Road Trip Drag Challenge, folks. As the groups come through, you won't see two. You'll see a little bit of double up, but then before you know it, then the next group comes through and you're seeing new cars again. This is what we're doing now. We're getting deep into the white group. That's the white armband Group 2. Stephen Inglis's turn and Dan Bertham's turn. Yeah, it's got a little bit on here, Stephen Inglis. It's LSA based, or definitely Blow and LS based. And we don't know what Dan Bertham's got on board. But in the D class, being 265 street radial aspirated. So no blower, turbo or nitrous. That red light's telling us Stephen Inglis has gone too deep. There we go. Back into gear. There you go. Bit of a hesitation. That's going to cost him time-wise. 7:35 is good for Dan Bertham. In fact, that's a PB so far this weekend. 8:29 for Stephen Inglis is not, but 109 mile an hour is his best speed so far. Just couldn't get the thing into stage where he wanted it to. So good to have you all out here on Saturday morning. Addictive Events, Absolute Lifting and Safety, Road Trip Drag Challenge. Our last hit of the year here at beautiful Warwick Dragway. It's a blessing in disguise, wasn't it? Willowbank not ready. We were going to go there, and then it's like, well, Warwick's ready. Let's go to Warwick. And they just said, yeah, boy. How's this, Ben Roberts? We went into the 650 shootout last night. LSA-powered VH Commodore 49, 649. 109 mile an hour. 704 for Brian Brennan. 110 mile an hour. Don't forget that merchandise is available over at the Blue Tent. The Road Trip Drag Challenge merchandise. Right next to the canteen. So tell you what, put your money down, grab that great merchandise, grab some great food from the canteen as well. And there is a bucket there for the Digney family. That's our charity of choice this weekend to help Laurie Digney, Kerry's widow. They're obviously making preparations towards the service because they're starting to go through photos, because Peter Duffy's sister's showing me some early photos. She goes, Kerry could have been your dad. That's what she's sent a picture there of Kerry when he was young. So apparently, you got the long hair and everything there. 9:34 there for Tim Elford. And Indy Grayson goes 9:12. It was that look in the 70s, wasn't it? The long hair. The long hair was the look. potential. So 265 street radial aspirated is the utility, Neil Ross. John Richter's is in C2, 265 street radial blowing. So Turbo LS on board. This has been slowly creeping up on its potential. We'll find the beams here somewhere. They'll be here somewhere. Wants to try and light the boost up there. Get it lit. Here we go, here we go. Yeah, that's the way. That's a good run there for John Richter's. 6:56. Gee, that number would have come in handy last night for that 6:50 shootout, but that's yesterday. This is today. 6:56 is still lighting up all the numbers to say that's his best so far. 7:91 for Neil Ross is also showing the same. He'd run a best of a 95 before that. There's a 7:91. He's back, Daniel Foy. We're missing for a little bit yesterday. I thought we might have had some breakage in the S13, but it's back. Dane Turnbull. Turnbull is packing some beastly six-banger of some description in there, I think, from memory. The utility's going to be okay, 674, but the S13 still with a bit of grief. And look, a 775 is better than he done so far, but you know there's so much more potential. But he gets 2 runs in the session because that's what we do this morning. So Dane is playing with that V6 on there. All right, Ben Wood out there with the Crown wagon with a Barra on board. David Keys, 540 cube big block in the HQ. Gorgeous car. Keysy, one of my old TAFE buddies. Never knew one day that, you know, we'd be out at the same event running hard. Well, he got a car together. I got 3 that aren't together. 717 at 85 mile. If only I concentrated on one like he did. 717 at 85, so that's a bit of a PB there, ET, for David Keys. Ben Wood, 878 for the Crown, not perfect. Can have another crack at it in this session if it's his first, which it is. All right, Timmy's first shot of the day. Jordan Hunt beside in the XE. Didn't quite, I caught the tail lights, didn't catch the headlights. The blinkers. Looks like E from behind, E from the front. That's what it is. You know, sometimes you'll put XE taillights on the XD and you get stumped. We know Timmy's got the boosted Barra on board, the Cortina. Little zing of the tyre there for Jordan. Nice and soft and conservative on the line there for Tim. It still went 181 on the 60. 667, he's been in that sort of 6-second zone, and I think even early in the year he nearly got himself into that 650 shootout. Jordan Hunt, 820 at 88 mile an hour. Here's the man. Geez, he only knows one speed here, John Oliver. Comes rolling in there with a whole bunch of intent. Now, I don't know what the prize was. I don't know what dollar-wise went out with the 650 shootout last night. So 650. So 650 for the 650 shootout. So this guy in the VH Commodore cleaned him up last night, Johnny Oliver. He cleaned them all up last night. Great run in the final though too, both cars in the 650s. All the way up till then. You can see Kevy Brown on his way out to do the checkpoint. How's that? 148 the 60 foot, really moving Johnny Oliver. Here's another good ET for him, 656. Business as usual, 656 for him, 735 for Scott Knight. The big VE gets off the line, 98 mile an hour is his best speed so far. Just down a tenth or so on his ET. Both guys just missing out on their PBETs. But the groups continue. There's quite a few coming through the gate right now that have done the checkpoint, and a few more going out to do the checkpoint. Just just a rolling feast of cars here. As we said, 220 odd of Southeast Queensland's, quickest street cars. And you'll see them leave and come all afternoon, heading out to the checkpoint. Yeah, few turned up today. Greg Marstella and Mirek Skorpel. So Mirek in the white Commodore. Couldn't maybe turn up yesterday, Mirek, but here today, Greg Marstella. Falcon Ute was here yesterday. He's ready to go. See him jump on the foot brake then. Here we go, 194 in the 60 foot for the utility, but Mirek, first run today, 786 at 100 neat, and 811 at 88 is the best so far for Greg Marstella. But quite a few people going PB so far. Michael Barradell ready, Matthew Maloney. Oh yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it, Mick. I'm keeping an eye on it. Hats, shirts and coolers, that's what you got left. All right, the Road Trip Drag Challenge merchandise. Hats, shirts and coolers, that's what we've got there. Variety of different colours. Yeah, this Camaro was pretty tough yesterday. It's got some on board. Michael Barradell in the D class, aspirated 265 street radial, 707, 727. 727 beside for Maloney with a little bit of wheel spin out of the hole. So good to see everyone here. All right, here he is on his second run. Dennis Whiting in the Camaro. Benny Kite, first run for him. So he must be part of the Group 2 as well, but that's the first time we've seen him. Yeah, both guys getting pretty decent launches. Dennis, let's see how close he goes to that 748. There's a 745, so a little bit better for him. 745, a little bit better from him. Here's a few more coming up from their checkpoint. A few more entrants coming in that are yet to run down the track, so they'll be part of our last couple of groups. We kind of split them up. You send the first few groups out on the road, and you get the first two groups to get down the track, and that way that's how we manage 220 cars. All right, Don Maxwell, he's in the C class, which is 265 street radial blowing, so he's packing a power adder. Michael Shaw is in F class being 235 street radial aspirated. He's on that slightly smaller tyre. Yeah, the boosted LS wasn't that happy to leave the line when it was ready, but Michael Shaw got it. 745 for Michael, 703 for Don, so PB so far. So PB's lighting up everywhere. Don't forget, folks, if you're not wearing a hat, go down and get a Road Trip Drag Challenge cap from their tent. And don't forget, if you find Scooter March's area, he's selling a little merchandise pack with bucket hats and everything, with all proceeds going to the Digney family. So there's no excuse not to have a hat on. Go and grab that from Road Trip Drag Challenge merchandise down in the big blue tent near the canteen. Get yourself a hat on. Get yourself protected from the sun. See, here's a few more guys coming in from the checkpoint, because it's the Volvo wagon. You can spot that a mile away. Troy Squires now and Troy Hewitt. Go Troy. Come on, Troy. Troy's doing a great run and Troy's nearly there, but here comes Troy. 7:45 for Troy Squires. Troy Hewitt, a good one here. Troy Hewitt, 6:57. Where was that last night? He loved that. Actually, he did get in the 6:50 shootout last night. Troy Hewitt, 6:57, and a PB speed this weekend of 108. Here's a few more competitors coming through from the checkpoint, coming through the gates. Here's a few more competitors just getting their first or second runs in. Ben Taylor back for this beautiful EJ. Yeah, EJs were kind of shunned in comparison to the EHs, but yeah, you try and find too many EHs these days, you might be better finding an EJ. Because by the time you finish building them, you won't have any of that original EJ left other than that beautiful sheet metal, and that weren't an ugly car either, especially that one. Joshua, that could be Australia's best looking EJ, I'd say. 7:25 for Joshua Booker, that boosted six-banger VH, 115 out the back. 7:83 for Ben Taylor, PB all round there. PB all round. All right, Billy here for his second run. Oh yeah, have a look what's coming through the gates here now, folks. That's some of the later groups coming through, so you ain't seen them all. By a long shot, you ain't seen them all. Bill Martland now and Glenn Young, both on their second run. Billy, this boosted Iron Lion Holden V8. Warwick local. Glenn Young 2 seconds flat to the 60-foot. Billy Martland 163 to the 60-foot. 685 at 103 mile an hour. 750 for Glenn Young as a PB today at 96. So it's not too many pairings where the old blue light doesn't light up here to show a PB or a performance improvement. I've got a few already. And then we've got these other ones that we've got to... Dean Wilson, Justin Spicer. He's gone before. He got a 60-foot. He's actually going to get an ET, Justin. I don't know how he was going to get it, but he got it. 698 there for Dean Wilson, and 849 there for Justin, but he left before the tree. Still got something. He'll have to try and line up and have another go. If he's had two in this group, well then he's going to have to wait till later. All right, Jake Carsbird back, Robert O'Mara back. Second run for both in this group. Jake is in that F class, as we said, is the 235 Street Radial Aspirated. All right. It's what we're starting to see a lot more at road trip drag challenges is the next generation of racers coming through. So now Jake Carsberg. Just above the tires a little bit, Robert O'Mara. He's in that 235 Street Radial Blowen class. 768, but 777 with a 7. That's a good run there for Jake. Just about what Chris ran over the quarter down at the bend, 777. So yes, some PBs lining up everywhere so far. Second run for the HR. Geez, we've got some tough HRs here today. We just got nearly every Aussie shape. We've got a hard top. We've got. Have we had a HK Monaro? I don't think we have. That's the one we might not have. We've got Tiranas. Yes, we've got Capris. Gemmell gets a bit of wheel spin out of the way. Ross Benjamin, he's in the F2 class, which is 235 Street Radial Aspirated. 709 for Gus at a 105. 712 is a good ET for Ross Benjamin at 98. Oh, come on, folks. Put your hands together for that skid. Here you go. Cop that. Cop that. That's not a bad skid. Gianni. Got our attention. Lost me pen. Oh, Dave the pen thief. Best burnout might have to be Gianni. That was a good one. Roy Bry beside him, they hit the stripe. 756 is a good one for him. 717 for Gianni is a PB there as well. That was a good skid. He deliberately went after it then, because remember Mick said that you kind of can't, we don't want you to go across the line. We still want you to do a big skid, we just don't want you to do it over the line, because it's all about runs per hour. It's the run rate. And you know what, I'm not into cricket, but I'm into run rate. I'm into a very, very high run rate, and that's the most amount of runs in an hour. I'm into the run rate. We need more runs per hour. That means we can't do massive big skids that take forever. So if you're going to do your skid, you got to kind of keep it in the water. And he did that great. Little hit of the tyres there for Stephen Inglis. Gary Green, the wagon, all the way to the stripe. 659 is an improvement for him. 718 for Stephen Inglis. Little zing on the hit here. Just cost him some ET. So a lot of this group starting to get that sort of second run in. All right, Daniel Jewell back, Tony Green. Let's have a look here. Big fair lane. Got a few fair lanes here of all shapes and sizes. They're doing a good job, the boys. Big fair lane out and gone, but yeah, Daniel, the HQ, just a little bit better in the short time. 7:32 and 9:39. We've got Larry Perkins just turned up. Larry's coming up into the, driving into the venue. Just attention to Daniel Dully, can you check your phone and call Jason? If you can call Jason Mearsey, please. Dully, if you can use your phone to call Jason Mearsey. All right, Ben Roberts tries this lane out. Dan Young, no slouch beside him there. Dan, 663 there for Ben, but a 716's an improvement. Dully's onto it already, Dan. There we go, Dully's onto it. Dan Young, 716 out there. Big shout to everyone watching live on the Overtaking Lane live stream. Big shout out to everyone here watching live, including the Benzies. Where are the Benzies? Down near the finish line. Coming out for a bit of a look at the Road Trip Drag Challenge. Wonder if you brought Goldie 2 out, or whether you just come out in the work vehicle that might have aircon and some. Well, I thought Goldie 2 had all the comforts too. I would have seen him come in if he did come in Goldie. Joshua Demetrios now in the Valiant, 719 for the Charger. 693 into the sixes now for Michael McLean. 693, 100 mile an hour. Oh yes. This second group, remember we said there's 4 groups here, but we're only into that second group, so you ain't seen half of them yet. Actually, you can see a bit of a hint of who's coming up next, because some of them are coming in after the checkpoint. So we're lucky here, we can see kind of them all come in. Nice one, Johnny Richters. Because remember, we've got up to 2 o'clock to find our sort of all our awards. And that's not a bad one there, Johnny Richter's, but Gianni's had a bit more smoke there. Dave and I have had to sort of get the eyes open a bit wider, keep an eye on these awards. Still looking for the longest time to spool. Oh, just knocks the tyre. I don't know whether well, it sounded like he knocked the tyre off it, or did he break something? I don't know. I could hear the tyre break loose. I hope that's all it was, and he's just aborted the run. I hope there's no breakage. I mean, sometimes when we've heard the tyres break free, but it's also broken something. So we are going to go have a quick look and just see. Might have dumped something. All right, we're going to go and have a quick look. Got plenty of stuff left to see here, folks. Just remember, we got 4 groups to show you. We've shown you Group 1. We're sort of halfway into Group 2 right here. We're halfway into Group 2, and we've had Group sort of 3 and 4 coming back from the checkpoint. So we've still got plenty of cars that you haven't seen yet that have gone and done their part of the road trip. And even have a look out on the highway now, folks. Have a look out on the road. Look at this for a procession of traffic coming out on the road here now. This is some of our later group coming into the venue now. You can just see we've got this beautiful 55 out on the road. A few more in the group. So that bunch are coming back. I tell you what, Warwick must be awake to this scenario, because even last night sitting in the hotel in town, as you can hear them all rumbling around the place. Some of them they don't all have to stay here on site. I don't think you can stay at a motel and come back in the morning. A lot of people do the camping here though. A lot of fun to be had here. But there's a few that do stay in town, which really works here. You know, I think Warwick works better for this than say Willowbank, because we are close to town and we have a bunch of motels, we have a bunch of places you can stay, and the track's 5 minutes away, not even 10 minutes away. You try and do that, say at Willowbank, you've got to come in from Ipswich, which is, yeah. And they've got pubs, they've got restaurants, got everything here. This is a venue designed almost perfectly, organically for drag and drive style events like this. The Road Trip Drag Challenge brought to us by Absolute Lifting and Safety, and I haven't actually seen Mr. Absolute Lifting and Safety come back from the checkpoint. I saw Smithy leave. We haven't seen him come back yet. So, and as Mick had warned this morning with the checkpoint today, it is from what I can gather, a refreshment outlet. But he said don't fully expect too much out of it, because he said the fellow was overwhelmed as to how many vehicles might be coming past. Oh, I've got an event on. We're going to use your place as the checkpoint. Is that okay? He goes, yeah. How many do you expect might be coming past? He goes, 220. Whoops. So they've been pleasantly surprised. I'm sure it's still all smiles, you know, to have this happening. This is a part of Australian car culture which is here to stay, folks. It's spreading right around the world. The old drag and drive rage is still going strong, and events like what Mick puts on here, which is the Road Trip Drag Challenge, is a variation of drag and drive. Yes, we do a lot of drag racing. Yes, we do some highway, we do some driving out to checkpoints. It's never designed to be a torture test. It's designed to be a fun event. Other events are torture tests. Sick Week, Death Week, the Street Machine Drag Challenge. Scotty prides himself on making that a 5-day torture test. And only a few weeks ago down there in Adelaide, we went from the New Bend racetrack to Mildura. That was nearly 400 Ks. Mildura to Heathcote to Portland back to the Bend. Nearly 2,000 Ks for the week. So lots of hours on the road. You've got to bring everything with you all week. It's a hell of a challenge to try and do that. We still have a bunch of them line up to want to do it. But no, this is another form of that where, look, it's not as grueling. It's more about fun, more time on track. Yes, we still want you to hit the road and go to the checkpoint, and everyone does that. So you do get that drive element to a drag and drive, but we try and keep a lot more drag in it. and we do that well as well. It's a perfect combination, and it suits a lot of people. But there is a lot of people. There's a lot of people that love to do the big grueling ones as well. But that you certainly know that you've been at one of them by the end of the week, because you've got probably more than the odd story to tell. And if you owe it to your country, you owe it to yourselves and your friends to be able to get into a little bit of this, because this is more fun than you can ever poke a crankshaft at, I can tell you. There's a few more coming in from the checkpoint. So, oh yeah, we haven't seen all these. So a lot of these ones you're seeing coming from outside in are ones that we haven't seen in those later groups yet. So there's a whole bunch that you haven't seen yet coming up. So we're still in that sort of second group. So that was, she's let go big time. So whatever that was, so it was, we did hear the tyre sort of go when he broke loose, Johnny. But obviously it's dumped some stuff there as well. So we've cleaned that up and getting onto that right now. This lane's copped the flogging this morning. This lane has absolutely copped it. Yesterday we had one of our guys in his HQ manual transmission just blew the whole diff centre out of it. There wasn't too many bits left to call it a diff centre. It still had the pinion attached. Everything still bolted up to the drive shaft and everything. It was all there, but there wasn't anything much to do left with anything else. The housing was gone pretty much. The centre. The housing was there, but the centre was gone. The caps had disintegrated. It all sort of grenaded that diff centre. So that was the other lane. Today, this lane is caught a couple. So we're super sticky out there, and it's working a treat. But right now, just that little bit of prep, little bit of spray, and we'll be getting that cleaned up shortly. Take this opportunity, folks. If you haven't got a hat on, go and get yourself a hat. We've got, of course, Road Trip Drag Challenge caps, shirts, I think stubby coolers. We've still got those down there at the blue tent near the canteen. Grab something from that fantastic canteen as well. My burger yesterday, it was 10 out of 10. The chips were 10 out of 10. The ice cream I had here from the ice cream bus was 10 out of 10. Creamy, beautiful soft serve, crushed up Maltesers, and you name it, was delicious. Had all of that yesterday. Grab some of that here today. Take the opportunity to do that. And when you're at the canteen here at Warwick Dragway, there is a bucket there for the Digny family. We're taking donations, and we're going to rattle that bucket all day and tonight towards for the Digny family, because we lost one of probably Australia's greatest show and drag commentators over the years. Kerry Digney lost his fight with cancer on the Thursday night, and I do believe there will be a service in the next week or so leading up to the end of the year for Kerry. And then we do, from his wishes, he didn't want a funeral, but Laurie wants one, so we're going to have one. He can't. She's always probably had the final word, but she can have the final word now. That's slightly against his wish. He did want a funeral, wants to be cremated and do something at Mopar Sunday, but for the immediate family. And look, open to everyone else, the service, when we know the details. No doubt that'll be made public, probably through social media platforms as well, which is a good way to get a lot of that info out. So we will still be having a service to honour the great man, one of our great legends of the sport, not only in drag racing commentary, but summer nats for so many years. And a lot of the photos are coming out. I asked the other night in his passing if anyone had any photos to put them up, and there's some real early stuff of him at summer nats. If you want to get onto YouTube and type in the old Brute Horsepower, which was the name of the summer nats videos from the early days, there's a few of those going onto YouTube. Have a look in there. There's Kerry in his prime. One thing Chick Henry, I think, did right in the early parts of summer nats is he actually grabbed drag racing commentators as the commentators, because honestly, at the end of the day, when you're looking for ultimate outright toughness, you had to look at the drag racing fraternity. And remember, one bloke that we do know, Victor Bray, would turn up in the early days with the 57. That whole world has completely evolved to the point now where we've got all that horsepower and more at summer nats level, where before, we had always pretty quick, tough street cars and show cars, but the drag element was the only place you ever got really big horsepower. So it was a match made in heaven between drag racing and street machining, and summer nats has gone on strength to strength. And I hope, because summer nats do a nice big thing for Kerry, because he was a part of the furniture for so long. And you know what happens sometimes when a favourite piece of furniture goes out to pasture? You just got to remember all the good times. And he'll be watching us here. Some of the great man's ashes around here. So you can see some of our guys that were in Group 1 and Group 2. They're now out the gate, so they're now heading out the gate to go do the checkpoint. So the ones that have already run are out now doing that. Dan Bertham and Tim Elford. So Bertham, 7:27 for him, 9:47 for Tim. Rolling on through. So we're still in Group 2 at the moment. We've still got half the field yet to show you. So this is what we've got, as we said. It's what 220 odd looks like. Scariest ride. Now that could be anything, whether it's a run or scariest looking car, or I don't know, but that's right. We'll keep an eye on him. He might be up later. That could be him. Best Sleeper, scariest ride. So Time Thief sponsored by Well Done Fabrication. Best Sleeper Awards sponsored by Well Done Fabrication. Scariest ride sponsor is Pro Build. The Hard Luck Award is Virginia Sheet Metal. Best Save, Virginia Sheet Metal as well. Best Burnout, CFB Performance. Highest Mile an Hour, Sakaz Customs. And Wheels Up, Best Wheel Stand, Priority Roadworthies. And Quick Shifter, stand out in the manual class thanks to Overtaking Lane. Got an idea for that, but we haven't seen him yet either. Let's hope we get to see them, because there's a bunch of manual cars in the last couple of groups I noticed. Whether that was intentional or fluke. But yeah, no man. You notice not a single manual car yet. You notice that? Nearly 2 groups through, we haven't seen a manual car yet. But I do know there's some stick shift stuff coming. And just looking here in the staging lanes, I can see a certain Celica in the lanes here. Was looking for a Walbro 480 in-tank pump last night. I guessed it was a 480 because we're talking about one that someone needed earlier this year at the Drag Challenge in Heathcote. And someone else needed a 480 Walbro in tank. And I guess he got one because he's in the staging lanes right now. But he came up last night wanting the shout out. We had someone come up here last night. Now, like I thought we were dead in the water last night when someone came up and said, I need a set of distributor springs for an MSD Pro billet. And I'm thinking, oh, how are we going to get a set of distributor springs? So advanced springs, right? For the centrifugal advance. They'd all rusted away. They were having troubles. And they said, look, we need a set of MSD Pro billet distributor springs. And of course, Peter here in Race Control, not even hesitating, she goes, oh yeah, we've got some of those. They're in the laptop bag. Go down and see that guy down there. So Pete directs him down to Kev. Kev then directs him back over there. And then within about a 5-minute period, we had a set of distributor springs supplied to the bloke that needed them. I've never had that much luck. We've never had the lady in Race Control say, yes, I've got a set of distributor springs for an MSD Pro billet. We've just never had that before. I think we must have, because there's the Celica there that needed the Walbro 480. It's down there, so he's got something in the thing anyway. Got the rocker. Well, there was some rocker advice going on there. There were a set of rockers floating around. Mrs. Carkeep was walking around with a set of rockers. So, and he got back there and ran. We still haven't seen, no one's gone for a shout out for a diff centre. or 2 diff centres, because I don't know there wouldn't be too much thrashing happening in some of those situations. It's like even yesterday with Simon, you know, first run for Simon O'Carroll, and it's done all the diff brackets or done something in the back of that car. Bent the leaf springs the wrong way, and you don't normally keep spares of those laying around. So he really didn't go for the hunt for them anyway. You need a diff centre as well. See, the problem with people that need all this stuff is because your horsepower's all gone up, you see. A lot of it's got to be related to power adders. Power adders also means parts adder. So it's not just adding power to the engine, it's actually, well, you're going to need some more components downstream. All the way through. More power diff setter, more power gearbox. All right, Timmy Cross back for his second run. The boosted Barra Escort Cortina. Brian Brennan, he's got the ute out there. HQ taillights, but might have a more modern nose on it from here, can't quite tell. Timmy looking in that 660 zone. Not going to hassle the tyre there with that setup, but it still comes good from there. 763 for Brendan, 667 there for Timmy. Jeez, it's got all the fruit. Just needs the, that's right, needs the centre. Oh, you boys are into it, aren't you? You're addicted bad, aren't you? You and hundreds more. That whole industry is pumping at the moment. Building cars to do all sorts of really cool events. Lots of drag and drive. Bit of no prep in the future. Plenty of Kenda radial stuff, Jamboree stuff, you name it. Peter Fenton back with the new fuel pump. Daniel Foy beside in the S13. He's out nice and safe. 178 in the 60 foot. No hassles for the Celica. And it goes through 717. With a best mile an hour of 94, 8:34 for Daniel Foy, lighting up both as PBs. So good performance there from Daniel Foy in the S13 so far anyway. Here's the big Toyota Crown wagon. It's like a Japanese Griswold machine or something, you know what I mean? Like that's the Japanese equivalent. The big Luxo wagon. I wonder how many they sold of them. Like, was this like you know Japanese culture? It's like a 7-seater, is it? All right, have a look at the big old crowd come on in the deep end here. Barra powered 674. They're happy. Smiles up everywhere. 674, 107. That worked a treat. Neil Ross, 795. He did as well. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Group 3, orange. Group 3, orange. Orange people. Group 3. Group 3 to the lanes, please. It's your turn. Scott Knight and David Keys. Good run side by side here between the HQ and the Commodore. 727 lights up a PB. 716, David Keys lights up one as well. I think he went a 15 before. There's a 16. Scott Knight, 727. So everyone just finding a little bit more. Performance-wise, just a little bit more. Thomas Alvarez back in the boosted Falcon. Benny Kite. The license plate mullet. Could he be the Aussie Cletus? Of course, we've got that redneck fancy dress tonight, I believe. Gets to the stripe. 810 to a 679. 810 to a 679. That's lighting up as PBs there for Tom Alvarez. Benny Kite, 810. 91 mile an hour coming out for Benny Kite. It's tough, that Camaro. Matthew Maloney, Michael Shaw. Here we go. Just knocked the little 235 off a little bit there, Michael Shaw. The Camaro coming on strong. 763 for the Commodore, 681 for Maloney. It's lighting up slightly better than he's run before. So we need orange group to the lanes. Group three to the lanes, please. Orange group, orange people, group three to the lanes, please. All right, the XE, Jordan Hunt back. Probably the second hit for him. Don Maxwell, haven't seen Don around. License plate Trouble or Trouble. Just hold on a sec. Hold on. Hold your horses, honey. Hold your horses, honey. Come back, have another stage again. You can see a couple of our Warwick boys now, Carsberg and Baker, going off on the checkpoint. I'd say Jake's going to do the same thing. Haven't done their checkpoint yet, but off they go to do it. Isn't that great? Running low fives over the 8th, and off they go. Out to, as we say, you know, these are quick street cars we've got in Queensland. They ran early this year in the Street Machine Drag Challenge as well. .807 for Jordan Hunt, 7:17 for Donnie Maxwell. Here he is back again. Johnny Oliver and Joshua Booker must be their last run for their group. They've had a previous run each. Geez, he gives that thing a zing, doesn't he? That's a healthy Aspo engine, that one. 652. He's in 265 street radial aspirated. And here goes Joshua Booker. He goes 634. He's in the C class, 265 street radial blown. So the Aspo car and the blown car both doing good runs there. Yeah, she's a cranky 3.8, this thing. Good to see people still playing with the 3.8s. I was watching a interesting little mini doco this morning from the United States. NHRA commentator Brian Lones. Watch out, nice and safe there. 183 to the 60 foot, hits the stripe now. Dane Turnbull, 683 for him. 793 there for Marek Skorpel. God, we got some tough stuff around. Just immaculate presentation. Immaculate presentation. Yeah, we wouldn't have missed out on too many classic Aussie shapes when you think about it. We've just about got them all covered. I just think the only thing I haven't seen is a HKTG hard Monaro. It's the only one we haven't seen yet. Seen every other shape? No. I mean, they're deer and everything. Yeah, I know. We still see one, don't we? Normally see a Monaro, HK Monaro or T or G Monaro. Having two shots over there, Michael Barradell, Greg Marstella. They're both in the D class, 265 street radial aspirated. Just hassling the tyre a little bit there. 796 for Greg, PB, and 737 at 97, PB mile an hour for Barradell. Oh, here we go. Couple more in the next group, I'd say. So we should be in the group 3 here now, which is the orange armbands, because we haven't seen Michael Sears or Dylan Murdoch yet today, but here they are, folks. So new cars. The next group looks like they're coming through. This thing is Sears. This is tough as well. 355 the license plate. He's running in the F class, being 235 street radial aspirated. 667 PB for him, top and bottom. 816 for Dylan Murdoch at 100 mile an hour beside. Yeah, we've got a couple of we had a blue one coming up there. This is the Goldie. Second run here for Fenton. Now look, Brendan Burnett yesterday, this wagon was coughing and spluttering but still getting down. Let's have a listen this time. Peter Fenton, that boost Celica, got the fuel pump that he needed. She wouldn't have the 18R in this thing anymore. Sort of just didn't leave with any power there, but Brendan Burnett, it's not going to be too bad. 709, nearly into the sixes over the 660. That's a pretty stout station wagon. 903 there for Peter Fenton. It kind of just sort of flopped off the line there, didn't come out with any sort of full power. And we still haven't found out what's packing in the Volvo. Could be L67 yet, just it's got that V6 sound to it. Peter Bellis. Yeah, we just don't know. Someone's got to catch that thing with the hood up so we know what's packing in it. Always curious what's lurking in the Volvos that turn up at these events. William Keogh, his first run of the day as well. It's either hitting the tyre or flaring the transmission. 760 at 100 mile an hour for the Volvo. 793 for William Keogh for the Falcon, first run today. As I said, we're into this third group. This is the orange armband third group and one of our first manual cars. One of our first manual cars coming up. There is a few of these in the later categories. Danielle Brady, Honda K series engine on board, manual transmission. Jason Burnett. It's a bit better. Going to grab a couple of gears on the way down here is Danielle. 806 for Jason. Danielle, look, she's got a pass together. It's probably not the ideal perfect pass, but it is something. It's lit blue up here, both ET and mile an hour, which shows she is improving. Another one of our many fair lanes. Can nearly take you through every evolution of the fair lane that we have here. This is Daniel Mirando and Dion Shaw. Dion in the utility. Again, first run for these guys today. They're in Group 3. Nice close run there. The utility, maybe just a few more legs by the stripe. All close. Yeah, 852 for Mirando, 913 for Dion Shaw. PB mile an hour today, 87 for him. Here's our little MR2. And yes, that's another cranky V6 out there, I would say. Memphis Richters, Jet 038 on the license plate. The little MR2, little cute thing, 1600cc standard. 864 for Memphis, 1163 there for Mitchell Fleet. Little nimble little thing with a bit of power up it. And it's so good to see these groups come through. Here's another manually shifted car. Keep an eye out on the red Commodore. Here's another gear jammer. We're looking for the best gear shifting here today. They did. They found one. Oh, they've done another one. Oh, goodness. Need another rocker. If anyone can help out with a rocker, you can go see the car Keats. David McLeod banging through the gears out there. Doesn't do too bad there. He gives it a little bit of thrash. 8.58 to Mark McNee's 9.47. Yeah, this is the one you got to keep an eye out for. So this is Sharry in the Gemini. And keep an eye out on the FE. I think it's a Simon Grigg. I think it's an LSA. I think it's LSA on board for the FE. You can hear it from here. Here we go, 7.07 for the FE, 7.07. Shara goes 10.09. Shara Hoskin 10.09 in the little Gemini. Running the manual gearbox as well. Not a bad skid. Not as big as the one I've seen before. Again, remember we're not encouraging skids across the line. If you're going to do a big skid, do it sort of in the burnout area. Paul Travis, surfboard, Weber barbecue on the back. Mark Pennycuick, another manual. Grabbing second, Chirp third here. Chirp third, 7.40 for the Vacationer at 96 mile an hour. Not a perfect run for him. Mark Pennycuick, 8.90 at 86 mile an hour. So it's still only into our third group. Remember, we've seen Group 1, Group 2. They've all had 2 runs each. Group 3 is the one we're into now. Now remember, these cars have gone out already and done the checkpoint. So they've already been out on the road and done the highway section. So now they're back here hitting the track for the afternoon. The first 2 groups are out now doing the checkpoints. You can see a few more of them leaving now. Brian Heffler first run in the Cortina since coming back. John Burnett the same. Quite a few of Burnett's here this weekend. Good run side by side, 7.25 for Heffler, 7.62 for Burnett's a PB ET-wise today. And this is the guy I've got my eye on for our stick shift guy. So the manual standout. So a guy that's the standout manual transmission guy. And I go more for, you know, how well you do on the launch and how well you bang the gears. That's what I go for. If you're looking for a stick shift standout, that's what I'm going for. Ryan Feakin, 13B turbo in the little Mazda MX-5. Andrew McClellan, the beautiful powder blue V8. Tell you what, oh, he's got third, he's got fourth in, just enough. Look at that, 6.95. 6.95 there for Ryan Feakin. Everything went well for him. Everything went well. That is a good one, all over. ET, mile an hour. Speed between gear changes. Good launch. A little bit of left leg helps there. A little bit of progressive left leg. Hang on a sec, another nice one there, Sean Deegan in the Tirana. Big drop tank there. As I said, we've got just about every classic Aussie shape. Jason Martin there with the another manually shifted car, the Falcon. I think V8 on board here. Let's have a listen. Goes not too bad either. 7.18 for Sean Deegan in the Tirana, 7.70 for the utility. Here's another stick shift standout. We've got to keep an eye on this guy too. Between him and Feakin. All right, Scott Clibborn. Have a listen to that little MX-5 come back. The big boy knows how to go through the gears. Scotty Clibborn, this is again another magic formula. Just got to get the right walk off the line here. Geez, how do you go? How do you go here? 664, 705. Michael Sears, 664. Scotty Clibborn, 705. Not a bad skid at all there, but yeah, Scotty Clibborn, that's pretty much Ryan Feakin's match, except Ryan's a bit quicker on the gear shifts and also 6-second ET, so he's been a stick shift standout. So is this guy, Danny Martin and Mal McBride, this blowing six-banger panel van. He's in the dial your own class. MB2, Danny Martin means he's got a clutch pedal in this VL. Let's see how he goes off the line. It's not bad. Not bad at all, actually, for Danny Martin. 692 for Danny Martin. Geez, the old stick shift guys have stepped up. Danny Martin, Ryan Feakin. Oh, I don't know where to look. I'll have to toss a coin. There's three of them there. I'm going with the two guys that have run sixes, but I don't know. I'll have to keep an eye out. Danny Martin, pretty good as well. Scott Clibborn. Dion Shawback. Mark Bramwell now with his Commodore utility. How good do the Aussie utes look? Nowhere else in the world races utes like we do. Australia. There we go. 806, 806 and 844. Tell you what, even the car park's got some interesting cars out there. The Gemini just out. Is it Gemini straight ahead out there? What do we can't quite make out? Is that a what is it? Is it? You know, a Gem up there? Got a nice commie wagon at the back there. We got the pillarless Impala here. Oh, I will have a look. William Keogh and Dylan. Yes, that is the Gemini in the car park. Got some impressive rigs in the car park, definitely. 786 there for Keogh is an improvement. Dylan Murdoch, 821. Here we go, Mr. Larry Perkins. Well, it's his alter ego. Fits the mark nicely. Wayne Bell. Larry Perkins. That's a tribute car if I've ever seen one. All we need now is an 05 tribute and a Green's Tough tribute. I'd love someone to do an old Dickie Johnson Green XE tribute. That'd be a nice thing. Trouble is, where do you find an XE like that? So he's going through the gears here, Wayne Bell. Tony Carkeet though, look at the EH go, 791. And Wayne Bell, 922 out of the Larry replica. You can see some of our first group coming back through the gates now from the checkpoint. As we look down, the big box is the license plate on the Volvo. Big box. I'm sure we're getting that sort of V6 vibe from it, just from what I can hear. Daniel Mirando beside in the fair lane, his second run as well of this orange group. Might be gearbox, I don't know, but it's getting there. 785 at 101 mile an hour for the Volvo. Woof. Know when the 2J turns up. Very well could be. There we go. 7:11 for Timothy Zybart. I knew he'd get there eventually. Yeah, so the battery went right out. Those 9 volts just go. When they go, they go. Now I'm packing a brand new Ever Ready. Brendan Burnett and Jason Burnett. Plenty of wagon Venetians in that family. You can hear that LSA sort of sound out of that one. 698 from the wagon. 698 for the wagon at 102. Oh, they do scrub up good, don't they? They do. Some of this stuff just scrubs up so good. Here's the ZJ Fairlane. As I said, we've got nearly every Fairlane here. I suppose if you were looking for the equivalent, an XD or an XE, and they're a bit harder to find, that you might find some Fairlanes if you can't find the XDs, the XD Falcons. Matthew Balke and Rowan Ward. Rowan's car is an absolute treat as well to look at. There's some neat cars. They go hard as well. 7:31 at 97, 8:52 at 83 mile an hour for Matthew Balke. So I'd say the old 9 volts going in the bin there, mate. Gone. I used to put the tongue on them. I don't do it anymore. In the bin. All right, here's Jet 038 back on the line. Memphis Richters and Mitchell Fleet, the little AW101 MR2. Rare little car. Might even be little Aspo one. I know that there was an option on those to have the 4AG ZE engine, the little supercharged 1600, but could be a little Aspo one. 8:13 for Memphis, getting the boosted 3.8 in to a PB so far of an 8:13. 11:80 there for Mitch, still trying to get that launch solved. Speaking of launch, this guy's got a clutch pedal in the Falcon. He was one of my early stick shift standouts there too, but geez, we've seen some really good runs from 3 stick shift guys in a row. And now let's see what Sam Jones does with a little bit of nitrous on board the XF and that stick shift. He doesn't mind giving it a sidestep here either. Grabbing a bit of short shift there, seems to work. 785 for him, that's impressive. And 847 there for Carl Livingston. All right, now this gentleman's name, yesterday it came up in the 55 Chevy. And the Falcon Utility. So that's Ross Full of Love. That's what the name is, Ross Full of Love in the 55. Chris Shaw in the Utility, but that's Ross Full of Love. Good on you, Ross. 750, 96 mile an hour. And 855 at 89 mile an hour. It's the sort of larrikin humour we get around here. Oh, well, Ross Full of Love, what a name. Hope he's not a doctor, boy. He could be. He could be a relationship therapist. Dr. Full of Love will see you shortly. Or a gynecologist. Dangerous, Dave. You are dangerous. All right, Tim Vanderhaar. Now, what was he looking for? What was he looking for yesterday in the Chevelle that we had to help him with? Oh, the Chevelle was the Dizzy Springs. All right, so the Dizzy Springs went in this thing. Well, she's got a mind like a steel trap, hasn't she? David McLeod, another one banging through the gears. He doesn't mind banging them. 887 for him. Tim Vanderhaar, 866. Well, good memory, Pete. Good memory. The Chevelle, yeah. The secret behind, yeah. I don't know why it's not called PKM. You know what I mean? Or why is it called KPM? just for a year, it should be, you know, change everything over to PKM. Yeah. Nah. Kelvin Addison and Corey Braish out there. Part of our third group, the orange group. Got one more group to go yet. We haven't called them yet. Kelvin out there in this beautiful Falcon. Check it out. Ford lovers, we've got a lot for you guys. Both got the J numbers on them, which means they're in the dial your own category. 831 and 907. Now, of course, from what I gather, our dial your own shootout tonight, anyone that wants to roll up, rolls up. We put a number on the window. Not just the ones that are here at dial your own. They're doing a different thing. So the guys that are in these dial your own A and dial your own B, they're doing a different little agenda. But the shootout tonight means everyone, I think, can put the dial in on the window, because normally in the dial your own class of all drag and drives, it's a secret number they're all looking for that they won't tell us. It's $3,000 the win. I hope with the 220 odd entries that we had, that we actually exceed the 143 I think we had earlier this year in round one. I don't know too many other places in Australia where you've had that many in round one of anything. Shane Parchett now and Craig Mildren. Craig back with the utility. Gee, we've got some tray backs here too. We haven't got some one-tonners here. Tough court. Honestly, if you could, Nelly, bunch up all the tough everything, like Cortina's all in one group, our one-tonners all in one group, we'll just go to see how many we got. We've got tons. Side by side to the stripe, 865 to an 834. Tons of tonners. We've got a whole collaboration of Cortinas. We've got a flurry of Falcons. We've got a horde of Holdens. We've got, yeah, lots. Lots of everything. A utopia of utes. And yeah, a whole waggle of wagons. And yeah, Weber wagon. Not a bad skid there, Paul Travis. That's not a bad skid. Remember, we're looking for a best burnout in the pad area. That was pretty good. I might have to put a notable mention in there because that's sticking around, that one. Off goes that Weber barbecue with the Commodore attached. Mark McNee gets out with the VC. He's in the dial your own category as well. 760 for Paul. And the VC comes through for a slowing down 927. See that we've got the Q. We've got a couple of HQ coupes. We just don't have the KT and G Monaro shape. That's about the only one where we've nearly got the whole rest of the Aussie muscle lineup. We just haven't seen a HKT G Monaro, but we've had a couple of coupes, and this is a good one too. Derek O'Hare, I think his first run of the Arvo. Mark Pennycuick, be his second run. We're still sort of in that orange group with one more group to come. All right, just having a bit of a check down. All right, going for a bit of a look. All right, just going for a quick look down there, folks. That's all we're doing. So take this opportunity, get yourself settled up. Get your chairs up, get some shade. If you don't have any shade, go down and grab yourself a cap from the Road Trip Drag Challenge tent. We've just got this little delay as we are checking down the track. Something might have just dropped down there that we're just catching. But so great to have you folks here. And again, how much was it to get in again? How much was that again? How much was it? Nothing, wasn't it? Nothing. It's about the best darn price I've ever heard of. Come in and see Southeast Queensland's sort of toughest group of streetcars. So it's a real treat to have you all here, folks, to take it all in. Beautiful view, one of the more scenic racetracks that you'll have anywhere in the country. I know we get a nice view of the cane fields at Palmyra. I know we've got that. We've got some nice countryside around Benarabi as well. Sunsets at Willowbank are perfect. I know the sunset sort of goes over the hill here and we lose it over the circuit track here. We did that yesterday. Well, we have sun breaks at Willowbank too, don't we, sometimes? But Mildura's not a bad view, of the Mildura countryside. Portland's, again, you know, I think I've only been there actually, I was there on a sunny day, but it wasn't a sunny day. It was about a sunny 20 minutes. Then the sun disappeared again. Beautiful, but this is just one of the best views you'll get from a drag strip anywhere. The beautiful Warwick Dragway. It's been off getting a couple of renos done over the last couple of years. Helped with the council as well, and the Loy family and all the helpers been out there getting the track back. And now that it's back, well, we've had a nice test and tune. Was it last week or the week before? Nice test and tune out here. This beautiful, well, this just fell into the lap, didn't it? The odd competitor coming in and going out. Mind you, I think we should have nearly all of our morning group back from the checkpoint. We should have all of our morning people that were on track. As you can see, a couple now heading out to go and do the checkpoint. Checkpoint was handed out. So it's all happening here at the moment. Just that little, obviously, caught us there with a bit of oil, which they're attending to right now. Big shout out to people watching all over the Overtaking Lane stream. Watching from Minnesota is AA. G'day, mates. Enjoying your show. Well, I said g'day. He said, hey, mates. He'll say g'day before too long. We've got Jared watching from East Side Warwick. Yeah, right, eh? It's like yesterday, it's like, oh, if you're watching on the Overtaking Lane live stream, tell us where you're watching from. And one guy said, yeah, g'day, watching from Ipswich. It's like, no, we're looking for poor people across the world, you know. Brazil, Argentina, America, like we normally have. So if you are watching on the live stream through Overtaking Lane, give us a shout out and where you've been watching from. We'll try and give you a little shout out throughout the afternoon. So right now, just a little bit of spray, a little bit of prep, a little bit of oil to pick up. There's our buggy, it's nearly gone. These guys are on it. They're observant. Of course, some of the things you look for as a track crew, you keep an eye on every vehicle that goes down. You keep an eye on smoke coming out of the car at any time. Have a listen to the car as they go down as well. We've got everyone watching these cars from different angles. Sometimes if you see a car come around the corner and it's dripping something as they come around the bottom, they report back saying we might have something on the track because this car came around the corner dripping something. We did that. We jumped on that pretty quickly, and whatever it was we found, and we got onto that real quick. All right, so that's what we're looking for. Big block Chev Jezel rockers. I just noticed that. Yeah, just my messenger's sort of in and out. But Reese was and Bailey looking for big block Chev Jezel rockers. If anyone can help out, that was half an hour ago. I don't know how those guys went the last half an hour. Anyone help with big block Chev Jezel rockers? Go and see the car keep team. Big shout out to the What Up G camp. Got the big screen back on again, watching the Overtaking Lane live stream from the east side of Brisbane. There we go. Karen Jane Victoria from Mark. That's a good suggestion about Benarabi road trip. Might be one to think of in the future. 776 for Derek O'Hare in the coupe. Mark Pennycuick's ute, 931. So a few people throwing the feedback in. Doing all right. I've actually got a couple of names in a couple of places, but that is a strong little thing. Simon Grigg, Troy O'Hare, so Troy and the Falcon. But Simon Grigg, you can hear this supercharger all the way down from here. I'm assuming LSA based or Harrop based blower. But she's a tough little FE, this thing. So I know FE's FCs around the country. I'd love to see them all together race each other one day. Troy gets there first, 774, 702, 702 for Simon Grigg. 702. Going to try that far lane. He's got my attention, Scotty Clibborn. We've had a couple of 6-second stick shifters. Not a bad one here for Scotty. Can he go into the sixes? 709, 101 mile an hour. 709, 101, not a bad launch. 169 in the 60. Here's this bloke. He's got all my attention at the moment, the big boy. He's been really, mate. Oh yeah, that's a bunch of fun. Ryan Feakin and Brian Heffler. Now remember, he was not enough revs yesterday, was bogging it down, this IRS on the back. Ryan Feakin, he just needs plenty of revs and a bit of slip. He's using that left leg as well as he's using the left arm. Of course, the right foot, no problem there. It's an impressive little car. Brian Heffler, 719, 708 there for Ryan. 708 there for Ryan Feakin, but I'm sure he hit the sixes there before. So that's definitely got our attention. Ryan Feakin. And here's the other guy that's impressing us. So you're talking probably $8 worth of stuff's gone. $8 worth of cans and bottles. Someone's nicked all the cans and bottles. 734 for Danny Martin and Shara Hoskin 998. There we go, the little stick shift Gemini. All right, Luke Fraham and Jason Martin out there, the utilities. Another stick shift out there. Jason Martin in the far lane gets to the stripe. 786, 857. A few more shout outs over the live stream. Mango Hill, so Jacinta down at Mango Hill. David Barclay from Diggers Rest. Gold Coast for Lynn. Bundaberg there for Jason. So a lot of people watching this road trip, and I'm sure a lot of those people, they'd be into a road trip when they get the opportunity. No, not Diggles Rest. That's Everton Hills. That's Diggles Rest. Tony Carkeet, this EH again, tough. John Burnett. How many Burnett's we got here? We've got like nearly 3-4 Burnett's. Both these cars, all very impressive. Here we go to the stripe, 792, 763. We've got Borgs, we've got Burnett's, we've got the odd Armstrong. We've got them. Here we go, Scooter March in the water. John Mansfield French. big F truck. And as we said, sorry, Terry. I said John. Terry Mansfield French. And of course, 557 cubes, I think, from memory. Scooter March, one of our great sponsors. SFM Concrete Pumping and Spraying, bring us Dial Your Own A and B. Class he competes in. The old big Fairlane, 165 in the 60 foot. That wagon's hard, 738 at 89 mile an hour. Another stick shift car to be excited about. All right, Andrew McClellan in the VH wagon. Patrick Shaw, the stick shift here. Nice launch though, like he really sort of gave it the right balance of revs and clutch. 830 at 82 mile an hour, 865 there for McClellan. 865 at 80 mile an hour. So we've still got some stick shift stuff around. And I'm just getting that nice big list of ladies that are running here today. This could be close to, well, I know in normal drag racing, you know, junior dragster fields, there's normally quite a lot of girls in the junior dragster fields. Then when we get, you know, into, yeah, they normally outnumber the boys. Then you get to normal drag racing and the ladies sort of drop off a bit. But not here at Road Trip Drag Challenge. We've got a whole bunch. Sean Deegan and Reg Pettiford. Another run here for Sean, trying this lane. Reg Pettiford, far lane. So F11 for Sean Deegan. So he's in that F class being 235 street radial aspirated. And Reg in that Dial Your Own class. 727 for Sean, 963 there for Reg. Nice job, gentlemen. The 55 Chev of Rick Smoothie and that blowing panel van of Mal McBride. License plate, yeah, look at that. 55 for fun. Got some great plates. Mal McBride, the blowing six banger. I think it says bad 192 on the license plate for that one. Tri-5 got just got out of the hole. It took a big gulp. 858 for the Pano, 884 for the shoebox. We just continue rolling on with this group. I still believe we're in the orange group. We haven't really had to call the next group yet. We're still sort of in group 3 orange. Chris Kenny and Matthew Gormley. Gormley out and gone, long time, 781 there for him, got to the stripe. Chris Kenny gets the VL through, 750. Making it work. I almost need to get the stopwatch out. There is an award for time thief, most amount of time it takes to spool. That's, they're dead level at the moment, those two. It did, didn't it? All right, the boys just finding a little bit of something to wipe there. The couple that prep together stay together. So Mr. and Mrs. Jung are out there now. God, if Brit's not in the canteen, she's out there helping Junga with the track. If she's not there, she'll hop in the family Tirana, yeah. Must love this drag racing stuff. Roger Dodger, Rubber Ducky. Ross full of love. He's full of love and he's back. Goes 172 in the 60 foot, the big 55 Chev. It's got plenty on. All he goes 721 is improving every single time. Mark Bramwell 837 at 83 mile an hour. All right, we've still got a little bit of merch down there. Not much left. You've got to get it before it all sells out. That's the Addictive Events Road Trip Drag Challenge merch. So we've got the shirts down there in a variety of different colours. We've got, I think, the stubby coolers and caps down there as well. So I see a lot of people without hats on here. How about you go down and grab yourself one of those Road Trip Drag Challenge caps. And as we said, variety of different colours there. So there's a colour to suit everyone. 2 stick shift cars. Here we go. Sam Jones, Wayne Bell. Give it to them, boys. Oh, big bog for Larry. Big bog for Larry there off the line. That traction is plenty. IRS in the back just really dropped him down. 763 there for Sam Jones. Yeah, that merchandise stand at the Addictive Events tent there. If you don't have a hat on, you're a prime candidate to be marketed directly to you. Yes, you, and you, and you, and you, and you without a hat. And you, and you, and you, and you without a hat. So I can see another 10, 12 hats just, and I'm only pointing in here. You won't see who I'm pointing at. But you, yes, you without a hat, you's pointing at me. You got hats on. You's have got hats on. Hiding behind that post like that. Like a sniper. Like using his finger as a deadly weapon out there. All right, Beth Mansfield-French and Corey Brace. So here's Beth. We saw Terry Mansfield-French. Here is Beth. They've done a bunch of runs this year. 811 for the Capri. 879 there for Corey. So it's lighting up all blue on that side for Corey. 879 at 83 mile an hour. Yes, you without a hat. You as well. You without a hat. Go down and grab an Addictive Events Road Trip Drag Challenge cap. Get yourself Sun Smart. That's good skid there from the Chevelle. Tim Vanderhaar. Carl Livingston. Yeah, just needed more smoke to be part of our Burnout Award. I've already found two that have got our attention. Carl Livingston now back in the Tirana. 308 LC, it says here on the license plate. Just about says it all. Just about says it all, doesn't it? Yet they get to the stripe. 855 is a good one for Carl. And Vanderhaar, 883. Oh, we might be boosted barrow on board. It's only just revealed itself now to us. Of course, we can't get in under every bonnet here, but just had a little hear of it here in this lane. Rowan Ward might be boosted barrow on board. And Danielle Brady, as we already know, has that Honda K series engine on board. Just got to get the launch right, that's all. Just got to get the launch. Bennett winning the wheel spin this time. Went into wheel spin, 747 for Rowan. Sort of bogged the tyres there a little bit. Yeah, Daniel's in there. 747 and an 865. Oh yeah, they got plenty. They got plenty. That is a tough ute with a lot of potential. Tony Rogers in the Falcon utility. Luke Fraham. Out 1 tonne of tray back. Luke Fraham, all right. So much left on the table with that car. Just gets cranking now. 838 at 98 mile an hour. Tony Rogers, 773 at 98 as well. All right, copy that, Roger. Attention in the pits, Fourth group, Group 4 yellow to the lanes, please. Yellow people, Group 4 to the lanes, please. Craig Nofke gets it down, 188 in the 60 foot. This is a good one for him. He goes 100 mile an hour through the 660. 7:35 at 100. 8:53 for Matthew Balke at 84. Just another announcement. Group 4, yellow armband. Group 4, yellow people. Group 4 yellow to the lanes, please. Time for your chance on track. Yep, we haven't seen them yet either. Group 4 yellow to the lanes, please. Kelvin Addison. David Hutchinson, Dave in the wagon. Needs another coat of Matt Black before too long. That Matt Black starting to just get a bit of sun on it. 7:58 and 8:42 for Kelvin. So another call, yellow group, Group 4, the yellow people, Group 4. To the staging lanes, it's your turn. Group 4. So starting to see just a few more coming in, getting 1 or 2 runs in their group. Craig Mildren, Shane Parchett, 3:02 on board the Cortina. $190 in the 60 foot, about a 10th quicker than the Ute. And at the end there, 8:47, a couple of tenths quicker. 8:73, the best so far for Craig Mildren, it seems. Great Aussie classics here. Great Aussie classics. The O'Hares. It's an all O'Hare affair. Troy O'Hare, Derek O'Hare. Go boys. Go boys. Here we go, side by side, 7:73 and 8:02. 7:73, 8:02. So good to see the O'Hare guys having a crack. All right, our boosted VL is back at the far lane. And our little gem, Matthew Gormley. Just a little spin of the tyres, but got out and kept going. Gets a run in. 8:27. Chris Kenny trying to find a gear there. There's a gear. Off he goes. Off he goes. That's all right. Not really too many things called a wasted pass. Normally get what you want in a run or two, and there'll be an opportunity. Normally we found after yesterday that, yes, this afternoon we might get everyone in at least once more or twice more. Part of the briefing this morning was if you can pull off the track on the first exit road, it speeds the staging procedure up for the next. Just saw Shara must have taken a wrong turn in the Gemini outside. Don't miss much from here. The blue Gemini on its way up to the circuit track, or went the other way. There she is. She's going that way now. Hey, look, that's good, Scooter, but it's a good burnout. You know, the one thing that really gets our attention in a burnout, the smoke. Just wasn't enough. Not from what we've seen. Got 2 little names down there at the moment. Beth Mansfield French is back. Scooter March. Another call for Group 4 to the lanes. Group 4 to the lanes. Yellow. There's no slouch, the old F truck there for Scooter. Could be a good ET for him here. 8:40. 8:18. Nice skid there from the Matador. It's not often you get to see a Rambler Matador, but there it is. in pretty good nick. And yet another one of our Fairlane / LTD shapes. Just nearly got the whole collection. Janine Marshall. There's Janine. And Janine goes through for a 10.44. 7.92, lighten up all blues here for Dallas Kells. So the Matador, best so far. All right, Shari Scorpel out there. All right, Shari and Adam Potts. So Adam Pottsy back with this neat little Cortina, boosted 4-banger. Shari manual transmission in the Dado. Could be all A-series Datsun by the sound of that. That's a good run from Adam Potts. Have a look for this to light up green. 8.30, blue rather, 8.37. 8.37 is the best so far for him. 10.59 is good for Shari as well. Good run there for Shari. 10.59, the best so far for the Datsun. Adam Potts, 8.37, it was the best as well. All right, Mark Stone, Rowan Allen. Our Centura, our only Centura. How many cars have we got for you folks? Definitely worth the price of admission. Plenty of cars for you. 7.89 for the HR, 7.92. That was a tight race. Left hook too, left hook. I think it could be Fairlane 500. I just caught the badge on the side. Could be Fairlane 500. Hardtop convertible. Left hook. Tony Rogers beside in the Ute. Second run for Tony. No better way to do an event than in something cool like that. 8.54 is an improvement as well. Tony Rogers 7.62. Oh, he's probably got a couple of cool cars. One thing I've learned about this group of blokes, ladies, sometimes the car you see is not the only one they've got. There's collections. Darren Parker and Jason Cross. Stick shift here in the Falcon. Runs through the manual. We know about some people with decent car collections, not mentioning any names. What up, G? Decent car collection. One. Simon O'Carroll, another one. I've got quite a decent car collection. I just can't show you them all in one go. You have to come to like 3 or 4 different places with me. You want to see my collection? They're not at home. Can't fit anything really at home. You heard of couch surfing? Well, I sort of garage surf. You got a decent shed, yeah. Actually, never thought about dropping them down at your place, Dave. Riley Smith and Anthony Wilkins, one of them by Tilt Tray, I think. Anthony Wilkins, the other 55. We've got about 3 neat 55s here this weekend. 9.20 at 74 mile an hour. 9.95 for Riley Smith. All right, we're starting to get a little bit of that fourth group, the yellow group in. So as I've said to you folks, you ain't seen the same group twice yet. You may have seen some of the same cars twice, but you haven't seen the same groups twice. Callum Fu. It's a pretty tough car, this one. 740. For Callum Fu. Luke Page, 786. lighten up the XE wagon a little bit. Just one of them. One of the Borg boys. We've got Treen Bangay out there. Treen in the Commodore. Marcus Borg beside in that XE wagon. You just don't see them on the road. XDs or XEs. Obviously, when we got the XF, you barely saw any as a wagon. They're just... Treen goes 973 at 71. And 1091 there for Marcus. It's lighting up a blue one here. Here's Johnny Howard's own limo here, driven by Mrs. Dull. And we've still got the list of ladies I'm still compiling here. This is Amy. So Amy Dull and Russell Weaver in the VT. Geez, that thing's unloaded. I don't know whether that's broken something or not, or whether it's just neutralised. It's in the G class, which means it's not a manual car, but it just sort of neutralised or may have broken something. I don't know. It didn't really come out under full steam. Sort of walked out with a 225 60 foot, but then the power came on, and then that thing kind of hit that traditional LS rev limiter, and then it was all she wrote. And that thing's come off the early loop, and hopefully with no other resultant damage. Adam Potts back again. This thing's been working a treat now. He's got it sorted. No shortage of effort to get off the line there, Shari. That was a broad effort. That was a good gear jamming effort off the line. Nice slip at the clutch. 10:48's a PB on the car there too today. That's another number that's come up good. And 8:53 for Adam Potts. All right, here's another one as well on our big list of ladies. Emma Johnson and Sally Ann Hamilton. Yeah, so we've got her. Emma Johnson in that beautiful, I don't think you'll get a neater VN than that 817 for Sally. What's been her PB in that? Oh, this has gone hard than that. 913 there for Emma. All right, so it's got a couple of tents still somewhere lurking around on it. All right, now we haven't seen, that didn't run yesterday, but Amity Smith is running today, so she wasn't here yesterday. Nofke, that thing's working well. Working real well, Nofke, 734 at 100 mile an hour. So Amity Smith, God, we've got a list. I'm nearly off the page here. Everyone's having a crack at this burnout. Having a crack at the burnout. Someone's got a little squeaky fan bell or something out there. Toby Howard, Murray Jackwich, the blue meanie out there, and the, might be LH, Tirana. Oh yeah, we've still got a few tough ones to show you. We haven't shown you the whole group yet. We're now into this fourth group, the yellow armband group. 699 for Toby Howard, and Murray Jackwich 749. It wasn't a bad skid. Good skid. HQ ready to go. That's Reese Carkeet, Dave Hutchinson beside in the XT wagon. For Reese off the line, walks it out, 194.60, 182.60 for Dave Hutchinson, 746 to a 764. They're rolling on with these gorgeous machines. Just goes to show you how big we think the Commodore is, but then when you have a look at the Valiant Ute, it's looks larger in comparison when you got them beside each other. Roy Sheehan and Ashley Kowalski. Ashley Kowalski in the HSV. Roy Sheehan in the Valiant Utility. Too tight for the trailer. They look like a big car, but when you see the Valiant Ute beside it, it's not as big. 892 for Ashley, 1093. Yeah, we haven't seen them all yet. He literally just came back from the checkpoint. Is the blue wagon? I literally saw him drive in 10 minutes ago. And the Anarchy Ute in the far lane. Robert French, Peter Birmingham in this wagon. We got the Burnett wagon, and now we've got the Birmingham wagon, and they're both stout. 770 for the wagon. The Rat Dog. 1052 for Robert French. Here goes that fair lane. This is like full country pack. It's almost got more grand clearance than standard. And I know you could get country pack stuff. Mud flaps, more grand clearance, you name it. Neville French and Jonathan Borg. Plenty of Borgs here, plenty of Frenches here. They are a bit of a collector's item, the old Fairlane. 718 for Jonathan Borg. XE, of course, is already become a classic now, the XE. 1206 there for Neville French in that stock, you would assume, country pack. Another one of these great one-tonners. Don't forget to grab that merchandise, the Road Trip Drag Challenge merchandise, the caps, the shirts. We've got them there. I still see a few people without hats on. Be nice to, for all the girls not wearing a hat, the boyfriends should go down and buy them a Road Trip Drag Challenge cap. I do think we have them in pink if you want to make it gender specific. There's Sharon Horn out there. You've got to watch out for Sharon later when it comes to dial your own. She's not bad in that car. Tyson Howard 806. The little X-Trail 1132. And they keep on rolling through. We got them. We got them. This group, this last group, Group 4, a few more Fords in it. XE, we've got great XE representation. Jai Borg, we've got Daniel Barado beside. Manual shift as well, V8 as well from memory. Manual shifted. The Utility, 770, 94 mile an hour. Jeez, that many all-time tough classics. Yeah, the Matador giving us some good skids. I think we might even be an LTD in the far lane, Janine. Dallas Kells. Rambler Matador, the only one here. $189, 60 foot, and Dallas, that big car, 797. Anything sevens on the 8th, nothing to be sneezed at. Janine, 1051 in the big limo. Can almost have a limo class. We got that many. Tough HRs here. Mark Stone and Mitchell Teskey. Mitchell manual shift as well. But the HR7, 96 at 91 mile an hour. 10.16 for Mitchell. Pumping through there. Again, we're letting every group have 2 runs each. So here he is, Kenton McKay getting his second run in, as is Rowan Ellum. Hope how's the ice cream truck going? Going well there as well. I notice some of the soft serve going out the door. Geez, I'm hanging for a banana thick shake, I tell you. Banana thick shake. Rowan Allen out there now in the Centura, going past the hardtop convertible, 874 to a 990. Grab that food from the Warwick Dragway canteen as well. Good burgers, good chips, cold drinks. We've got the Digney family charity bucket there on the bench. Drop your spare change in there or make a donation to the Digney family. Unfortunately, we lost Kerry Digney Thursday night, a drag racing commentator for 40 plus years, loved Warwick, and our charity of choice this weekend is the Digney family, and that'll be going to Kerry's widow Laurie, who's right now preparing probably for a service, I would say, for the great band in the next week or so, you would imagine. Craig Stokes and Benjamin Johnston out there ready to go. That original like SL V8 Commodore, and I reckon standard issue. Standard issue, mind you, Craig Stokes, that Mustang, she ain't stock, 807 at 90 mile an hour. And Benjamin Johnson, 12-13 in the, again, going up in value. You can look at that old VH every day and go, oh, that's untidy, but guess what? Hear that noise at night, tick, 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 tick. That's the sound of it clicking over with increased dollar value. Just can't get them. You know, we've run out of cool cars now. They don't make cool cars anymore. All the cool cars have been made. Very hard to find new cool cars. Here we go, a couple of stick shifts together. Jason Cross and Stephen Rule. I reckon the Tirana's got Bathurst gearing in it. Like it's got some tall stuff. 959's the best for him. 911 for Jason. I heard a bit of roadside assistance happening here. Riley Smith back out there, Thomas Stevens, so the utility. I think Riley, chip off the old block, I think one of Steve's offspring. Thomas Stevens in the another Fairlane, big Fairlane collection. And off they go down the track. $862 at 83, and Riley Smith 994. Now, just attention in the pits. When we finish this last group, we do have a scheduled lunch break or officials break. It's about a 30-minute break. You need to keep your ears peeled during that time as to what our new update on the schedule will be. If we do change that, we will be giving you an update sort of near that. So once we run the lanes out with our last group, Group 4, we'll get down to none, and then that'll be the official 30-minute break that we all look forward to. Callum Fu, 748 at 95, 806 for Darren Parker. That's the plan. Yeah, question without notice on the stream. How much are shirts? I didn't see what we saw for shirts. Were they like 40 or something? They were about that. They were something like that. So the Road Trip Drag Challenge shirts in a variety of different colours. The caps, the stubby coolers, they're down there. So that's what we'll be doing after we finish this Group 4. That everyone in Group 4 gets 2 runs. Hopefully the lanes you'll see thin right out. And that'll happen real soon. Murray Johnston out there in the the big Stato. And yeah, Marcus Borg, bit of temporary glass for the XE wagon. 900 for Murray, 1097 for Marcus. There's Lukey going for the skid. Only decided a couple of weeks ago that we might turbocharge this thing. So this was basically an unopened Aspo motor that he's got a turbo onto it. Mr. Fan of Performance, Lukey Page. Treen Bangay beside. Oh, you can hear that thing breathing all the way down. It's not pleasant. 765 though. Can't complain about the performance. 999 for Treen as well. All right, she's got the launch just about sorted on this thing. Shari, yeah, well, Treen's is a manual. She's not in the manual class though, she's in the dial your own. Jada, this is now Jada Scorpill. She's really getting into it. Slip the clutch, drop the clutch down, bang the gears. 941. There's an improvement. How's that? Hey, all in there. 941 at 78 mile an hour. Scorpill's having a ball in that little dado. Smiles all round. All right, another one of these fantastic traybacks. Here goes Sally Ann Hamilton, getting rid of engine codes in the staging lanes, but she's got the foot down. It didn't spin that time. Here we go, 8:01, nearly into the 7. 8:09 there for Matt Zeech. So as we said, once we finish this Group 4 of 2 runs, there will be a break, an officials break for about half an hour. Everyone gets out of the sun. Everyone gets a breather. It's called fatigue management. It works. So that will be a little 30-minute break, and we'll be updating you via the PA. Don't forget it, 90 FM on your radio dial. You've got a site radio. 90 FM gets you the PA pretty much anywhere. Emma Johnson back again. Reese Carkeet for their second run in the group. We've got Simmons back on the back and seems to wheel spin a lot more on those than that. Reese had to give it a squeeze as well. 779 at 95 mile an hour. 941 there for Emma, which is still just one of the neatest VNSSs I've ever seen. Still looking for scariest ride. Still looking for scariest ride and best save. And wheelie. Have we seen any wheelies lately today? Have you seen any wheelies yet? Nothing too. The Commodore Murray Jackwitz in the blue meanie. Amity Smith is in the BMW. Yes. 180 in the 60 foot. 230 there for Amity. 736 is lighting up here as Murray Jackwich's best run. 999 there for Amity in the big Beamer. Nice effort, nice effort. I think that's got to be another Borg, surely. There's a bit of a pattern with the Borg family. They seem to have these immaculate XEs lurking around. Jai Borg and Ashley Kowalski. All right, so good skids. Real steel, real people driving real cars. It's all about accessibility to a motorsport, and this is what we do so perfectly. The Addictive Events Absolute Lifting and Safety Road Trip Drag Challenge. Speaking of Absolute Lifting and Safety, looks like Mr. Absolute Lifting and Safety is not too far away from getting his run in. I think it will be. I haven't seen him yet. So these guys getting their second run in. The Anarchy BA Ute. Yeah, if we had If we had a show and shine, he wouldn't win it. Toby Howard, out and gone. 188 in the 60 foot. Robert French is one of these guys. Doesn't have to worry about when he sees a scratch or a dent in the car. He just puts more matte black on it or puts another Anarchy sticker on it. 10.43 for that. 6.95 lights up all blue. Nice skid. Both sides, nice skid. But this is Mr. Absolute Lifting and Safety himself, Stephen Smith. And he does pour a nice investment into this event. Loves it. Peter Birmingham beside. Yeah, I'd love to see Birmingham and Burn Out the two wagons beside each other. That'd be good. They're both 7-second cars. Here goes Steve, 7.45 for him. Just took a bit of time to leave. 7 seconds to be exact. I think he was. It was not bad smoke. 7.75 for Peter Birmingham in that station wagon. Here we are. Country Pack is back. That could even be just the 302. You know, you had the 302 and the 351 option. Neville French and Roy Sheehan. That big long wheelbase. Now, normally Ford put them on the wagon chassis, which gave them that longer wheelbase than the sedan. So, you know, they were clever, the car manufacturers back then. They were using, you know, a couple of platforms to get a lot of different models through. And then over the years just did a bit of badge engineering to update them. Bit of sheet metal and kept mechanicals for a long time the same. 11.09 for Roy, 12.01 there for Nev. All right, Stokesy back for another run. Tyson Howard. $7.94 for Craig. Tyson Howard, 8.45. Here we go, second run for the stocky Benjamin Johnston, the stocky VHSL Commodore, Jonathan Borg, that XE. Just about in the same showroom at the same time, the XE and VH. They pretty much were, the XE and the VH. So that's basically what you had to choose from in about 1983. You could just about get the VH or the XE in about 83-ish, I think, don't quote me. It's about that sort of time frame that Ford and Holden were absolutely loving where, you know, the Australian Touring Car Championship was. There's these Commodores and Falcons racing each other, selling them off the shelves on, off the showrooms on Monday. Jonathan Borg and Jada back. Daniel Potts, rather, and Jada. Not the ideal launch this time, but Daniel Potts the same there. Little time spent getting the boost up, so that's going to affect the ET. 10.28 though for Jada. Yeah, that little dado just keeps giving out the love. Run after run, you can't kill them. Can't kill those little dados. They're going well. 8.51 there for Daniel. Does line up as being a good run for him. All right. Sharon, one more shot at the tree here. One more shot at the tree. She'll be having that dial in on tonight. She'll be hunting some scalps tonight. Stephen Rule going to drop the clutch one more time here in the Tirana. As we said, we're going to finish this group and have that break. You guys just chat amongst yourselves, go grab the merchandise, grab the food, take a bit of a break, get out of the sun, go and have a look at the cars in the pits, and then we'll be getting the afternoon schedule sorted. Now remember, we've got a big Dial Your Own shootout happening tonight. That's brought to us by Quick 60 Race Cars and Components. The Dial Your Own Challenge, any competitor here this weekend can go in that Dial Your Own Challenge. We just ask you to pick a number and race on it. Heads up until someone wins $3,000 in that this evening. We're also feeding all of our entrants and crew tonight too, so there's a nice little banquet, and we got some raffles and a few things to give away. Some fun times. There you go, a couple of stick shift Falcons, off they go. Nice work, boys. Mitchell Teskey, 9.98. Daniel Barado, 9.41. Yeah, nice skid, Smithy. Mr. Absolute lifting end, safety. All known as Leo. We could see a redneck version of Leo turn up tonight because it is fancy dress at the banquet tonight. I'd just go as myself if it's redneck. Junga can turn up the same. A lot of us can turn up just as we are, pretty much. Thomas Stevens and Stephen Smith. Thomas gets there. 8.62 goes Steve. 7.35 at 94. So 2 entrants here, G7 and G8. So that's why we've seen the Cortina a couple of times. We are jumping between 2 entrants there. That's what we saw this morning in a couple of other classes. They sort of are double entering the car. Murray Johnston still says there, Daniel Potts. A couple of Statos here, different types of statesmen, but not as many Fairlays as we've got statesmen. He doesn't want to come out under boost. A lot of time ticking away where it just rolls without all the power in. So ET-wise, it sort of affects it. 8.96, look, still got some in the middle. 8.57 at 93, 8.57 at 93. Murray Johnston, 8.96. So, folks, unless that is it for now. That is starting to shape like this is our officials break. Just yet. Put your hand in your pocket and put some coin into the club, and help your local track, being Warwick Dragway. If you're just from around here, if you're in from Brisbane, come and help us out. Go down and grab that merchandise. We've got the Addictive Events tent next door there where all the shade is, and that's where we've got still limited supply, not a lot, limited supply of caps, stubby coolers and shirts in a variety of different colours. So go and grab that. But hey, enjoy the serenity for about 30 minutes as we go to our official lunch break, and we'll keep your ears peeled in the next 30 minutes as to how the afternoon schedule rolls up, including that big Dial Your Own Shootout for $3,000. Brought to us by Quick 60 race cars and components. And for all the people watching on the stream, you can have a bit of break too, but we'll put some footage up there on the live stream for everyone to watch as well.
G'day Overtakers, here we are, Palmyra Dragway, up north, Northern Edition Road Trip Drag Challenge.
We have made the road trip. We've headed up from Brisbane. We've just driven, 12 and a half hours to get up here to what an amazing spot. This is so good, and the people here are awesome. So,
and the weather's turned it on for us. So we were a little worried about the rain yesterday, but how good is the weather now?
We drove up here in the rain, and they've done an amazing job to getting this track dry, ready to go, the blue sky. There's a couple of clouds, not many at all. We've got racing, we've got road trip action, drag challenge action. The guys are just out doing a driving leg right now, and we're getting ready for day one of racing.
Yep. So why don't we cut straight into a bit of the action on the driving leg?
Yeah, let's see what we got.
All right, mate, run us through what the deal is here.
Yeah, so mate, we're at day one checkpoint, so about 35 k's from the track up the Pioneer Valley. So the guys have got to call in here and pick up one of these cards from Performance Parts Plus, and then we put their entrant number on the back. And then at the end of the day, when they hand in their time slip today, they must hand in this as well to show that they've been to the checkpoint. And that's pretty much it, and very similar tomorrow.
Hey mate, how's it going?
Good.
Are you loving it so far?
Not so far, but yeah. Thanks to these boys for letting us in. I know we're late, but yeah. No.
So what happened?
So I got my dizzy locked out at 30 degrees. I had to buy a different rotor button to stop rotor phasing. So that part of the actual rotor button come loose, so the rotor button moved, and yeah, timing went out.
Oh no.
That's all it was. One loose screw.
You got it running. You're back in the race.
Yeah.
Hope you have a good day, mate.
Thanks, mate. Thank you very much.
No worries, lad. See you back there.
How awesome was that, catching up with a little bit of what was going on at the checkpoint?
Yeah, it's great work. Brad out there doing the camera work. Well, we're setting up the live stream here, so you've probably already watched the live stream, but now you get to see all the recap action. Where was it? That corner? It's this corner.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know.
Work it out. One of us is right.
It's time for some racing. Let's see what's going on the track. Let's race.
Let's do it.
Down at the Mackay Marina today, mates. Run us through the process of what we're doing today.
Yeah, so mate, pretty much the same as yesterday. So we had a great day on the track, and then today the guys obviously had their drivers briefing, given a new location, which is out here at the beautiful Mackay Marina. So they've had to do the run down here this morning, check in and pick up their card for their checkpoint, and then back to the track, and then on track from 11 o'clock. So it's been a great day. Weather's held out for us, and going to be some fantastic racing this afternoon.
Sure will be, mate. I'm keen to get back and watch it. How about you?
Mate, I'm going to go and do a Mercy Dash and pick up some E85, and then I'll be back to watch it all afternoon, mate. Can't wait.
Thanks, mate.
Kane, I know you puffed because you just had to push the car down here, mate. You absolutely...
It's only 2 tonne, we're all good.
You absolutely lunched the diff in it.
Yep, destroyed that thing, real good and proper. I always said that Borg Warner M78 would be better than a 9-inch because less rotating mass and all the rest of it. And I put one in a week ago and then we've absolutely destroyed it. And then the guy that I sold the 9-inch to originally, he's come back to me and said, well, you can have it back. So now we're going to get it here and rip out the Borg Warner and throw the 9-inch in and then try not to destroy it.
So you'll be racing again this weekend?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Well, it don't start till 10:30 tomorrow, so we'll have not a couple beers. We won't have any beers at all. And then, yeah, the boys, we'll pull that out, put the 9-inch back in, and race it.
Well, not bad, Kane. Look, I can see the guys at Kane. What did they say? We've got to watch out for the Kane train.
Yeah, we watch out for the Kane train. Big boy's coming. Sorry, Mum. We can catch up with you.
We're here with the rider in the Corolla because it scares the shit out of me all the time on the start line. Mate, the bangs and pops, this thing. Do you ever get used to it in the driver's seat?
Oh, mate, I love it, so I'm definitely used to it. Yeah,
You love seeing everyone in the mirror jumping, I bet.
yeah mate, everyone knows it's this car when they hear that.
You do, actually. Yeah. The first few meets I went to, it's like, what the hell? And then you're like, oh, yeah, I know what that is.
Yeah, mate, we aim to please.
That's it, mate. And how long have you had the car?
Mate, we're trying to figure that out before. I think I've had it 6, 7, maybe even 8 years.
Yeah, right. And look, it's been a fairly good combination for you.
It's changed combination dozens of times. It started out aspirated, started out as a peripheral port, and then we went a fairly basic turbo motor with a basic turbo, and now we've got drive-by-wire throttle and clutch switches and Haltech ECU and a heap of trickery in it now to try and make it go faster. And this weekend we've been actually running PBs. Every day of this event we've run a PB.
Oh, that's awesome. Now, you race this quite a lot.
Yep.
Yeah.
We try to get around as much as we can to a few different events. Throw the Rotary Action name and the STZ Automotive name out there.
Yep.
They're basically the two sponsors of this car. Anything this car ever needs, those guys are there for me. So.
Well, mate, it certainly performs. Now, why this one to start with? You know, was there a passion for rotors? Or what was it that drew you to this car?
Definite passion for rotors.
Yep.
This car was supposed to be something to buy and race while I built my other race car.
Oh, okay.
So it was rotary powered when I bought it, and we built a better motor and put in it, just an aspirated one.
Yep.
And it's just evolved from there. I've got an 808 station wagon as well that was supposed to be the race car, but it hasn't turned a wheel in as long as I've had this car. So now we just persevere with this one.
And what about the paint and stuff, mate? Did you do all that as well?
No, mate. A guy in Brizzy built the car pretty much as you see it, except I've put the Convo Pro wheels on it. But we've basically changed everything underneath and inside the car. Yep. So the outside of the car is exactly the way he had it, but underneath and inside it's completely changed probably half a dozen times since I've had it.
Right. Now tell us a little bit about Road Trip. You've done a few of these now, and I think the last one you had plenty of issues and you were fix it in the middle of the weekend. But what brings you to Road Trip?
Mate, it's just the best event I've ever been involved with. It's so cruisy, so laid back. Everyone gets along, plenty of racing. You get to go for a drive with your family. You get to see all the other hot cars. Mick and Jane run an awesome event. It's just nice and laid back and cruisy, and it's family based and good fun.
Yeah, I think that family atmosphere. We noticed all the kids over playing footy and behind the hill, and definitely a family event.
My daughter's running around somewhere. We haven't seen her for about 2 hours, so
having fun. That's good.
She's having fun.
It's you don't want to be that other event where are we done yet? Are we done yet? So no, this is good.
No, this is definitely the way we like it.
Mate, it is good. And what do you say to those people that are sitting at home and thinking, I wonder if I should have a crack at this?
Mate, just get out and have a crack.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter how fast your car is to begin with. Get out and have a go, and if you get the bug for it, you can always go faster.
Mate, that is a good one. Thanks for having a chat to us, and good luck out there for the rest of the weekend.
Awesome. Thanks a lot.
Hey, Hayley, you're here with the Skyline. Now, no RB sitting under the bonnet here, is there?
Definitely not.
Get rid of that. It was, what's the plan here with the car? You've got a barra underneath there. When did that all happen?
So it recently got painted back in October.
Yep.
And before that, about 6 months I was playing with an NABA, barra, and just seeing what it can do now that it's turbo.
Okay, now it's pretty quick out there. What's your best time today? You're about to hand one in?
6.8.
6.8, so you're pretty happy with that?
Yeah, pretty happy, definitely.
Mate, how many of these events you've been out and had to go out?
This is my first drag challenge.
Yep.
Prior to that, just local.
Well, that's probably perfect because I want to know, what do you think of Road Trip Drag Challenge?
It's been fantastic. It's been so much fun.
It's pretty relaxed?
Definitely. Very, very chill vibe. Everyone seems to just be having a great time.
And I think there's a pretty even mix, because that's why I thought I'd come and talk to you as well. Another lady racer out here. There's a lot of lady racers here today.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
It's good to see some ladies getting into the sport.
Yeah, and do you get a bit competitive amongst each other?
No, more encouraging than anything because we want more to race.
That's the way, I love it. Now, where are we going to head with the car? Is there any more? Is this where you're happy with it now?
It's got a little bit more to go.
Yeah? Any secret? Is there a secret squirrel stuff there? Or?
No, the guys at Scott Speed and CPV Tuning are going to look after me and we're going to see how far we can push it.
Yeah, okay. So is there pistons and rods and stuff done in the bottom end, or is this a stock bottom?
She's an NA.
Oh, right. Okay. So, and
Valve springs, that's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're out there running 680s? How good's that? It looks quick down the track. You've got to be happy. And I was just looking in there. Is it the ZF box as well?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So beautiful on the cruisers as well.
Yeah, right. All those overdrive gears. Yeah, you're loving life. How good's that? Thanks for having a chat to us,
That's
Hayley.
all right, thank
but
you.
Before we finish, what was your first car?
My first car was an EL Falcon.
Oh, so there's something about Fords there as well. Yeah, look. Good on ya. Enjoy your
Only way
weekend.
to get a ricer, put a barra in it.
That'll stir them up. See if you agree in the comments below. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
After the first round of the DYO challenge, each driver then had to draw a card from the deck, and that would determine who they went up against. Each driver had a buy-in where they got a peg and they could buy back in if they got out. Slowly it thinned down, and then we were on to our final few.
How's he going? Good, mate, good. Having fun?
Yeah, just letting the tyres down for the next race. I nearly forgot about it. I had them up at 30 for the cruise and, yeah.
Wondered why there wasn't much traction?
Yeah. So I'll let them down and see how I go on this run.
Nothing but wheel spin.
Yeah.
Good stuff. So I hear you might be the fastest in the family
I am
these
the fastest now, yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
There seems to be a trend at the moment with the ladies beating the boys.
Yep.
So, is he a bit jealous, do you think?
He's finding it really hard. He does the big, this. Drops ahead a bit, but it's all in good fun.
If he's anything like me, there's going to be upgrades coming now.
Oh, he's got one going, don't worry. He said he's going to have the supercharger hanging out the bonnet and everything.
Are you having fun?
Ball, absolute ball.
Yeah. Road trip, it's the thing to do, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Got to get out there and have a crack.
Hell yeah.
Keep enjoying it, thank
Will
you.
do.
Frankie, tell us how was road trip for you? Doesn't say much, but yeah. Lots of circles. Scooter, you and little Frankie in there have been chucking laps, mate. Road trip. You've made a bit of a journey up here.
Yeah, sure have, mate. I come up from Wemurin, just outside of Caboolture there, and love the event, so I had to come along. Yeah, wouldn't miss it, and I'll be here next year, for sure.
Mate, it is pretty good. Now, you're in the doll your own, so you're chasing a time. You've done a lot of passes.
Yeah, I haven't counted them yet, but I think there's 20-something.
Today?
Today. Yeah, I was close, but yeah, I just kept bouncing either side of it, no matter what I did. And hey, it is what it is, and it's all about just having fun. And yeah, I love it.
Did you do like a 59 chasing a 60?
Yeah, 595 chasing a 60, and a 8601 chasing the 8600.
Mate, that's tormenting, isn't it? But it's all part of it, and it's fun, and you're doing it. Mate, tell us about the truck. Look, it looks great out there. It sounds bloody amazing. It sounds like you're going out there to run 5 seconds.
That'd be nice. But she's just a little 5-1 Cleveland with 2V alloy heads, and yeah, just the really cool exhaust system by Fat Pipes and Petrie, and yeah, when I put the dump pipes on, the whole lot works, and the kids loved it. They'd all come down to the fence and wave and cheer, and so you had to give them a rev.
Mate, that's awesome. Now, you do love road trip. You've done heaps, you said. You don't like to miss them. You're a sponsor as well, so SFM is a sponsor of you're a class sponsor?
Yep, yeah, class sponsor. This one, there was sponsorship spot left, so I grabbed it. So I think I've got a small tyre aspirated this year up here. But back in Brisbane, I do the doll your own class.
Yep.
And yeah, I'll keep on doing it as long as I can, because I don't plan on missing one.
Mate, that is awesome. But yeah, you're always out here. We love to catch up and have a chat around the fire, I guess, or a couple of drinks.
A beverage or two, yeah. And a tall tale or two.
Mate, it's it. And that's a big part of it too. So the people don't really see that at home, do they? They might watch the live streams and they see a bit of the action, but there's a whole nother part to the event.
Yeah, there's a group of blokes over here. I only met them on the Friday and become good mates, and then they needed parts, I had parts, gave them, and it's just, they're mates that have come along and they've gone, we're going to finish our cars, we're making sure we're back next year, and a few of them actually said they're coming to road trip in November, so yeah, that just means more.
Mate, it does. And, well, I think that November one, I would say if you're thinking about it, you need to get on it quick. I heard that the last one down there sold out in 61 minutes.
Yep, and I think the tickets are up on sale on August the 6th, I think 12 o'clock. And, yeah, if you want to come along, better get in quick.
Yeah, that's it. So, but there will be another one up here as well. So
yeah.
And you'll make the journey?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's not too hard?
No, not for me. It's something you really want to do. So, and I just arranged my time around being able to do it. And I've got good mates up here in Mackay too. The Drop Bear crew, I met them at like my first road trip, and yeah, there's constant banter between us all, and full just taking the piss all the time. Yep. Yeah. And last night watching the Doll Your Own Challenge, that whole hill up there was laughing and cheering. You don't hear that at a drag meet. Like, that hill was full and everyone was cheering on this stupid van.
I think it was Yeah, what a
Hyundai or something.
Yeah,
shopping trolley thing.
LVD,
LVD, that's
LVD
it.
parts
Yep.
van, the performance parts. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Those guys had a ball. So and they do a lot of events too.
Yeah, righto.
So yeah, but not in the van normally.
Well, he might change.
He might change.
I did hear he was trying to make it lighter to go faster, and Dad upped him because stop wrecking me van. That's the shop van.
Classic guys. You've got to get out here. Come along to one. Look, Advocate here. He's going to tell you got to be there.
Yeah, gotta do it.
You want to meet him at the next one, right?
Yeah, come and see us. We've all got stubby coolers, and come and have a good laugh and a good time. It's worth doing.
Get on it. Get on road trip. Come and say good day to us out at the next one.
Follow the Overtaking Lane because these guys rock.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers.
How good.
Space, been weaker, it's been waiting for the right day. Like the right day ever comes, now it's Friday, and nothing's changed. Mistakes that everyone is making, but I can't change. I'm stuck in reverse like an old Benz, forgot to tap it up. Now I long for my time. Put them back, just like that. What comes around goes around, my man. Say hey, hey, say hey, hey. Put them back, and just like that, you're going down for heaven's gate. We're going down.
pass through. So we will do a single pass through for each group. We'll start with the blue group, Group 1. So we can get Group 1 down to the lanes. We'll go through quite quickly, so Group 2 need to start getting ready. But Group 1, if we can get Group 1 to the lanes, as you're coming past anybody, guys, just give them a yell out, just say one's coming up. One pass, everybody pass is what we'll do, and then we'll see where we're at, and maybe see what time it is to get ready for the DYO shootout. But yeah, blue group up, one pass.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. We're going to go through another session by session hit. These are one hit sessions. One hit sessions. So you are only hitting this once a session. We are starting with the first group. So this is Group 1, Group A, whatever you want to call it, Group 1. These are one hit sessions, no back-to-back, one hit session. Say that 3 times quick. A one hit session. That was a lovely break, lovely break. It's like a council break, wasn't it? Just almost like that was the Friday afternoon late lunch that we didn't have yesterday. All right. So just another call for the afternoon sessions. We want Group 1, which are the blue armbands only. 1 hit session. Just got to ask race control. Did we print anything out up till now? Is it something we can still do now? Well, I don't know. Are we? So hopefully we're just underway in the next couple of minutes. We'll just see how much longer we got. We're still dragging on the track, so we've got a couple of minutes. Just long as we know on the start line that we're still prepping. I just made a very simple request, and that's could we print off what we saw up till then? And Pete said, that's a great idea. She may not have the time, but now... So we're not to start just yet. Pete's on the run. Don't slip over. Don't rush. No rush. Just another call, and we won't start until we get a few more in the lanes. Group 1, the blue armbands. Remember, these are a 1-hit session. No back-to-back. Just have the one, return to your camp, and we will do the same for the next group and so on and so on. But the blue armband, Group 1, your opportunity to come and have the 1 hit. So we need all of Group 1 to come down to the lanes. We'll hopefully start in a couple of minutes. We're just doing a little printout of what we saw up till then, because we saw a lot of big numbers early. We saw a lot of big numbers early in that first session. So we're just going for a printout right now, and Pete's had to go downstairs to do that. That's why we're hopefully not starting just yet, purely because we can't be in two places at once sometimes, so just hold up. We've still got the tractor on it anyway, which is good. So the tractor's just one last little rub. Just getting a readout print. I've still got to find a couple of awards out myself here. We're looking for Scariest Ride, Best Save, and Best Wheel Stand. I saw a very little wheel stand last night. If we're going to talk about wheel stands, I saw, a certain VH station wagon did a few wheelies last night. Had to get out of it. They were little ones, but they were there. They were technically wheels in the air. But I also had another idea, and this particular guy that I think's going to get it from memory is in this little group, the first group. So we're kind of going to have a little tiny look at it, and then maybe, geez, that is hot off the press. That's hot off the press. Okay, so that's since yesterday. Yeah, so that's all of them up till now. That's good. That's up till now. So we got Matty Loy in there at 497 and 5 flat. That's the record from Matty running last night. Then it's Scott Hoffman at 502, Ben Vlecken at 507, Ben with another run of 511, then Hoffman another run of 514, then Vlecken another run of 515, then Hoffman another run at 518, then Baker at 518, and then Tanya Thompson at 522, but then Tanya Thompson at 522. And then Shane Baker at 524, Trappy at 524, Vlecken at 524, Trappy at 533, Vlecken at 543. That's stunning. Stunning numbers here, folks. When you read that back, and that's not a bit of BS I read there. We almost need to get that on some sort of camera. That's incredible numbers. And yes, they are double ups in a way, but have a look at this. The thing that just blew me away is not only that Matty Loy went 497 and 500 in his 2 runs, that we've had Scott Hoffman go 502 and 514, but it's actually Ben Vlecken with the 507, then a 511, but then Hoffman with a 514, then Vlecken with a 515, and then Hoffman with a 518. That's exciting stuff, that you can have 2 cars just so tight to each other, and 2 completely different combinations, by the way, as well. But then Baker 518 as well. Tanya, this is where you're glad this isn't BS, what we're about to say. So Tanya Thompson's put 2 runs down here that are fairly decent and representative. And here they are. The old Porter tree doesn't lie, because if it's a double up, it won't be beside each other like it is here. Tanya Thompson went 5.22 with a 1, and then came back and went 5.22 with a 2. It's pretty impressive for a streetcar, you must agree. Very impressive. It's just about a DYA car. And then you look at the 2 runs from Shane Baker in the V8, another Aussie streetcar, the V8 Commodore, but this is a Holden V8 power. Baker goes 5.18 and 5.24. So, you know what I mean? They're impressive, repeatable times. Very impressive to know that they are just streetcars amongst us. We are mere men and mortal. And may these cars that we cherish and honour live forever, as is our legends. So big shout out to everyone here for the afternoon. Live here at Warwick Dragway and live on the live stream thanks to Overtaking Lane, the absolute lifting and safety road trip drag challenge brought to you by Addictive Events. It still prints out 220 entries on the Porter tree. And here's 2 of them. As I said, we can technically give you another 100 pairings, 110 pairings coming up, Nelly. Nearly 110 pairings of quality streetcars if we just make sure we keep these cars tight and together. All right, there goes Glenn Parsons. Let's see. Not bad, not bad. 139 in the 60 foot. He's got all that horsepower there. Chris Carsberg, 534. 682 for Glenn Parsons, 534 for Carsberg. Good numbers, the best ones for him so far. 534, he went at 547 before that with tons of pedals. He also had some misfired things, but not that time. 534, good and decent. 135 mile an hour, 139 in the 60. Took it all. You're not wrong there, Dully. You're not wrong there. You're not wrong. Okay, here we go. Peter Johnson and Richard Rocket. That's right, Mr. Dick Rocket turning that utility into a beast. Sharpish again, 647 and 901. Everyone's lighting up blue here again to show that we're running new ETs for them. New meaning quickest. So Richard Rocket gets a time slip he's going to really love. So is Peter Johnson. And I'm sure even this guy might just get a 5-second time slip right here, Ryan Moore. But Shane Baker, he knows he could possibly get a 4-second time slip because no one's got one yet. Road Trip Drag Challenge 4-second run. Can it go this weekend? Watching Ryan Moore disappear to the distance. Baker comes out. 132 in the 60-foot. Grabs some horsepower from there. 519. 519, 139 mile an hour. 682 at 111. So good speed for Ryan Moore. Didn't improve ET-wise. Shane, as we said earlier, ran an 18 before. There's a 19. 132 in the 60. He got that start line sorted. Got that start line sorted big time. Jerry Keane and Lee Warnes, bit of tough holding action in this group. Now I'm looking for Jerry Keane's left-hand front. Group 1, another call please. Group 1 to the lanes please. Group 1 to the lanes please. Lee Warnes, both these cars real steel, real tough. And if Jerry can give me some more dangle, he's just about confirming my theory. Yes. That's enough for me. You dangle one, that's a wheel stand. And he goes a PB today, 665 at 103 as a result. Perfect. Lee Warnes, 669. Not as quick as he's run before, but 103 is as fast as he's been. So we're popping up some new little milestones every run by the look of it. And if it wasn't side by side, 1970s hot Holdens. It's Australian commercial vehicles at war. Bill Cumner in the big block Sandman panel van, and Chris Pattinson with a bit of boosted Falcon 6 on board. The Falcon utility. XH, I guess. XG. Not the XH, XG. XT. Oh, it's like a race for Chris Pattinson. Let's go with a button on a hold shot. And you know what? Bill Cumner wasn't mucking around either. 654 for Pattinson. Great number. PB in the mile an hour. 700 for Bill. PB for the ET. PB with the ET with the HZ. Oh, just don't get it any more Australian than that. Jeff Ryan and Stephen Stecker. Thank you. Thank you for your cars, gentlemen. May they live forever. Oh, what a good race too. Side by side, 1.5 in the 60. They hit the stripe, 6.58 to a 6.74. Look at that, both 1.50, 1.58 in the 60. Two Falcons that work well. Oh, let's keep rolling on the quality. Isn't it amazing you have 30-minute, 40-minute break and you think, oh, yeah, I'm all carred out, and then you get all pumped up when you see them again. It's like, I remember you guys about 4 hours ago. That's how many cars we've been digesting here, 200 plus. That's a reality I can deal with. It is a reality I can deal with. I'm sure you can deal with it too, folks. Carla Barrett and Damien Owens, they're doing their best to deal with it. They're the ones having all the fun. Listen to that blower. 682, 102 mile an hour. Carla, yep, zing the tyres a little bit. 856 for the hatchback. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for Group 1, final call for Group 1 for your one hit. Final call, Group 1. Group 2, you can now go to the lanes. Group 2. Group 2, white to the lanes. Group 2, white to the lanes, please. Final call, Group 1. Group 1, final call. First call, Group 2. White armband to the lanes, please. Peter Ford and Philip Edwards. Commercial vehicle matchup. Old American. Even though, of course, we saw plenty of F trucks here in Australia. 7.49 for Phil, the El Camino picking up ET. 7.92 for Peter Ford, getting it in to the deep 7.90 zone. It's almost like we're doing this deliberately. We just thought we'd match up the American commercial vehicles, the Aussie commercial vehicles. Let's line up the Japanese utes now, shall we? Except one of them's got something less Japanese, I would imagine, judging by the sound of the engine. It's of V8 origin. No clue with the entry here. Matt Francis, the V8 tray back. Michael Osborne, but a boosted 3RZ by the sound of its angry demeanour. That sound of 3RZ with some boost up it sound. Tell you what, he's gone in for a little bit of bump city there. We won't get an ET, Matt Francis. He rolled as the beams were getting chucked. 7.11 for Michael Osborne at 102 mile an hour. All right, Darren Bauman in this fantastic Plymouth Duster. So well done as a street car. And beside him, Kevy Brown that cranky VK, all engine. Both running in the BT class, being open outlaw, aspirated, unlimited. So they're both cranky. Nice run side by side to the stripe, 6:30. Hey, good one, good one. 6:30, 111 mile an hour. Got hooked up, 149 in the 60, 6:72 for Darren Bauman. He had a tenth or so quicker last night. Our weather conditions definitely made plenty of horsepower last night. Travis Greaves now and Andrew Rankin. These guys, of course, part of Group 1. These are all single hit sessions, folks, for all of our groups. So let's check this one out. Travis, the XD Falcon, running in the low 7s. Andrew Rankin went 587 before. She's a cranky little Corolla. Looking for second gear, 583. 121 mile an hour, 140 with the 60, 140 for the little Corolla, 140 and 583 to the 8th for Rankin. That's a PB here today. 704 for Travis Greaves is also PB for him today. Oh boy, look out. Well, speak of the devil. I was just looking at a photo. I was going to yell out his name, but I didn't know he was here just to watch, but he's here to race. He's here to race. Gary Brett and Sam Afcal. So Sammy is in the house. And it's not a 22 rotary, it's a big block Camaro. Something new to the collection for Sammy. And it goes 8:37 at 92 mile an hour. That's what you do on a Saturday when you've got nothing to do. Just grab something out of the car collection, big block Camaro, and come and do a road trip. Sammy Afcal, Gary Brett goes 680. Well, David, thank you for that. Thanks for the memories. Here, cop that, folks. There you go. That's Dave Webber's gift. Have a bit of that. I love the circuit people over the road knowing when they see the smoke that's what we're into. Jason Bowers beside him, turbo 6-banger. I think it's an RB on board or something. Little 6-banger, 152 in the 60 foot. It gets out and goes 661 best today and 731 at 98. Both PBs though, 661 for Bowers, 731 for Dave Webber. Track keeps giving. Track is given. Right time of the day for it too. This has got to be one of your favourites. Surely got to be. Dean Wilson. I'd like to say 2JZ. I think I'm close to correct. Troy Hewitt, Turbo LS, I think. Bump City. 165 to the 60 foot for the Ute and 663. The Commodore 170 in the 60 foot and a 650. So sneaking up on the ET that time, 650 at 112 for Troy Hewitt. So a little bit faster again. Took a bit of time just to get himself ready. Get the boost up and then let the button. All right, so another call for Group 2. Group 2 to the lanes. Group 2 to the lanes for your one hit. Group 2 to the lanes for your one hit. There should be no more Group 1s coming in there because we wanted just the one hit. So Group 2 should be in the lanes now, Group 2. William Yarwood and Michael Barradell, so that was interesting. Not much burnout there for William, but 648 at 119, not bad. 702 for Michael Barradell, that's an improvement for him. So, yeah, Group 2 to the lanes, please. Group 2 to the lanes. That's the white armband. And Group 3, orange. Orange to the lanes, please. Group 3, orange. Orange to the lanes as well. So Group 2 white should be there in the lanes. ASAP. Group 3 orange, you can start coming down in a sec. Adam Rinn in the beautiful XC. Zach Curley, the XD. Have a look at that between the C and the D, where Falcon sort of went from. Jeez, ramps the power up from there, and it's good ET for Zach Curley. 142 in the 60, 555, 656 for Adam, 147 in the 60 for the big XC. And I think he's in the Aspo class too. He's 275 outlaw aspirated. This is where Australian street cars have come to. Kurt Roeda with his turbocharged Mach 1 Mustang, and Stephen Inglis with his LSA powered Tirana. It's just what a normal Aussie bloke would do, wouldn't you? If you want to have a nice quick street car, I'd turbo a small block in a Mach 1 and I'm going to LSA a Tirana. What could possibly be unhappy about this? And these guys love it. Tell you what, Unsafe's living up to his license plate. Unpredictable. 675 at 107 for Kurt and a 1002 at 103 eventually for Stephen Inglis. All right, Neil Ross and Tony Green. Except it's not Tony Green in the Ute. It's that beautiful orange. Tell you what, I'm loving the orange cars we've got here in this group. 789 PB today for Neil Ross. Tony Green gets a PB as well. 817 in the big fair lane. We just about got every colour in the rainbow. When's the last time you've seen a Tirana in that colour? When you... Ha 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 ha. All right, there. Put your hands together there, folks. There, well, his name was kind of already here. He might have heard it mentioned before, maybe too. And he just wanted to make sure, Gianni, that we were reminded.
I see my voice is crazy already.
Anyway, Gianni's out and gone. Here comes Matthew Maloney in that insane Camaro. 716 for Gianni. 710 for Matthew Maloney. Gianni. I can't even see where the piece of paper is to write his name down. Someone open a window in here. It's lingered. It's lingered. Definitely lingered. Nice skids. Glenn Young, Dennis Whiting ready for their one hit. So we should have Group 3 in the lanes by now. Group 3 orange. Group 3 orange. The orange people. Can you please come down from the hills and go to Group 3 to the lanes, please. Group 3. Greens 170 for Glenn Young, but geez, he's got some. Dennis Whiting hits the stripe. Oh, PB's both sides. 705 for Glenn, 744 for Dennis. We'll rack the Fords up. I haven't been counting. Have we been counting? We've nearly got a 50-50 mix. Oh, the black and the red one. We've got a gold one. We've got These two gunmetal ones, we've got that blue, that stock-looking blue one with the clutch pedal. Dan Bertham, Rob Fullerton. May the old Fords live forever. A couple of XRs on the line. Yes, sir. 178 to 184 in the 60, and they both hit the stripe. 742, 759. Oh, yeah. That's the real steel lurking in Australian garages. Not bad combos, very close to each other. Daniel Foy at Benny Kite. 207 to 60, 816 at 89 for Benny Kite. Dan Foy gets there with a 872. So that is a PB for Daniel Foy. Everyone getting a little bit better. Still lighting blue up on every one. So we should have Group 3 orange just about in the lanes by now. Orange armbands. Well, what the lanes filled up a bit. If you're frothing for another run, just have your ears peeled on 90 FM, and it could be your class next. But we're up to orange, so I guess there's only one left that we'll yell out shortly. Once we fill the lanes up, make sure everyone from orange is there. Will Yarwood back, Don Maxwell. Don Maxwell, William Yarwood. There we go, 672 for the Super at 118. Don Maxwell, 727 at 103. Which were PBs for mile an hour and for ET. So each guy getting a little reward for that, a little bit better. Hang on, here's someone else having a crack. Oh, look, that's not bad. That's not bad. Thank you, bravo. Thank you, Joshua Demetrios. Good skid. Gus Gebbel beside in the Tirana. They're all making do with what they got, and they've got plenty. 719 PB for ET a mile an hour today for Joshua. The Charger did everything right. He's only taken 2/10 off his previous best. 750 for Gus Gamil, saw more mile an hour than he's done. So it's all happening. A few more coming back from the checkpoint. Coming in the gate. See, I wonder whether we might have had some in those first groups go and do that. I don't know. That's why there might be a thing in there a bit late. I don't know. Here we go, though. Chris Shaw and Michael McLean getting their little one-shot run in here. Both, Chris Shaw in the J class, Michael McLean in 235 radial aspirated. Geez, it moves well. It moves real well. And look at this, 699. 699 at 100 mile an hour. Oh, okay. What would you like? Right you are. That's a good run for Danielle. 782. There we go. 782 at 96 mile an hour. Walked it right out. Did it well. Mel McBride 844 at 85 mile an hour. Sorry about the little gap in bit of radio silence there, folks. We're just settling a few awards up here because we've got to do awards. So we're just finalising a few names here. Round of applause, folks, for Paul Travis. The results have already been compiled, though. That's the problem, or is it? It was very impressive. Notable mention, Paul Travis. Troy O'Hare beside in that immaculate Falcon. Troy O'Hare out and gone. 774, an improvement for him, Paul Travis. 726 at 98 mile an hour. It was a good skid. Notable mention. It was what Gianni did early on, got us our attention, and Gianni still doing. Yeah. Well, Paul does a good one all the time, but yes, Gianni did pretty good. Here's this Volvo. He's got the front tyres, the front wheels locked up trying to get the skid happening. Peter Bellas, Simon Grigg. Geez, choose your poison here. Choose your poison. It's like LSA FE. I think it's like a blown V6 in the Volvo, maybe. All sorts of things happening out there. 9:21 there for Simon Grigg. 7:02 for Bellas. The Volvo getting quicker. 7:02 at 1:01. Well, Larry's back. That's a great tribute car. I'm sure he gets raps everywhere he goes. Wayne Bell in the stick shift. Derek O'Hare. Haven't all the O'Hare boys got some Aussie classics? Go, Larry. That's not bad. That was a nice walk off the line there. Little tiny bit of chatter, but still not bad. 7:63 for Derek O'Hare is a PB today, and 8:26 there for Wayne Bell is as well. A little bit of chatter, got it off the line. That's all you could have expected from Larry in the days. Good start. Banging through the gears. What's that like the VX, that thing? I think that's what it was, wasn't it? Mark Bramwell, Brian Heffler. Oh, they're healthy. They're healthy. Heffler's thing's very potent. Who says beige cars aren't threatening? Beware of the beige. Makes all the right noises. Ticks all the right boxes. 7:07 at 100 mile an hour. 7:99 for Mark Bramwell. All PBs for these guys. See, I know by the end of the 3 days, you end up finding more about your car than ever before sometimes. Hang on a sec. All right then, all right, okay. Put your hands together. Where is he? He's out there somewhere. That was pretty tough, Luke. Thanks for that. That felt great. Danny Martin going through the gears out there. Yeah, 7:29 for Danny Martin, 8:13 for Luke. If only he did that skid in the previous round, that first round where you had the double up. But that was impressive. You guys are seeing more and more good skids. Everyone's putting it on for you. Michael Sears and Dan Young. Very, very potent street car, this Commodore. Dan Young. I love owning a car like that because you don't particularly have to pick a day to wash it, do you? It's not like, oh, the car's looking a bit dirty, I should give it a wash. It's like that all the time. That's the joys of patina. car care, another car care tip on a patina vehicle. If you're thinking about washing it, don't. 717 for Dan Young and Michael Sears, 666 at 105 mile an hour. 155 in the 60s, impressive for the Commodore, but what about 162 for the big Fairlane Galaxy? All right, Rick Smoothie in the 55. Just about gave it all he could then, Rick Smoothie. But working that 55 hard. 8.12 at 90 mile an hour, 8.53 for Daniel Mirando. Kelvin Addison in the Falcon, David McLeod, Commodore with the clutch pedal. He doesn't mind giving it a nice launch here, either David McLeod. He's through them, second gear. Normally they get to about third, 8.35 and at 8.62. Tell you what, folks, I can highly recommend the range of exquisite soft serve desserts being served by the ice cream van. The outstanding, rich, creamy, smoothie quality and delicious mix of various sauces like Frog in the Pond or the M&M Swirl. Do yourself a favour, talk to your taste buds and go down and see the lady in the ice cream van. I'm only assuming it's an ice cream lady. It could be a man making just as good ice creams. So get down and grab them. I've just had one. Frog in a Pond, I think. It had a Freddo in it. That's why there's delays in the commentary, because the Freddo just got eaten. Sean Deegan back there with the Tirana. Daniel Gathercole. Real Aussie muscle. You can see these things anywhere else in the world. This is the stuff no one else ever sees in the world. 685 at 114, 753 for Sean Deegan. Except all our people watching on the live stream, of course. All of our live people watching us throughout the world on Overtaking Lane. We have to sometimes give them education, or a lot of our other viewers from Australia normally fill them in. And anywhere you look, it's another rolling history lesson. Craig Nofke. She's a cranky old, dirty old ute over there, but it's got some lungs on it. Tony Carkeet, that EH, just so smooth. Hear him singing down the back. 7.21 at 100 mile an hour for the ute and 8.01 for the EH. So it's ET for Tony Carkeet, best today, and 100 mile an hour for Nofke, the best today. Here's Mr. Full of Love. Got Mr. Burnett and Mr. Full of Love. Ross Full of Love. I've looked it up in the white pages, it doesn't exist. Who are you, Ross? If it's really Ross anyway. Mr. Full of Love. Jason Burnett. There's quite a few Burnetts out there. I'll tell you one thing, all of our 55 Chevs here in attendance this weekend are all pretty stout. 771 for Mr. Full of Love, 793 and 793 and 89 mile an hour are also best marks for Jason Burnett's wagon. So I think we're up to about the orange group. The orange group should be in the lanes for their one hit. Shara Hoskin out there for her 1 hit. Dylan Murdoch as well. I did have a little TD Gemini station wagon. Big bog there for Shara. A lot of traction out there. And this time the little engine didn't want to take it. And 12.10's what she's got. 8.44 there for Dylan. No improvement either. Almost thought these guys were the same colour, but you be the judge. No, slightly different, slightly redder. I don't know. Get them out in the sun. Never saw too many of those anywhere else other than Australia. Yeah, a Fairlane wagon, Terry Mansfield French, Rowan Ward. I think we are Barra on. I think Rowan Ward with the Barra on board. Let's have a listen. Most likely could be. Meanwhile, Terry's there. 7.42. ET is the best so far for that car this weekend. Rowan Ward, 7.17. Not bad, but the 99 mile an hour is the best speed so far for Rowan too. Another stick shifter in here, don't mind that. Rob Fullerton. Fullerton's Falcon. Mark Pennycuick with the Ute. So Rob Fullerton's in the H class, and H is True Street Radial Aspirated. Mark in MA, which is manually aspirated. Chirp's third, 9.02 at 83 mile an hour. Rob Fullerton, 8.17. Thank you, boys. Just a reminder to all competitors that if you can take that first road, please do. We just love to get the continuous flow of vehicles run after run. All depends on how quick we get them off the track. Adam Potts and Craig Stokes having their hit. Nice run there for Stokesy. 7.82 PB for him today. This thing does get away once it's scalded. 8.64 for Adam Potts. Yeah, this is one of those 2 station wagons we've got in that sort of HQ shape. Brendan Burnett and Beth Mansfield French. Beth will be another one that can't wait to get the dial in on tonight for our quick 60 race cars and components dial your own challenge. I hope we've got a whole bunch tonight. I hope you all enter. I want to see who the best one here is in dial your own racing. It's got plenty, that wagon. It's got plenty on tap. 7.33 at 103. 10.23 for Beth, not her best. Bed was really comfortable. Michael Hutchinson and Matt Zeeks out there. Good side-by-side run with the Utes. 7.94 in the Tower Lane, and it's 8.33 for the big toolboxes. All right, so we should be up to the orange group. I thought we would have been definitely a more orange group now. We've still got them in the lanes, a whole bunch of them ready to have a go. Still a lot of potential excitement in that staging lanes when you have a look. Might even hopefully be maybe a little match race coming up, hopefully. Imagine if those two little buzz boxes got together. Clibborn and Feakin, that'd be a little match race. So we've still got quite a few that need to have that single run. So we should be up to the orange group from now. That is an interesting point. No, we didn't. We saw Carlsberg and Baker. We didn't see Hoffman, Tanya, or Ben in there. It's all right. I'm sure we may hear from them again later if the mood takes them. Because we've got a schedule on here this afternoon and this evening, including the Dial Your Own Challenge. Also our little raffles. We've got the raffles, as Mick said at the driver's briefing today, that if you've got the JOH stubby cooler, it had a raffle ticket number underneath it, and that was what you need to bring to the banquet tonight, or our dinner tonight. There's also fancy dress, which I think's for redneck, the redneck theme fancy dress, I believe I heard. So apparently redneck theme, and a whole bunch of awards to give out. Special award, drag racing awards, of course, by tomorrow, but also other awards that we've managed to get together by now. And it's a bit fun. So we're using random wheel stuff again like we did. That was so much fun last time. Ding! It's something like that. Ready for that. We might we'll do a different one, do a different sound effect tonight maybe. I don't know, it worked well last time. Have a look at that. Standing room only at the ice cream truck. Standing room only. I mean, it's jam-packed over there. Frog in a Pond, I recommend it. The Crush Malteser, that's good. The Choc Top's good. The Flake Cone's good. You know what I'd love to try, though, is a banana thick shake if they did it. Just asking. Oh, crunchy thick shakes, have they? Thanks, Race Control. I'll look into that. I am allergic to honeycomb. I mean, I'm joking. I've never heard of it. Can I Google that? Honeycomb allergy. Is there such a thing? Can anyone be allergic to honeycomb? Tyler's Googling honeycomb allergy. Actually, I found something that sort of the current generation of kids are allergic to. Boredom. They're allergic to boredom. They're allergic to menial tasks, and they're allergic to hard work. Shari Scorpel and Tyson Howard still give her that little dado. Tyson Howard going to make this count, this single hit. He could be in the yellow group, the orange group. 8.06 for him, 10.26 for Shari Scorpel. It's still coming up as a good number, good PB. So look, we should be up to Group 3. Group 3 should be in the lanes. Still waiting for the call to see if we advance that. We still have enough in the lanes, I think, up to Group 3. Another one of those cars that you don't have to put in your diary to say, I'm washing the car this weekend. I love that. Brett Thompson. Matthew Balke. I mean, he would have given it a wash before this weekend, surely. Hit it with the hose, really. Cut and polish is hitting it with the gurney. Straight to the stripe, 789 for that Safari. That ain't mucking around. Don't let the paint job fool you. 847 for Matthew Balke. I'd have one of these. I tell you, I'd have one of these. These look. So you know how, of course, the JDM market gave you these really spruced up people mover commuter vans. You know, like luxury, like living in a little mini hotel room. This is kind of what they did. You know, almost like JDM plush, I call it. JDM plush. If it's probably 3 other terms they use for it, but I like to call it JDM plush edition, where it's just an overdose of luxury. The average Japanese purchaser of this car would have been probably 72. They might have 2 days in them standard, I don't know, but it's got a barra in this one. This one's been Australia size. This one's got the certificate. 693 at 108 mile an hour. 855 for Tim Vanderhaar. Let's call that car dual citizenship. Just remember, it's 1 run per session. All right, Carl Livingston. Daniel Potts. Who are these kids screaming out here? Who's the kid screaming? Keep going. Keep going. Wear yourself out. Daniel Potts, Carl Livingston. Winds himself up on the start line, does the Cortina. 857 though, in the meantime, for Carl Livingston. And an 888 for Daniel Potts. Fred and the little Gemini is back. Matthew Gormley. Reg Pettiford back at the ute. That'll do for now. That'll do for now. 803. 803 at 88 mile an hour for the Gemini. 933 for Reg in the ute. All right, Riley Smith in the ute, Mark Stone in the HR. Gets out on top of the tyre there and does a good job, Mark. 799 at 92 mile an hour into the sevens. Riley Smith, 985. Ross Benjamin in the HR. Greg Marstella. Beautiful utility. Gets out and does it. 187 in the 60 foot and a 798. Geez, we've got a whole bunch of those, right? Like, you know, 807.99. We've got just as thick quality in that little time frame than we do, you know, as we get into this, a whole bunch of 680 cars, a whole lot of, you know, 630 cars we're starting to get. Getting a nice little bunch of them. left-hand drive stuff. Kenton McKay. Just had to restart the 40s now ready. John Vesnaver getting the hang of the turbo HR Ute. With the tyres off it just a little bit. Still got the horsepower down the end, like 120 mile an hour down the end. Like 120 mile an hour, 679 at 120. Kenton McKay, 975 at 79. Ain't mucking around. I'm glad there's people at the ice cream truck, because I'm sure the idea of that soft serve in the big bucket with the Freddo Frog and the you're gonna have one of the he's on the phone ordering for other people. That's what he's doing. He's on the phone ordering for other people. Stephen Smith and John Burnett just about ready to come in the water. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen Kevy so good on the mop. I mean, does he do the floors at home like that, Pete? Doesn't do the floors at home? Never home, that's right, you're never home. So you're never mopping the kitchen floor. And that's how I'd do it too, Kev. That's how I'd mop the kitchen floor. I'd flick it all to the one side of the room. That's the way to go. He's doing a good job. You never see blokes with mops at any other form of sport I've ever seen. Other than maybe, that curling. What's that game where you slide the ball on the ice and they use the brooms to rough up the... What the hell are they thinking? Come up with that idea. Isn't that a couple of 100 years old, that sport? It's ridiculous. There's people going pro over there playing that stuff. Sponsored by broom companies and stuff. I don't know, are they? Sabco? Is there a Team Sabco? They're getting paid scholarships of dozens of dollars a year. Someone will message on Overtaking Lane going, actually, it's a lot more. You'll find out they're multi-millionaires. Thank you, Stephen, for that. That felt good. Looked good. Gorgeous HQ. License plate, there we go, like that one, right on cue. The whole plate, right on cue. Mr. Absolute Lifting and Safety, making the HQ do all the heavy lifting here. 725, yeah. PBs, ET in mile an hour, 725 at 95 mile an hour. And a 790. So good runs there. Sending the sled for a little drag there. Grab that merchandise if you haven't yet. That's the Road Trip Drag Challenge merch down in the tent, which is just located off the side of the shaded area near that 5 Michelin star Warwick Dragway canteen. I did a real burger joint thing there. I stood at the counter and ate it at the counter while talking to Johnny Loy in the corner. That was a little burger bar it was there for a bit. Smashed that burger down. He did hit me up to see if I wanted some chips, and I knocked it back. I didn't think I could handle it, but about now I probably could handle like a whole box of chips. Not a box like a big box, like a cup. Like oh, do they do the chips and gravy? You know what? I'd probably be up for a chips and gravy actually. Be up for about a chips and gravy now. Then I'd go. Well, I don't normally go backwards. I have had the ice cream for the. But if you believe in destiny, yes. That almost would have happened just then. Well, we used to joke down at Heathcote. I thought, come on, Lance, I want hot donuts delivered by drone, and it hasn't happened yet, but I hope one day he does exactly that, because I said I wanted my hot donuts delivered by drone. In other words, fly it out the back of the kitchen, send a little 6-pack in, and fly them over to the box. A burrito by drone. Where's this joint? Can that? So Canberra to Warwick, is that something the drone can't do, or? I wouldn't go ice cream by drone, because that's probably drip all the way, drip all the way over. But yeah, I could go some of those hot, crispy, creamy chips with the gravy on top, because that's what the last cup of chips I had from them was, that hot, crispy on the outside, creamy on the inside. And then someone said they actually do them with gravy, and then sort of salivated a little bit. But I can't. I went the hamburger over there. Yes, that was delicious. But I just can't quite go backwards right now. So I had the ice cream. I could go back to chips. I think I could go back to chips. I think I could. If I got a drink in between, I probably could just cleanse the palate, reset, hit the chips again. It doesn't mean I won't knock back another ice cream later. Mind you, if that wind comes in like yesterday and the temp drops, didn't the old ice cream sales dry up? If we had two little sales charts yesterday, well, no one's selling hoodies, everyone's eating ice cream. Cool change comes in, all of a sudden, hoodie sales spike, hoodies sold out hoodies, and I went crickets over at the ice cream shop. And they'd shut up early. It was too cold for ice cream. But yeah, hoodie sales. We were selling hoodies offshore. Actually, there goes. So is Sammy going out to do the? Sammy's going out to do the checkpoint. So he didn't enter yesterday, but he's entered today. We actually had a couple sort of pop in this morning. We've had a few that can only enter today. So Sammy's got to go and do the checkpoint part. So this is his first crack at a drag and drive, I'd say, and there he goes. That might be a little bit of history in the making, looking at that. Sammy Afcal doing that. Almost just got cleaned up by a Ford Ranger, but that's okay. I just watched that happen. He may have forgotten to look right there, Sammy. And because we're still going to have that at some stage. We ain't forgot that on the schedule. Always good feed, good times. Great classic cars. And plenty of fun. And Sammy. He's now graced us with his presence with which is a little left of field for Sammy. The big block nitrous Camaro. That's a little left of field, normally rotary style. But he's turned up in a Camaro. And then he's gone. He did the one run. Look, it was a troubled run. It had a little bit of coughing and spluttering off the line. It might have had some nitrous on the thing and just fueled right up. But off he went. He's going to go and do that checkpoint. I know technically the checkpoint was supposed to be by 2, open till 2. But I think there was an exception to the case, and that is a photo at the checkpoint. Other than someone's there to check you off at the checkpoint. The raffle. So I think they were the JOH stubby coolers. So I think in each goodie bag, so I understand each entrant, when they pay their entry to Road Trip, is that they come and check in at the tent, receive their goodie bag, which will have things like that stubby cooler in it. Probably copy the schedule, a few things, a few little goodies. And yes, as he said, if you've given your if you give your stubby cooler away already, sucks to be you because you lost your raffle ticket for tonight. So I can't wait. It's a good idea, great idea. Mate, we'll give it away air cons, we'll give it away toolkits. Remember that? There was a whole air cons. I'd love to see a finished photo of that because we had a whole air con system of splitty to give away. Cartons, bottles of whiskey. We had all of that. That was gas heaters. We had it all. Had it all. It's going to be on again tonight. No, we're not all quite in the Ferrari Club, but we are in the Road Trip Drag Challenge Club. My uncle's in the Ferrari Club. When they go away on a Ferrari Club event, it's fully catered. Like, they have track days that are fully catered. You get turned up and there's a caterer there before you're in the Ferrari. So they went to some sort of Ferrari convention down south, and yeah, and hotels and accommodation and catering and everything. We got a similar version of that here tonight. Corey Brach, 886 at 82, and Mark McNee, 950 at 886. Sorry, at 75. I don't know whether I was the one that clicked this mouse on. It's just now giving me a million little... Oh yeah, the Mustang. They're all honing in on what they want here, and that's just slightly better ETs every time, and they're getting it. Darren Parker in the HR, and Callan Donnan. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Heard a bit of distress down further for Callan. 690. 154 in the 60 foot, but might have to go for a wander just in case something did come out of there, whether he just zinged the tyres or something, I don't know. 763 for Darren Parker at 96 mile an hour is all lighting up blue here, which means best so far for them. Roy Sheehan now, Reese Carkeet. Roy Sheehan and Reese Carkeet. License. Just walks it off the line, Reese. 213 60 foot. So ET-wise won't probably set the world alight, but a 797 still just walking it off. 1096 there for Roy Sheehan in the Valiant Ute. Jada Scorpel, Rob Fuller. Jada, giving that little dado one more little crash. That's the way. That's the way. Drive it at the right way too, Jada Scorpel, the little dado. 10.01, nearly into the nines. Getting the hang out of it every time, just a little bit quicker. Rob Fullerton, 764, same there. ETs and mile an hour for both. All right, Jason Cross out for a hit. And that Supra, Timothy Zybarth. When it's up on boost, it's a different story. Once that gets the boost up, it's a beast, but... Grabbing gears. Doesn't like it, doesn't want it, doesn't want it. Yeah, it's a different beast when it's up there. 862 at 100 mile an hour. You just hear them nearly ready to line it up, and then it just sort of flattened out again. Oh, here we go, man. Reading my mind. Reading my mind. Reading my mind. I didn't even ask. Well, I was hinting to it. I never asked for it, but I was hinting to it. Someone's got something over there. Oh, goody, goody, goody. Oh, there we go. Lovely, lovely. We're Jason Mears, Craig Stokes. Ugh. Yeah, cop that, folks. Shouldn't be any mozzies around here at all. Be a mozzie free. If only you could do the same thing to the flies, you know what I mean? Ugh. Oh, the wind's just blowing perfect for that one, folks. That's perfect. That's like diesel drag racing. That's what that is. That's why diesel drag racing hasn't taken off. You can't see the ETs. Oh, there we go. You're all good? Thank you, Jason. Thank you, everyone. There you go. Go home smelling gorgeous. Smelling like smoky whatever he's got on the back. There we go. Run and done. 708 for the wagon, 781 for the Mustang. Here he is, Mr. Excitement. He's not the smallest bloke, but the car's one of the smaller cars, but he's not the smallest bloke. Now this is the Bullet Roadster. I've been calling it the Miata. It's a Bullet Roadster, so 13B Bullet Roadster. Oh, what do I owe you, mate? Oh, shout out to Scott Purnell and the Orange Monaro. Thanks for that, Scott. Thank you very much. Scotty, thank you. Go and get Diggles a picture. Oh, he's exciting. He's exciting. Whoa, whoa, gears, Ryan. Gears, mate. Remember them? Remember them? They used to be there. I got distracted by a massive, I guess, honeycomb shake there. How about that? Dan Purnell, thank you. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. Can't believe that. PA must be working. Oh. I can almost, yeah. Can almost go some chips now, yeah. Oh. That is too good. I'm having a honeycomb shake, and that is good. That is so good. But I couldn't possibly, yes I could. Yeah. Couldn't possibly drink, yes I could. Who am I kidding? Luke Page, big skid. Janine Marshall, one more run before I reckon she'll put the wall paint on tonight. We're talking about dial in. Sounds like it could have the old wheezy Windsor that it would have had in its stock. Luke Page, as we said, just boosted that thing recently. $10.41 for Janine, $7.52 and 97 PBs for Luke so far. All right, here's the other little excitement machine. Scotty Clibborn, Memphis Richters. Oh, that's good. 155 in the 64. This will be a 6 second something. 680. There we go. 680 for Scotty. PB, ET and mile an hour. Yeah, 155 in the 60. Just a little cranky, this little Bullet Roadster behind us. You can hear that little 13B going off. Mark Stone in the HR. Matt Triggs. Someone's got a tiny misfire there. 779 for Mark, 789 for Matt. So rolling on through the afternoon. Well, here's another Prime Minister vehicle. Dale Samuelson. Well, I say, could be Malcolm Turnbull in there. Could have been Malcolm, couldn't it? Could be Malcolm. Could be the Prime Minister vehicle for Malcolm. No solar panels on the top, though. Jonathan Borg beside in the XE. Love it when a big long wheelbase statesman or LTD turns up, you just assume. Government vehicle. Capital gains tax, all those things. Luxury car tax. 868 at 85 mile an hour. 712 at 97. Got a few people asking online, is it worth coming out to have a look this afternoon or tonight? The answer is, if you are coming out, make it sooner rather than later. We're not out here on track all night. We're certainly out on track here until just about sundown, or whatever it's going to take to finish the Dial Your Own shootout. So it's the shootout we're trying to get in around 5-ish. So we're about 20 past 4. So if we have a bunch of cars, we'll be here not forever tonight because we're still going to eat. Mick wants to make sure we get to the dinner table at the right time either. Yeah, so we wouldn't be too much past. You wouldn't think maybe 7-ish. You would think we'd be looking to try and get into tea by then, and that'd mean off track. Now I do have a schedule which I will just loosely go off for tonight. It's hidden on the other side. Pop that staple out. There we go. Yeah, so on track about 5-ish. We're about off track around 7. Dinner around 7:30. That's what we're looking at. So if you wanted to come out, now's the time. You're going to get a couple of hours of it in, and you're going to get a pretty good cross-section of everything, like we're still doing. I mean, we've still got what's coming down the track here for a little while. Well, we actually get to see some... I mean, we're seeing cars racing down the track now, but we're not racing like we're going to ask them to do later. Well, and I don't think there was any other charge to be a part of that as an entrant. So we're kind of asking all entrants in the spirit of the event to give it a crack. Someone went $3,000. Had trouble hooking it up this time, Ross Benjamin, but 754 is the result. 857 for Shane Parchett. Good skid between those two. Jai Borg and Rowan Allen. Someone's on and off it. I swapped hands for a second, then they go, oh, that's good. Oh, here he is. This is the man that gave me the what's turned into a thick shake now. I've gone through the milkshake. Now I'm hooking through the soft serve. Every once or so often I'll cop a little bit of honeycomb to the throat. You know I'm allergic to honey. No, I'm not. It says Tyson Howard and Sam Jones. Sam Jones, of course, going through the gears. Well, I think he went through some of them, and then the other ones may have just disappeared because he just rolled off the throttle. What are the odds? That's probably Dan. Right, Ryan Smythe in the fair lane. Jordan Hunt in the XE. I don't mind that they're boosting these big fair lanes either, just quietly. That's kind of what I want to see next. I want to see some of the big Fords with the 6 cylinders in it. Cop big horsepower barriers. I think I'd love to see the big cars do it. Short, sharp and sweet burnout there. Sally Ann Hamilton. Amity Smith. A couple of ladies battling it off against each other. I think said about 17 ladies' names here. We should put them all in one group and call it the cat fight. No prep cat fight. Clean green, 192 in the 60 foot there for Sally. She's got that thing pegged. Oh, there's a 799 at 89 mile an hour. Maybe the short burnout works. Bit of snap, crackle and pop out there. It can happen. Yeah, well, imagine if he accidentally lost both taillights there, Nathan Turnbull. I'd have to pick them up and take them to lost property, or they'll get lost. He's got big backwards gearing in this thing, Stephen Will. Like, that's a big first gear, or he's taken off a second. I don't know what he's doing. Nathan Turnbull gets it going. 782 for the Skyline, 958 for Stephen Rule in the stick shift Torrey. The big Matador. 814, Cody Scotland, 664. That's a fast set of tail. I mean, fast scale Skyline. Fast set of tail. I'm just obsessed with Skyline taillights. Can anyone please online on the Overtaking Lane live stream or someone here communicate with someone? I desperately need a set of R31 Skyline taillights for a sedan. Desperately. But the only thing stopping my son's L-plate car from getting a roadworthy, or else I'm breaking out the glue gun. I'm breaking out the glue gun and the spray paint. And I am just literally going to bog these things and paint them again. Nail pot, yeah, nail pot, good idea. So if anyone helps with an R31 Skyline's pair of taillights in very good condition, cash waiting. And if you think of nicking them, I think they're a 10mm socket. And you notice, I noticed at some of the tool companies now, they're selling, King Chrome are selling a 10mm socket in an emergency tin. In the case of emergency, break the little glass and you get a 10mm socket. You know the funny thing about that? You could buy a 10mm socket cheaper than the actual pack. Yeah, great idea. That's why they're not selling. And you know the trouble is, as soon as you buy that for someone, you give it to them, they found it. They found that 10mm just the other day. Paul Trevor says, I don't have taillights, but I'll pass it on for you. That's a bloke defending his own taillights. That's what he's doing. Thanks, Paul. Okay, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. All competitors, if you haven't had the one more run that we were doing this afternoon, come down the lanes and get it. So if you haven't been called in yellow and you haven't had that one run this afternoon, please come and get it. We're asking for all competitors to have one more. Now, if that's Craig Stokes, that's two more, Craig. I'm calling you out. I'm sure the Mustang's been down before. So all competitors, you need, if you want to have the one more, and this is not about earlier today, this is after lunch. You know, we had the break. We called the first group, the second group, the third group. Yeah, we should have had three groups all do one. But the fourth group, if you hadn't turned up, because we haven't called you, now's your opportunity to turn up. But we want to stipulate this. Have one run only. Don't double up. Wait till everyone's had the one. We want the lanes ultimately empty. That's the deal. If we keep seeing guys circulate around to have another, we've got to stop it. Because we're just asking every competitor here, if you haven't been called this afternoon or haven't had that single extra run, come and get into the lanes and get it. All right. Attention to the pits. This is what we're talking about. We want it and we stipulate it right from the word go. When you were coming down in your groups, it was the one and done. It wasn't the let's come back. Yeah, so we've got people coming down in the that have already been down in the first group. So we don't need that. So that's 2 runs for Richard Rocket. So that's it, mate. No more. Supposed to be one. Everyone's supposed to have one more and done, and it looks like everyone's caught on by now. So if you have not had the one more that was supposed to be just the one, put it this way, remember that gap when there was lunch and no one was doing anything? So if you could remember after that, having a run, that's your run. No more. Thank you. There we go. Richard Rocket, done. Jason Martin, done. So if you have not had a single run since that lunch break, you can get to the lanes now and have it. But the ones that have already had one, do not. We're just trying to move our schedule along. Because yes, we'd love to run all afternoon and all night and all day. We'd love to do all that. We also want to make sure that we get clear distinctions from what we're doing to the empty lanes and then the next part of the schedule and so on and so forth. So as Mick said in the driver's briefing this morning, that when we do finally make the call to commence the proceedings to start the Dial Your Own Challenge, we will call then. You will then need to come then, not now, to the lanes where we will then write the dial in on your window. Then we will commence that. But we are not doing that yet. We are making sure that everyone has at least one hit since lunch, which a lot of them have. Some of them have kind of slipped through and had another. Again, we could get vigilant and start, putting the little sticker we would normally, you'd see at Willowbank, they give you a little sticker with a 1, 2, 3 window and you'd go tick, tick, tick. We could do that if we needed to, but people are just stuck through. Again, if there's not much waiting, it's tempting, but we just want to make sure everyone gets that one last shot, just to say everyone's had one extra shot this afternoon. So keep your ears peeled as to how we kick on from here. Nice little matchup. Couple of little boxy cars from the 1980s. Tim Heiblum, that V6 Blowbird. Tim Cross in the, I'm sure it's now Barra Cortina. Oh, whoa! Timmy had plenty in that thing. Blew the tyres off the little Bluebird. 661's a good number for Tim. It's ET-wise, it's good. 661 and 114 mile an hour. And 931 for Tim, blowing the bags right off the blowy. All right, Murray Johnston and Daniel Barado having that one last crack as directed. Good run for him, 921. Lining up as good numbers for him. Murray Johnston, 884, the same. All right, here he is. It's working well. Peter Fenton and Mitchell Teskey. Got out of there to 60 foot, 168, and not a bad one. 680, there you go. That's a bit more of the potential. 680 at 106. 680 at 106. Lining up PBs for Pete Fenton, both sides. Mitchell Teskey, 989, his best DT by the looks of it. All right, Daniel Gathercole off and gone on the GDS. Joshua Booker just getting ready here. Not bad. 9.5 second 60 foot. 9.5 second reaction time. 167 60 foot and a 683. So interesting that we said if you haven't had one run this afternoon since lunch, come and have one. There's a VH wagon there. And I wonder where the other VH is. Where's the first lady of radial racing? She could be around. She didn't have a run that last group either. So they're still both races with one or the Hoff. Or the Hoff, that hasn't... All right, so this is just about the end of the lanes for now. So if you haven't had that one run this afternoon, this is your chance. But if you already had them, we're just trying to finish the session off. But I'm just saying, as Dave pointed out, we hadn't seen Ben Vlecken in that afternoon session. We didn't see Tanya, and we didn't see Hoff in that afternoon session. But here is Ben to have the one. Here comes Tanya to have the one. Hello. Here comes the wagon, which I don't think we've seen have a run. And we haven't seen Hoff, though. So if you haven't had the one run, this is the last chance to get to the lanes now. If you haven't had... Yep. So that's it. The lanes are closed. The lanes are closed, I understand. What's up with the Dado here? Little issue? He was believing that if everyone hasn't had one good run, that they don't come round again. He did blow the tyres off it. That technically was still the one shot. All right, so we're going to send Mia Armstrong down. So some leaking out of the Bluebird, not good. Might have got a bit hot or something, a bit of coolant. So we're just picking up that bit of leakage. Might have been a little oil leak or something. We don't know how hectic that leak was, but Benny Vlecken still wants that lane. So the lanes are closed. The lanes are closed till further direction. Here we go. All right, here he is. Craig's already pointing to the other lane for Tanya. In his famous I beat Benny Vlecken 1-0 shirt. With the arrow. That worked so well earlier on today. But yeah, no, he's pointing for Tanya to go to the right lane. Ben Vlecken here in the left lane, getting VH PSI lined up a little bit off to the side here. Just get him in position. He's really been honing in on this track, so let's keep an eye on this as we nearly close out the afternoon session before getting into some further proceedings. Hold on to your hats. Rowan Ellum puts the Centura into stage. Oh! It wanted it a little bit there. It was nearly ready to play. 172 in the 60. Rowan Ellum goes 780 at 96 mile an hour. So that was his one little shot at it. And now just the one more car that didn't run in the the session after lunch, Tanya Thompson. Let's see what she can do on this last run of the afternoon before, again, for schedule, we'll be looking at what we do for the Dial Your Owns. See a lot of people handing slips in, lining up. So here she is, the First Lady of Aussie Radial Racing. Turbo LS. Let's just see what we might see out of this Commodore. The lanes were officially closed. But let's just see. All right, I think we have one exception, which might be the shoot with a separate driver. I think that's what that's going to be. That's what it is. So not the same car, it's separate driver coming up as one more run. They've been swapping cars all over the place. All right, let's see what Tanya's got up the sleeve here. Oh, yeah, not bad. She's had to drive the thing a little bit. 136 in the 60 foot, not bad. 523. 523 to go with the other two. I think 21, 521, 522, 523. So 136 in the 60 foot. Nice bit of driving there for Tanya to steer that thing around. So 136 in the 60. And all smiles for Tomo down there. That's a run that's a point A to point B. Wasn't the 4-second run that everyone's hoping. We're going to see it. Well, we're going to see it. I know it's a matter of time. But that was a good run there from Tanya. So that goes with the, what did she run? A 522 with a 1, 522 with a 2, and then there was a 523 to that car. Loving the surface. Yeah, and that's that 502 for the Hoff, which Hoff hasn't come to say any more about yet. That's not bad. Would have handed that Indy thing. Careful of that. Can someone help Chris with his hat? Darren, get that hat for us, please, will you, mate? Chris has lost the cap. All right, so this is Xander Taborski. I know we've been swapping entries around on the ute, getting lots of laps in, so that'll finish the session. Technically, everyone's had that at least the one run. I know there's a few little ones that snuck in and got more than one, even though we all said it to everyone. Just having the one. 1097 for Xander at 60 mile an hour. So we've got the big line up there as people are handing in their time slips now. And as we said, and I'm sure this will be different to most airports, is that everyone that is handing their time slips in, even though, as we said, there's normally a rule 10 minutes after the last run. Yeah, 10 minutes after the last run, you should have your time slip in. I would say it's safe that if you're in that line, you're going to be right. If that's 15 minutes after the last run, it's because you're in line and we're all getting the time slips in. So thanks for all of our entrants to do that. They're all into it. And keep your ears peeled in the next few minutes as we start gathering what our next part of it's going to be. It's going to be hard to do anything else in the short term whilst we've got a big lineup of people. Mrs. Hamilton's in the line. They're all in the line to hand those slips in. So we won't be really doing too much else in the short term other than take this opportunity to grab that, well, probably not the best time to go grab the Road Trip Drag Challenge merchandise because right now it's Time Slip Collection Central. But get in and grab something from the marquee area. Grab something from the canteen. Grab a cold drink. Take a breath. Take a chill. Grab the time to hit the bathroom break and just chill for a bit, and we'll get back with more info as it comes to hand. But beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Warwick Dragway. Beautiful scenery out there. People sitting there chilling on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Have you got your money's worth yet? That's right, paid nothing to get in, so you have. Correct. That's the right answer. Sit and chill for a bit and enjoy, and we'll be back soon.
There's a million of those who won't let us be, but they're not gonna see me bleed. Cause baby, I got you. I've been beaten to the ground, dragged across the dirt. I've been scared to live cause some people never learn. But they're not gonna watch me burn. Cause baby, I got you. It's a new beginnings and a better life. It's a dancing underneath the disco lights. They can try but they can never take me down. Ooh, God. nothing that can pull us under. You wanna take the pain away, but know that I was born as a fighter. We fade, but we're better than that. We're better than that. I know you know, so why are we holding on, holding on? Yeah, seems like we're back on start, but go. I go right and you go left before it turns to right. It's true. Yeah, I hope that we could work it out. We'll never be enough for you. No shed a tear or two. There are other ways and other reasons, but only one that cuts to pieces. So why we tryna hide from trust when we could just leave? We fade, but we're better than that. Yeah, we're better than that. I know you know, so why are we holding on, holding on? Yeah, seems like we're back on start, but go. I go right and you go left before it turns to right. It's true. Yeah, I hope that we could work it out. We'll never be enough for you. No shed a tear or two. Hardest thing to do. Did it all for you. Hardest thing to do. Did it all for you. Hardest thing to do. Did it all for you. Yeah, seems like we're back on start, but go. I go right and you go left before it turns to right. It's true. I hope that we could work it out. We'll never be enough for you. No shed a tear or two.
Bad little flex, she wanna know me. I stay low key, all gas, no brakes, baby, let them hoes sleep. Body on 10, make your girl OD. I get in my way, never out of my lane. Feel like you the one and I'm on one. So what it's gonna be? Baby, squad up, we finna go deep. Riding on a team, got what you need. Baby, won't you keep me company? Give me something to do when I get lonely. I got something for you when we get home. If you let me put it down, when I hit the town, you should ride on me. Keep your minds on me. On try, baby, I think you should side with me. Stay solid one time if you lie with me. Just promise you never lie to me. Keep the moves on tuck. I know it's all up. Everything good. Keep the vibes on crush. I know it's all good. Know it's all love. Know it's all love. I've been feeling like the motherfucking man lately. Can't nobody do it like I can daily. Baddest in the lattice in the land. Body turn your nigga to a fanny up, fanny up. I made it where I'm at on my own. Had a couple blocks in the road, but I get to the bag on the low. I be counting stacks while they grow, yeah, you know me. Baby, won't you keep me company? Give me something to do when I get lonely. I got something for you when we get home. If you let me put it down, when I come in town, you should ride on me. Keep your minds on me. On try, baby, I think you should side with me. Stay solid one time if you lie with me. Just promise you never lie to me. Keep the moves on tuck. I know it's all up. Everything good. Keep the vibes on crush. I know it's all good. Know it's all love. Know it's all love.
어릴 때 원했던 어른이 됐나. Thought I found oh she's mine. 놓칠까 달렸던 나. Let's just take it slowly. 늦은 어떤 때 같은 곳을 바라보고 있잖아. Go anywhere you want to. Underneath the pressure oh, sometimes wish I knew it too. Fly away from tomorrow. 이제는 너무 멀리 와버렸던 거야. Yeah, I need you, you need me too. I'm still chasing that mind all the time. Yeah, I need you, you need me too. 그땐 신기루. 그대로 나 돌아간다면 다시 한번 또 나 바꿔주고 싶어 어렸던 내 맘을. Baby you jump to your castle. 내린 타이밍 이젠 빨리 흘러가겠지. 그때가 그립다고는 못하겠어. 난 아직 쫓아가고 있어. 사실 난 oh, sometimes wish I knew it too. Fly away from tomorrow. 이제는 너무 멀리 와버렸던 거야. Yeah, I need you, you need me too. I'm still chasing that mind all the time. Yeah, I need you, you need me too.
at you all night, trying to figure you out. I just wanna make you smile. Hold your hand in my hand, looking at the sunset. Man, you're looking good tonight. I wanna kiss you before the sun goes down. It's what you're doing, making me feel like I'm falling. And when you're moving, I can hear my calling. There's no one else here that I see but you. It's what you're doing that's making me feel like I'm falling. Yeah, I'm falling in love. Falling in love. You set my wheels in motion. I'm going crazy for you. Eyes blue like the ocean. I can see you want this too. Cause you've been looking at me all night, trying to figure me out. I just wanna let you know. And I ain't playing no games, baby, you won't change. I only want you. I wanna kiss you before the sun goes down. It's what you're doing, making me feel like I'm falling. And when you're moving, I can hear my calling. There's no one else here that I see but you. It's what you're doing that's making me feel like I'm falling. Yeah, I'm falling in love. Yeah, I'm falling in love. I wanna kiss you before the sun goes down. I wanna kiss you before the sun goes down. It's what you're doing, making me feel like I'm falling. And when you're moving, I can hear my calling. There's no one else here that I see but you. It's what you're doing that's making me feel like I'm falling. Yeah, I'm falling in love. 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 to please you. You don't know how much I need you. 'Cause you're my home away from home, away from home, away from being alone. Run away from home, why don't you? 'Cause I did the same just for you. You don't know how much I love you. 'Cause you're my home away from home, away from home, away from being alone. So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it 'cause you can't be faithful? Boy, hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. 'Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for wanting out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you.
Get to the end of the lanes right now. Where do we put them all after that? Where are we going to put them all after that? That's going to be a hell of a round one. This could be the biggest round one ever in Australian drag racing yet. I thought earlier this year 140 was... I don't think you've heard of too many fields bigger than 140. That's what I think we had earlier this year, 140 odd. Can we do that? What would be round one? If we got 220 entries and they all want to have a go in the Dial Your Own Shootout, well, we're not going to stop them. We could be part of Aussie drag racing history. We very well could be. One of our largest ever round one fields in Dial Your Own. Biggest sportsman field ever. Could be on the cards. We could have created a monster here just yet.
Nation came from black niggas seeming. We all know it's black nigga genius. Everybody love the culture, they be black by convenience.
Hold on, my nigga. You talking way too much conscious shit. Nobody want to hear that shit. Nigga, speak about some hoes or some money or shit. Nigga, I don't want to hear that shit. Nigga, I'm not...
All right, there we go. So, Pro Tree, heads up. Now, Mick did mention that in the briefing yesterday and today. The Dial Your Own Shootout tonight, it's elimination. In other words, if you lose, you go back to your pit. If you lose. In other words, hopefully your time slip's going to tell you whether you won or lost. If you lost, thank you very much for your participation. You can go back to the pit. You can then probably crack open a cold one. Your night is over. If you win, we want you to go back to the lanes. If you lose, go back to the pit. It is Dial Your Own handicap elimination Pro Tree. So the tree is going to go full Pro Tree. And if you are getting chased, if you are the first to leave, again, you'll have to look at your opponent, do your sums. If you're leaving first, expect the Pro Tree first. If you're chasing someone, expect the Pro Tree when it's time. So there won't be any 1, 2, 3 green. It's, as we've already had it since yesterday, Pro Tree green, Pro Tree green. No 1, 2, 3 green, Pro Tree green. Flash, flash. If you're at the earlier Road Trip Drag Challenge earlier this year at Willowbank, it's exactly the same as that. We'll take your handicap, we'll put it in the system. You'll then stage with your opponent, and whoever leaves first is going to get their Pro Tree first. Whoever leaves second gets theirs at the right time. Good job, Tibby. Good job. Nothing but net. He's all pumped. Natural athlete. Just throws that in. Swoosh. So, are you going in the Dial Your Own challenge? Oh, he's not. Come on, Tibby. 661. 661 should be the dial in for Tibby. 661. I nearly picked the dial in for him. 661 is all he needed. So let's hope, even though now the shattering news that Timmy's not entered the Dial Your Own, I certainly hope we're going to try and put a big entry list in there. But if we've got no Timmy, he's just sticking to his basketball career and his drinking arm, getting his drinking arm up. So it is elimination, Dial Your Own handicap, Pro Tree. So we've already got them around the corner. Look at this for a round one. Look at this for a round one. We are stacked around the corner, just like we thought we would. But I'm sure once we get going, we'll get those dial-ins on as quick as we can. So we are working our way up. Make sure that the dial-in is on the passenger side or left-hand side of the vehicle for left-hand drive vehicles. So we need your dial-in clearly written on the left-hand window of the car. If there is an opportunity later for a grudge run, we'll obviously talk about it. If there is. We remember racing all night here. We're trying to get to dinner. That's what we're trying to get to. We've got proper formalities tonight. We're feeding the drivers and crew, and then we've got an awards ceremony, and we've got awards to give out, and raffles. That's what we got to do tonight. So it's not all about racing tonight. We hope to be off track just around 7, because I think we're getting fed at 7:30. I think feed's on at 7:30. That's the plan. So we'll be off track around 7. That's the plan. So we're hoping that we can crown a champion sort of in the next hour and a half. Hopefully we can crown a champion of the Dial Your Own Challenge, brought to us by Quick 60 Race Cars and Components. Tonight's prize money to win this is $3,000. So $3,000, someone in their streetcar here, of all of this group, on a handicap dial-in situation. So this is about as equal as you can get motorsport. The old dial your own handicap system. Remember, these competitors from yesterday have run down the track, most of them 6 times at least. So they've got a fair idea of what their cars can run. That's why the dial-in's on the window. They all kind of figure they're going to be this, or this. And that's why those dial-ins are on the window. For example, Billy Martland, 675. The EJ beside him, 750, which would mean that the EJ would leave first before Billy by about 0.75 of a second, about 2 light stagger. But of course, we're not getting 2 light stagger. We've just got to look at it back at 2 pro trees going off. So it is that pro tree. Just remember that. You're going to get all the ambers. You're not going to go 1, 2, 3. It's going to be all the ambers, both sides. On a stagger, just remember that. Your opponent, if they're the slower car, they're going to get theirs first. Remember that. Now, Hoff's just having trouble firing the old Corolla up. The bloke was in the shower about 15 minutes ago. He come through for a shower. Hoff's all clean, back in the car. Been working on it, doing a bit of suspension adjustment, a little bit of boost adjustment. He's been all over the panel van, doing all sorts of things to it. So this is our lineup. Is this our lineup for the Dial Your Own Shootout? It's coming in from nearly every pit area is a traffic jam of people wanting to go dial your own race. So if you want to run in the person shootout, you need to be in lanes 1 and 2. So the big boy shootout. So we've got Scott Hoffman down there. We've got the Blow and Gemini down there. So I guess we wanted Benny in there and Tanya in there and Shane and Chris in there. Lane 1 and 2 for the big boy shootout tonight. Got some rockers, good to see. Fixed, all done, all good. So the Dial Your Own Shootout competitors have lined up everywhere here. That's good. Got the numbers on. They're doing a bit of prep. $3,000. Someone tonight will go $3,000. Just another note for all competitors in the Dial Your Own Shootout. When you win, if you win your race, don't go too far. Come back down the lanes. Don't go back to your pit. We hope that your cars are all ready to go a few rounds tonight. Now, I can't remember how many rounds we went at 140, which was our road trip round 1 Dial Your Own last time. I think we had about 140 in round 1. I think we went 9 rounds. I think we went 9+ rounds. It was the most grueling Dial Your Own race I think I've ever seen in my 20+ years of doing this, purely because we're doing it with street cars and we're hot lapping them around. We've got a hot lap around. If you win, you've got to come back to the lanes. If you lose, you've got to go back to the pits. So that's right. So that's right. For all the people that don't, for all the people that don't win in round one, you'll be the first. You'll be the first into the beers. So don't throw the race just to get into the beers. Just by the way, don't throw the race to get into the beers. But anyone that loses from now have to take their cars back to the pits and come and get a beer if you want. Not pushing the beer on you, but I'm sure if it's there for free, you deserve it. Remember, all competitors that are still racing, it's called a double breakout, and the computer will decide who did it the least. But your time slip should tell you the win and the loss. And as we said, if you win, come back to the lanes immediately. If you lose, go back to your pit and you can come and get a beer. You can get on the beers. But no one who's still racing can get on them until you're done for the night. Because remember, we're still trying to get all our formalities done as well. So this is a little shootout to make sure we can crown the Dial Your Own Challenge winner. Then we can do the rest of our nighttime stuff, including tea for our crew and drivers, and then all of our great little prize giveaways. You've got to bring your JOH stubby cooler that you would have got in your goodies bag when you entered. Each one of those has a different number on them. So that's literally your raffle ticket for tonight. And we give away some pretty neat stuff, which we're going to do tonight. Pretty neat stuff. So this is a pretty good traffic. This is the sort of traffic jam I can get used to. I think just nothing but tough street cars, bumper to bumper, the whole way around. Dial-in's ready to go, Nelly. Just remember, you got to, when we start rolling, you got to get near your cars because we've got to get the dial-ins on the window, and they've got to be on the left-hand window so we can see them in the tower. Very important. And I know that we're all around the corner here. Just get ready to put your dial-in on the window. So we haven't quite got all the dial-ins on all of yous because we still don't know how many there are of yous. Using really bad grammar there. All of you fine people, if you haven't received your dial-ins yet, just as you roll up and we start to get the flow on, you'll probably get asked to put your dial-in on the window then. So just as we start to get rolling, if you haven't, all right. Back to your cars, people, back to your cars. We're only minutes away. Just another call for our big boy and girl shootout. Lanes 1 and 2, please. Once we finish round 1 of Dial Your Own, we're going to run the big person shootout, round 1. I think so. Big person shootout should be heads up. Okay, dial your own. Here we go. We started off quick 60 race cars and components. We got ourselves a matchup. Well, the guys have swapped around. Here we go. Here we go. At the end of all of this, and we're not going to know how many were in round one till we get to the end of round one. Tony Green and Ben Taylor, the first pair. Ben Taylor in that EJ, dialing in 750, 780 the dial in for the fair lane of Tony Green. 0.3 of a second. Watch this. Watch how this runs here, folks. The fair lane to leave first. The EJ to get his pro tree shortly afterwards. Here we go. We'll see if we can do it here. You'll be chasing to the stripe on the 780 to 750 dial in. Here we go. In he goes. Round one. Bang, bang. Whole shot, Ben Taylor. That's the deer in the headlight stuff. Careful for the breakout though. 750. Oh, 718. Gives it back. Gives it back to Tony Green. Too quick. 718 on a 750. Ben Taylor. Oh boy, it was a whole shot. Couldn't hold on to it. No brake light insurance there. You didn't take out the Shannon's brake light insurance. All right, there we go. One's gone. The fair lane's gone. Bill Martland now, 675, chasing Neil Ross's 789. 675, 789, 1.13 of a second. So the Ute will be off and gone on his pro tree. Bill Martland's got to get a bit of boost up as well to try and hunt him down by the 660. Bang! Bang! Oh, Billy, not too bad. Not too bad at all. Whole shot to Bill Martland. Can he get him near the end? Get him near the end. Here we go. We go to the stripe. 676 on a 75 and an 83 and an 89. The win there to Billy. Good stuff. Whole shot. Geez, he can race. 676 on a 675 for Billy Martland. That was a great whole shot. Kenton McKay now, 850, getting chased by the little Corona of Andrew Rankin. He's going to have to sit there getting the boost up for a bit. There goes the hardtop. Rankin, slightly better reaction time. He's got it all over. He just doesn't want to break out and go quicker than 650. Oh, 572. 572. 572, big breakout. Maybe he needed to make that a 550 dial in, not a 650. Maybe he thought he couldn't dial in any quicker than a 650. I don't know. That's a question. Anyway, couple little upsets. Matthew Maloney now the Camaro 655 chasing Scooter Marches 820. This will be the biggest chase so far. That's a lot over a 660. That's a lot over 660. So you watch Scooter get the lights here. Scooter's gone. There's the green there for Matthew Maloney. And he's got to try and catch him from here. Scooter's out in front looking for a bit of brake lights. Tightens it up. 32 on a 20. The win there to Scooter. And a 744 on a 655. Just not enough for Maloney. Doesn't give a lot of time to think, this Pro Tree. You've got to be ready to race as soon as you put your bulb on. All right. This is boosted, this little Mazda truck. And Janine Marshall, here we go, 1035 for Janine, getting chased by 650. So this is our biggest chase so far. Janine's going to be out and gone. Bit of a wait there for Matt Francis. Boom. Boom. Oh, he didn't do too bad. He got a bit of wheel spin though. He's going to, oh, too much wheel spin, trying to catch her. Not going to get her. 1045 on a 35. He didn't give it up, Matty Francis. Didn't give it up. Big slide there from Matty Francis. Couldn't tighten it up. And Janine goes to prove that some of these slower cars are sharper weapons than you think. You'll cut yourself on them. Stephen Inglis and Dean Wilson. No dial-ins yet. Just hold those two up. We didn't quite grab the dial-ins. Thanks. We need the dial-ins. We got guys coming through with no dial-ins on the window here. We need dial-ins on the window. How do we know what your dial-in is? We're just looking at this. The ute even doesn't have one. So we need one on the ute too coming up. There we go. Righto. We just got to grab your dial-ins. Someone asked the guy in the ute coming up what his is. I can't see it written on there. We've got to make sure, folks, before you come through that you've got a dial-in on your window. If you haven't, stand beside your car and ask. Okay, here we go. 6:55, 6:51. Dean Wilson, Steve. Oh, Nelly heads up. Oh, bit of a pedal fest. Initially, but now the LSA versus Turbo 6 Banger. They go to the stripe. It's anyone's race. Someone's off the throttle. 7:25 the win to the ute. 7:05 there for Stephen Inglis. All right, we just better get the dial in. All right, we need the Valiant Ute. We got Tony Carkeet 7:19 here. All right, there we go. Ready to go. All right, Tony Carkeet 7:90, 10:90 for Roy Sheehan. Clean greens, a little bit better reaction time to the EH. He's got plenty here right now. Rolls off the throttle. 7:92 on a 90 is safe. 7:92 on a 7:90. Great run there for Tony Carkeet. 10:93 on a 10:90. Geez, he picked the dial in pretty good there too, did Roy Sheehan. He just needed to leave a little earlier. Quick 60 race cars and components. We don't know how many are in round one. Now, isn't this interesting? He's backed the dial in all the way off here, Ryan Feakin, to 7:20. He was running into that high sixes there before, so he's just got a bit of insurance. Scott Knight in the Commodore 730 the dial in, so he'll be there trying to chase him. Oh, here we go. Hole shot. He's going to have a little tap on the brakes near the finish line here. He's got it. 26 on a 20. Good racing. 53 on a 30. That was a nice tight little race, and one to the stick shift car. Ryan Feakin, good racing. 162 in the 60 foot. The little Bullet Roadster. All right, Rick Smoothie, Greg Marstella, 789 for the ute, 798 for the 55. Another real race, real steel, dial your own round one matchup. We got them all the way down the lanes and beyond. Saturday afternoon entertainment here at Warwick Dragway. Addictive Events Road Trip Drag Challenge. Thanks to Absolute Lifting and Safety. Just part of the whole three, pretty much the celebration and glorification of real street cars. All right, just hold up for a sec. We ready? No? All right. That was a good run by the Bullet Roadster. Ryan Feakin gets the win. What are we having a quick check there? So far, it's been some pretty tight races. A couple of massive breakouts too, by the way. Going for a quick squiz. All right, so the guy's going down for a look. All right, so going down for a quick squiz. Billy's going down for a look. You're looking for something, Bill. Lost something. He's lost something, is he? He's out looking for something. No, you wouldn't be looking for them, mate. They wouldn't have fallen out into the track, you wouldn't think. So just have a quick look there, but I'm just looking up the staging lanes. We've got a bunch there. Another call for the big person shootout. I know we call it the big boy shootout, but Tanya's in there, I think, so we call it the big person shootout. Lanes 1 and 2, please. We've got them sort of sitting there, but we know we've got Baker, Carlsberg, Thompson, Vlecken. If anyone wants to get into that big dog shootout. Lanes 1 and 2. But so far, I think everyone's got the concept right. Run on that dial in. Don't run too quick. Try and cut a hole shot. So far, the best one that was obvious was Billy's hole shot. Actually, that was a good hole shot. That was an obvious description of what a hole shot is. We'll just hold on to your name for the moment. We've got to check everyone else throughout the rounds. There is a hole shot award thanks to Dowdig Civil. So I want to just see the best hole shot yet. That was a pretty obvious one from Billy in round 1. So we'll just see what the rest of them all are like. Got to thank all of our other great sponsors as well for all the different categories like Trailers and Spares, Queens Road Paint and Panel, Zarafa's Yamanto, PST Automotive, Cleveland Dyno, Bris Vegas Asphalt Services, Phantom Performance Parts, Valley Waste Services, Upset Racing, Terry O'Shea Smash Repairs, SFM Concrete Pumping and Spraying, Lockyer Automotive, 24/7 Fleet and Field Maintenance, Knight Family Motorsports, Dowdig Civil, and the sponsors of this great Dial Your Own challenge tonight, Quick 60 Race Cars and Components. And of course, Absolute Lifting and Safety. So just down that side, something's just caught the attention. Big shout out to everyone watching live on the Overtaking Lane live stream. Let us know where you're from. Put your little comments in there. Where are you watching from this beautiful Saturday afternoon? We're up here in beautiful Warwick Dragway. Look at our afternoon sun. Beautiful, beautiful view of the back there of the scenic rim. It's good fun, good stuff. Real scenic view here, gorgeous. Great to have Warwick Dragway back. And it was so good of them to be able to accommodate this event when the all the upgrades to Willowbank Raceway hadn't quite been finished yet, putting this event in jeopardy. But then Warwick's been such a good decision. Everyone loves coming up here. I think the town loves it as well, and I think for this sort of form as well, I know that a lot of the guys at Willowbank tend to rough it a bit. In other words, they are all more likely to camp and stay on site. The option you have up here in Warwick is actually that, you know, there's quite a lot of places if you want to get into a motel or anything like that. There's quite a lot of options around in town. We know how such a short little trip it is away to get to town. So it's been good for a few that have been staying off site. Of course, there's still a lot of people that love to get the swags out, get the tents out. And mind you, a few people, when you look at the caravans around here, aren't exactly roughing it. They're doing quite well out of some of these. It does look like a bit of a caravan and camping expo here, actually, when you have a look at some of the setups that have turned up. God, what was that one? Yeah, dangerous in the truck as well. But what was that big rig that someone turned up in yesterday? That beautiful big camper. That was a setup. So you can do it any which way you want. You could be here sleeping in the back of your own vehicle, or you could be in a Lotus caravan. You could be staying at a motel in town, whichever way you choose to do it. Warwick tends to lend itself to be able to do it any which way you want. Some people just love it out here, and I know, just even I was pulling out of here last night, it was blowing a bit of a gust, so the comfort level wasn't up there, but you can see a lot of guys there just having fun, taking it all in their stride, doing a bit of real living, copping a bit of beautiful moonlight last night, beautiful evening, albeit a little bit windy and blustery, but Hope you all try to stay warm. Dave shouldn't have had the aircon on last night. Surely you wouldn't think. If you were snug in your brand new little hoodie from last night, because the hoodie sales went through the roof. As soon as the breeze came in and made it cold, everyone that didn't bring long clothes, which was me, would have really frozen. There we go. So James from Melbourne in Victoria there. So Melbourne. Watching from the lanes in Warwick. So Sally's watching from the lanes in Warwick. It's not a bad view down there, Sally, is it? Shayla Park. Steve, almost close enough to have got here. It's not that far a trip from Brizzy. It is definitely worth the investment to come up, because it has been made public the last few days here this week that the admission was going to be free. So you kind of knew what you were paying to get up here, and that was literally your tank of fuel. It was going to be a tank of fuel to get up here. Grab something at the... That's what we love about racetracks, is that you come and get a 10 out of 10 burger, put a bit of money into the track, and we thank you all for doing that. We know you've been doing it. So we really do appreciate your input up here into the community, and hope to support it for the future. Just another one of these great tracks that we've got pretty much on our doorstep. Of course, next weekend, the Junga Bunga No Prep Cash Days are going to be here. Same track. Some big cars coming for that. Big tyre, small tyre, budget radial, street tyre. Full canteen on the go. The Junga Bunga No Prep Cash Days here next weekend. Just attention in the pits, a reminder for not only all competitors, but all people here, that this venue is a no glass venue. In other words, if there is any glass here, bottles or whatever, you've got to get rid of them. You've got to get rid of them. If you're seen with glass, you can be kicked out. But if you've got anything, please dispose of it in our... All right, so you found what you needed. Bill found what he needed. Okay, everyone, Bill's found what he needed. What were you looking for? Oh, okay, so a heater hose bung. You lost a heater hose bung. So he's found it. Found it. There we go. Hopefully that wasn't all the search for that. Bill's found his bung, by the way. Bill's found the bung. Bill's found his bung. No. Well, when you were grabbing your nuts here, I thought he was looking for his nuts. I know where they are. Yeah, so folks, if anyone's got any glass, namely, I guess let's just say it, stubbies or anything like that, this is a no glass venue, because we don't want broken glass everywhere. We would rather it not be anywhere in the venue. That's that's our statement. And if you've got it, please go and dispose of it now, thoughtfully. If anything, just straight into the bin, please. We can't have it anywhere. If you've got any glass bottles, dispose of them now. We don't want broken glass found later. Cut your foot, cause a hazard. You can cut a tyre, you can do all sorts of things. If it breaks anywhere around the joint, last thing we want is people cutting their tyres up. Last thing we want is people cutting themselves on it. We've got kids running around, some with and without footwear, as kids being kids. So please make sure that if you've got glass here, go and get rid of it right now properly. Just whack it in the bin. Because that sort of stuff ends up broken if we don't address it. So we thought we'd just remind you about that. So Bill has found the bung. Still doing a little bit of a trip there with the suck truck, but I think we're close enough to resuming shortly. So yeah, that's on next weekend. So look, they have test hits 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock next Saturday. Gates are up from 10. So if you are coming up for the day, competitors, the gates are open at 10. You actually get racing from 5 to 10. All right, so the guys are just, speaking of glass, by the way, that's what's out there on the track. They're just picking up now. Car stuff, though, so something's popped out or something, so they're just grabbing the remnants of that. Bill's found that heater hose bung, which is good news. So yeah, racing from 5 next Saturday night, 5 till 10 next week. Test hits 4 till 5. Gates open at 10. And as we said, spectators $20, kids under 13 free, and that full canteen. So if you're up for a little bit more action, there's a few dollars getting thrown around next weekend too, a few call-outs. And of course, Junga Bunga. It's his first snow prep since the track's come back. And since then, a lot of things have happened to our little Junga Bunga since then. He's been a dad. That's been since the track's been back. He's been a dad, little Theo. He's been on Street Outlaws, Snow Prep Kings. He starred in that when they came to Australia. So Junga's been in that. And it'd be about one of the only guys around that you can think of that can be in that and then still be a promoter with a drag strip. That, let's face it, he's going to have to be running that for the term of his natural life now. He's the new generation of Loys to want to continue on the Warwick drag strip tradition. So it's in good hands here in beautiful Warwick, Queensland, where they do drag racing just right up here. And why wouldn't you when you've got this much quality in southeast Queensland? They need somewhere to let them loose. This is a great place to let them loose. Easy on the eye too. Easy on the eye. Nothing's too much of it. Nothing's too much. Here we go. Where a man can just sit on a camp chair with his can of Coke and his stubby cooler and just be talking business. That's the way. He's just talking business. Selling more Gazard torsion bar kits around the world. And a man just sitting there out on his own. There he is. Oh, there's more people there than just him. So the cameras are zooming right in. There we go. Another group of fine blokes against the fence there enjoying cans of sugar-free lemonade, by the look of that. Sugar-free lemonade. It's hard to see the rest of the cooler, what's in the cooler there. We assume that's just Kirk's sugar-free lemonade. Or CC's. I don't know what he had there. Whatever it is, that bloke, it's just gone. He just scolded in one go, that fella. He might be double parked. It was double parked. That's why he was urgent. He was double parked and he's back. Good thing he's leaning against the fence. That's good. Best view in the house. All right, this a little bit of glass. Got our scouts out there having a good hard look. We were just on a roll then. It was just running mint. Bit of glass went somewhere and here we are. The boys checking it all out, make sure it's good. Yeah, so we're still around the corner here, aren't we? Let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Yeah, that's gridlock. That's a lot in round one we've got to get through. Now just remember, all competitors, you should have a dial-in on your window, on the left-hand window, so we can see it here in race control. All of you. We certainly do have, 4 lanes of ton. Like we have got tons. They're probably all the way around one side as well as the other. So they've come in from the little villages that they're all in. They've come to town. They've been all in their little pit villages. And they're back here in town in the big smoke, ready to try and win. Someone's going to get crowned with a $3,000 Quick 60 race cars and components, dial your own challenge prize. That's not bad money to be able to win with your street car. That's not bad money at all. $3,000's a hell of a lot. Considering that, sort of in traditional drag racing, if you race something like Top Door Slammer, I think you win $3,200. So you don't have to have a Top Door Slammer to win $3+ grand. Just bring your street car, you can do it. So that's good coin. Good sponsors. How do you think these two guys are sitting out there? Rick Smoothie and Greg Barstella. They're ready. It's a bit hard to keep the focus up when you've been ready to go and then you've been shut down. So be hard to grab a little 5-minute mini snooze. You don't need to do it. I think we need to back you up and get a skid happening. All right. Here we go. Gentlemen, yes, you can have another crack at the burnout. And please hold on to your glass now, everyone. Please just don't drop anything now for the next hour, 90 minutes. Please don't drop anything on your cars, please. Wipe everything down, please. Let's not leak anything either. We need a high run rate now if we're going to get to tea on time. I'll be ready by then, I reckon. The honeycomb thick shake would have settled by then. I'm still in a bit of a food coma after that big honeycomb thick shake, by the way. Whew. I could be an undiagnosed diabetic yet. I don't know. I feel really good at the moment. I don't know whether I should feel this good. Big sugar rush coming in. As I said, the honeycomb, I have a funny reaction to honeycomb. All right, Marstella. Smoothie's going to literally get like a 10th, not even a 10th. Spot the difference here on the pro tree. Rick Smoothie going to get chased down by the Falcon, not by much. Bang, bang! Oh, reaction time's a little bit better to the shoebox. You've got to watch out for that 798. Watch out for the 7. Oh, too quick. 811. Marstella gets the win, a breakout. 87 on a 98. Rick Smoothie got the whole shot, but couldn't back off. Couldn't back up enough. Couldn't back it up enough. Couldn't back it down. That whole shot. How's that for a big stagger? Bang, bang. That was it. That's what it's going to be like for the rest of the night until someone wins $3,000 with their streetcar. Gus Gamble, 690, chasing down Mel McBride's 841. That panel van getting out a nice little gap here if he cuts it sharp. Gus Gamble and the Tirana to chase him down. Here we go, round one of the Dial Your Own Shootout still on. Bang! Bang! Oh, reaction time. A little bit better than Tirana, but Gus had to get out of the throttle a little bit. Time is a tick, and Mel McBride is out there. 8:59 is safe, and that's a win to Mel McBride. Gus had a better reaction time, but did spin the tyres. Okay, the utility battle. Hilux versus Commodore. Michael Osborne, 690. The Hilux chasing the Commodore. Mark Pennicue's got to drop the clutch here as well. 880 the dial in for him. Michael's got to bring the boost up though. That's what he's got to do. Bang! Bang! Oh, a lot of wheel spin, a lot of mucking around there for Mark Pennicue, but here comes the Hilux, comes to the stripe. Oh, the Hilux, 733, 882 break, or 882 was safe, but it was the whole shot win to Michael Osborne, 733 on a 690. That's the Mark Pennicue found some performance there, 882 on an 880, but 733 maybe a slight back off for the Hilux. All right. Bit of local spray there from Junga. Bringing the Junga juice out. All right. Jerry Keane, Dangle King, Dan Bertham, 720 the dial in for the Falcon. He'll be leaving first. 0.6 of a second later, it's Jerry Keen's turn. Bang, bang! Bit of wheel spin both sides, reaction time a little bit better than Tirana. They go to the stripe, but still Jerry trying to get him. Jerry, 695, no. 733, Dan Bertham. Wow, 695 on a 660, 733 on a 720. The win going over to Dan Bertham. Whoa, so Jerry Keane out round one. Here's a guy that can race a lot too, Kevy Brown and Dan Young, 710 for the Ford, 622 for the VK. Bang, bang. Oh, not a bad one there for the Kev. He's got to haul him down. This is going to be a tight race to the stripe. Here comes the Commodore at the end there. That's what? 35 on a 22, the win there for Kevy Brown, 721 on a 710. 83 thousandths the difference at the stripe. 83,000, one of our tightest races so far. 83 thousandths at the stripe. Oh, the wagons. Are we writing the scripts for this, or this is just randomly happening? Let's go wagons against each other. Marcus Borg, 11.20. Big chase here for Ben Wood in the Toyota Crown with the Barra on board. Whoa, 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 whoa. Can't do that. Can we? Whoa, geez, he's just about to throw the tree there. He's going to go again here. Bang. Bang. All right, we was lucky to get out of that. Reaction time a little bit better to the Crown. Big time better to the Crown. Big time better to the Crown. 89 on a 70. That'll be enough. Ben Wood, 11.08 on 11.20. Marcus Borg, too quick. Marcus Borg, too quick anyway. Reaction time, a bad reaction time for Marcus, 1.15. All right, the next pairing. Stecker in the Falcon. 6.53 chasing a 7.70 from Jake Carlsberg. Jake, he's a bit of a veteran of junior dragster racing. Knows how to cut a light. Bang, bang. Oh, reaction time. A little bit better to the Falcon. Little bit better to the Falcon. He might put the kid out here. We hit the stripe. Oh, 7.75 is not enough. A 6.57 on a 53. The win to Stephen Stecker by 48 thousandths of a second. That's now our tightest margin. 48 thousandths at the stripe. 48 thousandths at the stripe. That was a tight race at the end. God, this stuff's exciting stuff. This is exciting stuff. Ben Roberts now 6.48, chasing Dale Samuelson's 8.75. So the big white statesman getting the pro tree first. Ben Roberts to do the chasing. Bang. Bang. Oh, a little bit better to the Commodore. The VH hauling him down to the deep end there. Here we go to the stripe. 47 on a 48 breakout. 65 on a 75 breakout. Oh, the closest 18 thousandths the margin of victory. The win goes to the VH Commodore. He broke out the least. 6.47 with a 7 is less of a breakout than 8.65 on an 8.75. Broke out by a couple of hundredths, broke out by a tenth. All right, Mitchell Fleet, 11.50. The MR2 is going to be gone. William Keogh in the XE to do the chasing, 7.70, chasing an 11.50. Okay, here we go. Go. Bogs it off the line. Here's the chase. Here's the chase. Better reaction time for William Keogh. He's got all the momentum up here. He might just be eating up the little MR2. We get to the stripe. The MR2 is there. And the win goes to Keogh, 7.74 on a 7.70. We're chiseling them down run by run. We've got peak hour situation outside there. Peak hour situation. Brian Brennan now, 6.95, 6.90 for Danielle Brady, virtually heads up race. Danielle's got to drop the clutch at the right time here. They're going to get nearly a full pro tree here. You ready, guys? Here we go. Bang! Spun the tyres, but she's going to have to get some of that horsepower down. Brian Brennan goes right past her here. A slow reaction time. It still comes past for the win. A 7.89. He must have rolled off, and he did, Brian Brennan. Danielle came back around for a win. There he goes. Just don't back off to the end. Don't back off. He was too much. Oh, does the job, this thing. One of my favourite old Holdens, that one. Simon Grigg, 6.95. Travis Greaves, 7 flat, so virtually nothing in this one either. Ford versus Holden matchup. Here we go. These boys are serious. Here we go. What's this? Bang! Slightly better reaction time to the Holden, but the Falcon is right there. We go to the stripe. Here goes Greg. He goes 7.19 on a 6.95, but a 7.06 on a 7.00. The win, the Travis, by 68 thousandths of a second. 68 thousandths. Our second tightest margin so far. We had one at 48 thousandths. There was one at 68 thousandths. Next pairing now, we've got Mr. Lot of Love out there. Full of Love, sorry. Sally Ann Hamilton and Ross Full of Love. Oh, bang, bang. Bang, bang, they're gone. Full of Love, he's out there. Sally Ann keeps the foot down to the stripe. Right now, 82 on a 770 is going to be enough for Ross Full of Love. 782 on a 770 and a losing 821 on a 790 there for Sally. Just once you go straight in, I mean, bam, that's how quick it all happened. Woof. Take a moment, just take a breath. We've been bringing them through. All right. Scott Clibborn be doing the chasing here. This is a real handful of a ride. 6-second stick shift 13B Corolla chasing the hatchback Tirana down. Carla Barrett 790, Scott Clibborn 7 flat. So he's going to be ready with that clutch pedal. Well, there we go. He's got enough, he grabs another gear. Now he's just going to play the game. He can play the game. 722 is enough. 722 was enough there. He just kept in front. It was a good launch from Scott. It was a reasonable light. It was Carla that had a bit of trouble with the wheel spin that started slowing the car down. So yeah, she was off the dial in there with an 867. Round one. It's a hard round to win. It's about the hardest round you can win. If you win any other rounds, it's because you actually had a lot of practice or half good at this stuff. It's hard to be good at stuff like this without practice, and this is one guy that's had plenty. Terry Mansfield French. Terry's had plenty of track time. He's dialed in 740. He'll be chasing down the 815 from Dylan Murdoch. So Dylan to get the Pro Tree first. Quick 60 race cars and components, $3,000 dial your own challenge. Round one still. Bang, bang. Whoa, he sat there a little bit. Terry sat there a little bit. Dylan might be with a chance here. We go to the stripe. Dylan on the brakes. 790, 735. Oh, the margin of victory. 735, 7 on a 740 is closer to his dial, and then 7907 on an 815. So the win to Terry. Terry won that one in a squeaker. Double breakout decision. Gary Green now, John Burnett. Gary Green, 658, chasing a 785 for the VH. He's into stage. Josh Burnett's ready. Gary Green's got to load this thing up ready. He's got to load it up. Here we go. Bang! Bang! Oh, Gary gets a better reaction time and a better bite at the track. So he can play the game here. Roll right off the throttle. Oh, hang on. He came right through, but no, a 21 on a 658. 721 on a 658. Very, very, very safe for Gary Green. Very, very safe for Gary Green. And left, give way to the left, which he's done. And here we go. Little quick spray of the Junga juice. Oh, look at this battle. XC HQ. Tough. 652, 64. Lee Warnes in the HQ. Adam Rin in the XC. So not much difference here at all. So you check this stagger out from the big full-bodied Aussie four doors. Careful where the stages are, be so careful. Here we are. Okay, there we go, boys. Watch out. Bang, bang. Oh, music to the ears. They hit the stripe. 71 on a 664. Beats a 670 on a 652. Great win there for Lee Warnes. It's a bit of a shootout, isn't it? I mean, we call it the dial your own shootout. Dial your own challenge tonight, but it's very much like the 650 shootout last night. It's a real shootout. That's how quick the lights come. It's the quick and the dead. All right, he's ready. Darren Bauman, 652 from the Dusters. Got a big chase here. Robert French, 1020. 1020 for the Ute. That's a decent stagger. Oh, he's gone in deep. Bang. Oh, bang. Bang. All right, he's got He's got multiple chances here, Darren Bowen. Multiple chances now. Just play the game. Play the game. 7:15 is the game on a 6:52. 7:15 on a 6:52. A safe win. Robert French sort of sat there, hesitated, had a bit of a spin and a bog, and that was going to be hard to keep. All right, here we go. The Bluebird is back. Timmy Highbloom, 6:40, chasing Darren Parker's 7:60. The HR getting hauled in by the Bluebird. Hopefully Timmy can hold back the power here. He zinged the tyres last time. Bang, bang. No, she spins the tyres. Spin, spin, spin. I think he's... Yeah, 7:62 on a 7:60. That is a tough race to defend. 7:62 on a 7:60. Darren Parker into the next round. Timmy was going for the number, I think. Taking that opportunity to have another run at it. That's another thing you can do when you enter the Dial Your Own Challenge. It's going to give you another run at least, you know what I mean? So why not enter? How much did it cost? Nothing. It's part of your entry. Why wouldn't you want to compete in? Well, let's just see. This could be the largest round one we've seen in Australian drag racing yet. The one we did earlier on in the year at Willowbank, we had 140 something there. Remember that? Come down to Junga and Kevy. That was a huge battle. 9 rounds plus or whatever it was. It was huge. And remember, we're not sportsman races here. They're blokes in streetcars turned into sportsman races. Getting a taste for the Dial Your Own handicap system, and I love it on the Pro Tree. Peter Fenton, 680, chasing Don Maxwell, 710. Whoa, Peter! Peter, we can hold you both back. Oh, look, we can get you back from here, guys. We can both get you back. We can resolve this problem quite quickly. Some other tracks, I'll have a meltdown, and next thing you know, they're both out. But so we just caught that in time. You see, disaster averted. Just don't do it again. Just don't do it again. Don't do it again. Oh, bang, bang! Reaction time's nothing to write home about, but right to the stripe now. Look at this. They're going right down to the wire. 6:63 on a 7:10. Breakout on a 7:10. 6:71 on a 6:80. Less of a breakout. And the win to Peter Fenton in the Celica. Geez, you see what happened? They both went deep, and normally any other system melts down. No, well, they come back. They come back. They got back in. They did the right thing, but they both sort of came back and go, oh, can I just try that again? That was good. We were on the same wavelength. There, just come back. We'll try that again. Luke Frame now 770, 880 to Corey Brace. These Utes, he's got it up. He's got some boost this time, which he hasn't had really before. Bang, bang, that'll do. He's getting close on this thing. It's got plenty once it's up. He's going to haul him down with Brute's Breed. 7:59's too quick though. 7:59 is too quick. 8:96 on an 8:80 is enough for Corey. So we can knock the big cars out. You don't have to be a quick car to win this. You just got to play your game. You got to play this Dial Your Own game. You've got to trust your vehicle and then trust yourself. Well, trust your vehicle, then back yourself. Mark McNee, 890 for the Valiant. We don't have a dial in for Adam Potts. So Potts, we don't know when Potsy's going here. Anyway, bang, bang, there we go, that'll do. They're gone, they're both gone. He's going to try and haul him down here, but Mark McNee is out. We get to the stripe, it's still Mark McNee. 8:54 on an 8:35 for Adam Potts. The win, 9:07 on an 8:90. 35 thousandths of a second the margin in that one. So we've had a 48,000. There's a 35,000. I still think we've had a 28,000 margin already. So we've had 28, 48, 35,000. So we're having some really tight wins here with street cars. You know, we're not cutting edge sportsman mobiles. These are street cars winning by 28 thousandths of a second. Marek Skorpel, 740, 750 for Craig Nofke. Not much stagger here either. Nofke, this thing's towy, so he's not going to get too many chances here, Marek, to get this right. He's just going to get a tiny head start. Bang, bang. Geez, he really wrung it out there, did Nofke. Got to watch out for the 15. Oh, 47, that's okay. 7:47 on a 7:15. 7:84 for Marek's, a good one for him. It's tight. This stuff's stressful. I love it. Recreational motorsport that's professional level. I love that that recreational guys can display amazing feats that most professional guys expect. All right, Jeff Ryan, 670, chasing a 760 from Sam. Sam Jones has got to drop the clutch here in the XF. He's got to get the first drop. He gets enough, but geez, he's been out-reacted big time by Jeff Ryan. Jeff's got to make him pay. He's also got to keep it tight. 7:35's enough. You don't want to leg it out the back door there and break out. You can, all that good work early can get wasted in a flash. All right, Sam Jones up the forwards. Good chat to you too, Con Michalidakis, watching the Road Trip Drag Challenge. I would assume from Wollongong. It could be from Con's man cave area. I thought you'd have a bigger TV than that myself, Con. I thought you'd have a massive TV, a little TV up in the top of the man cave. Jonathan Borg and Shara Hoskin. She goes first. Reaction time a little bit better to Jonathan Borg. 7:11 chasing a 900, and it's all Borg so far. Roll off the throttle, and he's going to have it. 7:68 the win on a 7:11. 9:63 for Shara. Not too bad, but just bogged it off the line. This first round is, I don't know what we're up to already. I can't count. We'll count at the end of the round what we know. Wow, this is one big lineup of streetcars doing the Dial Your Own challenge, brought to us by Quick 60 Race Cars and Components. Memphis Richter's 810, the V6 getting chased by the 750 of Mark Stone. Clean green, a little bit better for Mark Stone. Going to put him to the sword here. Memphis, you're in trouble unless he breaks out. Better tap of the brakes from the attack on the brakes for the HR. 780 on a 750. Nice tight win there for Mark Stone. Whatever this ends up as a first round number, we'll have halved it. Remember, if you win round one, do not disappear. Go back to the lanes when you can, and we're still dealing with round one coming down traffic-wise. Tim Vanderhaar, 850, 849 for Carl Livingston. Watch this for Nelly heads up. Chevelle and Tirana, ready? They're both coming to stage. Bang, bang! A little bit better to the Tirana. He's actually making a little bit more of it. The Chevelle now coming at him. We get down to the stripe. It is the Tirana. 62 on an 849 is safe. An 866 on an 850 was not bad, just not as good reaction time. Dave Webber. He's got the dial in strapped and ready to go. There's all the Chrysler fans out there. Oh yeah, loves the Mopar. Rowan Ward, 7 flat. Tiny stagger, 695 for the Valiant. Bang. Oh, there it is. Slightly bit better to the Falcon. He's going to use that Barra power to keep that Valiant away. Right to the stripe though it is. 750 on a 7 flat win for Rowan Ward. Dave Webber, 761 on a 695. It's over. That's how quick some people's Dial Your Own challenges are. Bang. Dave Webber. Over. Round one. Victim. You're not the only one. It does mean you can retire to the Racers Lounge and have a cold one. Murray Jackwich now 720 for the VK. William Yarwood 640 the dial in here for the Supra. That's 0.8 of a second stagger going to the VK. I love this Pro Tree stagger. William Yarwood's going to have to load some boost up here in the Supra. Bang, bang. Reaction time not too bad. The Super might have some top end charge. 54 on a 40. Does it? Wins it. 654 on a 640 for Yarwood. Used big 107 mile an hour closing speed to get Jackwitch by the stripe. We've seen tighter margins of that, but 122 thousandths at the end. Still very, very tight. In the water, Brian Heffler in the Cortina. Philip Edwards beside him in the big El Camino. 748 the dial in for the El Camino. 695 the dial in for Brian Heffler. Bit of Jungle Juice going down in the far lane. Just keeping an eye on things. They're surveying the track. All right. All right, here we go. That's that matchup. Just about half a second head start to the El Camino. You'll see that stagger. Phil Edwards to get those lights first. Time to the El Camino. He's going to have to make it up big time here. The Cortina, he gets to the stripe. 751 on a 48 and a 707 on a 695. Phil Edwards takes that one out in the El Camino. 751 on a 748 win in his lane. 751 on a 748. All right, here he is in his road trip drag challenge debut. Sam Afkel in this Camaro. Might even be blowing. I might have seen a blower coming out of it. Joshua Dimitrios, 710, the Charger. Bang. Oh, big backfire out of the front of Sammy's car on the hit. It's probably a nitrous deal if that's the case. Joshua Dimitrios is going to take an easy win. 811. On a 710, but Sammy on the hit. The thing has had a big backfire and we got flamage everywhere. So Junga's having a bit of a fight on it there. We're just making sure we'd love to throw some extinguisher on it, but we're just trying to get it out. There we go, giving it a drown. That was a good towel, Kevy. Now it's not. That was the good rags, mate. I told you not to use the good rags. You used the good rags on that. Captain Tea Towel over here. Well done. Not so good for Sammy. Obviously on the hit, if it is. Fireys are here. Here they are. All good, boys. All good. Captain Tea Towel solved it. Kevy went for the fire blanket and ended up the good rags. We save those good rags for other times, mate, but you use the good rags. Yeah, I don't blame her. You notice no one was thrashing for the extinguisher because you know how much mess the extinguishers do. So we're all going. 10 blokes trying to blow out a birthday cake. That's what it looked like. Blow out the candles. They'll be wiping a little bit of saliva off that scoop. I can tell you, mate. There's a lot of guys sort of blowing there. It's a good thing that Kev put the tea towel out. So look, that must have been a little nitrous backfire, I would say, there for Sammy, but they got the thing out. That's a shame. Obviously, using some spray on whatever's on there, whatever that thing's packing. It had a big backfire through the carbs or whatever. You know what an old nitrous trick is for the nitrous guys is that does a flame out and then they start the thing again and the fire goes out, sucks the fire in. I just thought about that. That's something that I've seen nitrous guys do. Ridiculous, but I've seen them do that. But that was a bit of drama there. Throw a bit of drama in there. We were just where our cameras were. We were just on the wrong lane there to catch all of that sort of action there, but we got over there just in time to catch the end of it. Throw the old tea towels down the guts. And we'll get him off that side there for now, Sammy. I'm sure that thing, with not too much effort, probably would start up and run again. That can be a bit of a common thing with nitrous stuff once in a while. You might get a little backfire, a little nitrous backfire, one of the two, whether the fuel gets there before the nitrous. Normally that's sometimes what happens. You get the fuel there before the nitrous or whatever. If it's not quite all in there and if the engine doesn't take it all at the right time, it can just do that backfire and flame up like it did. Anyway, good to have Sammy doing drag and drive. Now look at this for a nice little chase. Shari Scorpel, 10.14 in the Little Datto 1200. This thing's been copping a little thrashing at the hands of a couple of the Scorpels. Why not? They can take it. Jai Borg, 7.35, the dial in here for the utility. Ready, got the revs up, ready to go. Holding it in there. Going to be a bit of a chase here. Here we go. Bang. Reaction time's a little bit better to the Falcon, not by much, but here comes that Little Datto out the front there, just about to hit the stripe. Here comes the Falcon. 7.37 on a 35. It's 9.73. Wow, where did the 9 come from? 9.73. Got a good run in there. Got the old rush of blood up there, and 9.73. Datto's never been so quick. 7.37 on a 35. All right, here we go. Beth Mansfield French, 7.99. She's chasing Riley Smith, 9.70. Riley goes in deep. Beth comes in. Pro Tree, bang. Oh, Riley, bit better reaction time. Slightly bit better reaction time. Beth, you better have it all here because Riley's out in front. We go to the stripe. Whose is it? Oh, 8.14 on a 7.99. And it is Riley, 9.82 on a 9.70. Wins by 127 thousandths. The win to Riley Smith, Beth Mansfield French. Beth Mansfield French, round 1. Gary Brett now 6.65, 8.10 for Shane Parchett. Cortina to get the head start, 8.10. Put us in. Bang. Oh, a bit of a zing of the tyre. We've got the better reaction time though, Gary Brett. He's got to go haul him in now. He's getting close to the stripe. Shane Parcher's out in front. They hit it. He gets on the brakes. 7.12 on a 6.65. Ain't enough. 8.31 on an 8.10 for Shane Parchett. Gets there first. Well, Buddha just blew the tyres up a little bit. Lost a 10th just on the pedal, I'd say, because it's 7.12 on a 6.65 could not be pegged back. And we roll on. Couple of utes now rolling in. Chris Pattinson, 6.41. He'll be bumping the six-banger in. Chasing Glenn Young, 7.10. So you better light the old wick here, Chris, because Glenn's just going to tromp it out of here. Round 1. Quick 60 race cars and components. Dial your own challenge. Oh, he got it. It's this time. It was Pattinson. Pattinson's put him there. He's going to roll off the throttle. 6.68 takes the win. 6.68 takes the win. Very good race by Pattinson. He just goes to show the thrill, the excitement, the anticipation. You got to put those bulbs on and be ready for war. This is how the bug bites. This is how the bug bites out there. Getting used to trying to race and compete just with your street cars. It's a beautiful thing. We're seeing some really tight races here. All right, Sean Deegan is ready. 7.10 for the Tirana is his dial in. Adam Hoggan, 6.80 for him. So he's been fine-tuning the VK here. Got the headlight out, so we've got some induction going in, you would assume, through the VK headlight area. Not much difference here. Bang, bang. so both launches not perfect, but right now it's all Tirana. It might be too much Tirana. No, 7:39. 7:39 on a 7:10 is enough, Tirana. 7:74 on a 6:80, not enough for Adam Hogan. How's this all going to end up tonight? Who's going to be the best racer here? I'm seeing some impressive stuff. I haven't seen any massive hole shot. It's so hard for a street car. A lot of people still on foot brake. A lot of people on a Pro Tree. It's hard to cut an O light. I think anything in the 0.1s for these guys is probably a very impressive light off the Pro Tree. So it's good what we've seen so far. Some couple of 0.1 lights. You would expect it's a bit hard to try and get anything 0.0 unless you guess the light, like they hate in No Prep Kings. They hate that stuff. So in the water, the next pairing was Neville French in that stock looking, very stock, almost the country pack Fairlane. You know, they seem to have a bit more ground clearance, those ones. Definitely got the, she's up high, that one. And beside him there, Andrew McLean. Get on the track, letting it dry, because you ever had that, trying to get that stuff up, that stuff's sticky. You know what I mean? You ever spilled a bottle of cordial on a kitchen floor? Do you know how sticky that stuff is? We're using the wrong pimp juice here. We should be using the Golden Circle. I don't know. I'll throw some sarsaparilla cordial down and see what that's like. Okay, a public service announcement. Can people stop stealing the toilet rolls out of the toilets? Thank you. I mean, it's a real problem. I think unless people are sneaking off to camp, I don't know what they're using it for. Unless they're sneaking out to camp. We do have toilet facilities here, by the way. Don't be stealing it out of those facilities. And they're gone. We might have to get the old CCTV out there to make sure we can just catch the toilet roll thief. Just an announcement that the refreshment box is open for all racers and crew that are finished for the day, so mainly all of our first round defeatants. Can't say loser anymore. The first round competitors that weren't as successful as the person that may have defeated them. Here we go, Andrew McClellan and Neville French. We hit the stripe here, clean greens both sides, and it is Andrew McClellan, 8:38 on an 8:20, beats a 12:01. On a 12:00, 39 thousandths of a second, the margin at the stripe. That was a tight one. So don't forget, all competitors, we have that allocated area for refreshments on the far side. If you're finished, hand in your slip and do all that, and then you can have a refreshment on us, racers and crew. Matthew Gormley, 7:76. Tyson Howard, 8:40. Red light on the board, going on through. Look, 8:06 and an 8:40. Disqualified, that's the dreaded Cherry. And the win there to Tyson. This first round continues to roll on with interesting battles. The Tirana out there, Stephen Rule, Troy O'Hare. So Stephen Rule's got to drop the clutch here. 9:30 for the Tirana, getting chased by 7:70 by Troy. Slight weight here on the tree, but Troy, he doesn't have to drop the clutch like Stephen does. Bang! Good thing he didn't leave when I said it. Tall gearing in this Tirana. Tall gearing. It's deceptive. It's deceptive. He rolls off the throttle, Troy O'Hare. He knows a thing or two about racing. 7:93 the win on a 7:70. And look, a 9:68, not so bad for Stephen Rule. All right, Mark Bramwell in the utility. He's racing Ashley Kowalski. So Kowalski in the GDS, HSV. All right, 780 dial in there. 882 for Stephen Rule. Oh, sorry, that was the previous one. Kowalski, 882. 780 for Mark Bramwell. 1 second difference. Bang, bang. Here we go, down to the stripe here. It's tight. It's tight on the brakes, but it breaks for both. 826 on a 780, but it's an 891 on an 882 that wins by 123 thousandths of a second. It is the white HSV. All right, there we go. We found our Unisex Cup matchups. Shane Baker versus the Hoff, Ryan Moore versus Zach Curley, Tanya Thompson versus Ben Vlecken, Chris Karsberg on the bye. All right, Kevin Addison, Okay, clean greens, a little bit better reaction time to Kelvin Addison. He is way out there in front, and an 860 is, by all accounts, going to trigger the win light. 860 on an 830. Issues there for Jason Cross. A slow 11.57 on the 907. Oh, great matchups here. Wayne Bell, a.k.a. Larry Perkins, is back. Okay, there we go. That's a good request for all the people receiving wins on their time slips. Can you obviously go back to the lanes for the people that have lost? Can you take your cars back to the pits? Because if you just park it on the watch, we're getting a massive traffic jam around the place where people are sort of leaving their cars after losing and stopping to watch. So that's an announcement. So if you've lost, can you please take your car back to your pit? Because we've got people just parking everywhere now. We've got this massive car park around, obviously, where they want to come and spectate. But can you please move your cars, if you can, just a logistics thing. We'd love to get your cars, if you've lost, back to your pit area, please, because we just want to keep the winners of each round through, please. Thank you. Stephen Smith, Thomas Stevens. Bang, bang. Oh, he was ready. Stephen Smith was ready. A 1:27 reaction time. Now he's got to watch out for brake lights here. Brake lights, anyone? Brake lights, he's got some. 7:21 on a 7:17. He beats Thomas Stevens 8:64 on an 8:56. So yes, we've got a problem with vehicles that aren't, who were round one defeatants, kind of just parking up where they want to come and watch the racing. We want to we're clogging the joint up with people that have lost in round one. So if we can please just move them out to your pit areas, please, just because we've got that many of you. And still plenty here in round number one. Right, coming to the water now. The fair ladies, he's got every chance here. Daniel Mirando, 8.52 the dial in. Tony Rogers in the Ute, 7.60. Bit of mop, little clean. Yes, about 0.92 of a second difference in the trees here for these two. Mirando out first for a fair bit. Well, let's see how far the old Fairlane gets, actually. All right, put the bulbs on. The boys are ready. Bang, bang. A little bit better from Mirando. He's got every chance. The slower cars, they still got every chance. He's in trouble here, Tony Rogers. He could be in big trouble here. 8.44 breakout, though. Daniel Mirando found some more performance. Hands it back. 7.68 to Tony Rogers. Whoa. We're still seeing a few toughies come past here. We've got our slower competitors that can be lethal tonight. Benjamin Johnston, how about this? How lethal can a VH SL Commodore be? 12 flat getting chased by 7 flat. 5-second wait for Michael Barradell. 5-second wait. Here we go, one of our biggest chasers of the night. Bang. Oh, red light. He's gone early. He's gone early. He's left it on the tree. He's left it on the tree, but let's just see how close Barradell goes to 700 here. 733, bit of wheel spin off the line, but it's a good win for him. Ben had a shot at the tree, big shot at the tree. That's what guessing a light looks like, a red light. All right, Murray Johnston and Ross Benjamin. Ross in the HR Holden. 695 chasing and 879 from Murray in the big Stato. Quick look under the car. Quick look under the car. Just having a quick look. He's nearly gone all the way into stage here, Ross. Just remember there's someone under the front of you. Having a quick look. Got some leakage, has he? Got something dripping out of that. So a free ticket for Murray Johnston, 9:30 on an 879 dial-in. So yeah, we're all over it. Just having a look. Might have a look in the back there, just in case something was dripping out of there. Was that a can of drink? Did you see what I saw? We didn't get the cameras in there quick enough, did we? Normally we shut you down for leakage from the vehicle, you know, something mechanically leaking on the vehicle. A can of drink on the fuel cell must have fallen over after the burnout. That's what it looked like. Where's he going with that? Off he goes. Is that what it was? Is that what it was? I saw a can. Someone, it's like, we got a leak. What is it? Shut him down. We got a leak. And here we go. We're looking for the camera angle. Can of drink on the fuel cell. Junga's in the way there. You see? The old, yeah, Danny's seen it too. It's, yes, there's a leakage because of a can of drink. Well, we know how to pick up a can of drink. We've got a mop for that. At least it wasn't a stubby. He'd be in double trouble if that was a stubby he knocked over in the boot, because no glass. No glass, remember that? That was just a can of Great Northern. The beer from up here. All right, are we all done? Can we have any more surprises? We're only still in round one. I mean, we're still in round one, people. We got tons in round one. All right. What's that, sorry? You feel like they've all entered, do you? So this is still round one. This could be all of them. It could be the largest round one in Australian drag racing history. I'm not exaggerating. I don't know of any other way that we've gone maybe 200 in round one. That's huge. Brendan Burnett, 7 flat, getting chasing an 830 from Matthew Balke here. Attack of the Killer Fairlanes here tonight. Oh, he went early. You've got to be careful. You just know. You've just got to be patient, and he just missed it. Matthew Balke's going to win 851 on an 830. So Brendan Burnett gets to come and get a refreshment, because once you lose in round one, that is it. All right, Chris Shaw and Luke Page. All Falcon battle. Could be. Clean greens both sides there, a bit of a stagger head start going to Chris Shaw, but here comes Luke Page looking for brake lights, looking for brake, no one's tapping. 858 on an 840 beats 817 on a 750. He did have the better hole shot and everything there, Luke, but just something on the runs washed some ET off it. 8.58 on an 8.40 closer to his dial. And Chris Shaw takes out Luke Page. Oh, well, we'll add them up after that. I don't know. Can we? Is there any way you can count that after that? You'll find some way of counting that? Not really. I know, over there. You're right. You're right. Whatever that was, it was. We can find out later, though, can't we? We could ask Jane. Mitchell Teskey now, Reg Pettiford. Couple of stick shifts going at each other. Mitchell Teskey, better reaction time, and the 990 dial in gets the win, 10.17 on a 990. And Reg Pettiford, 9.45 on a 9.30. Oh, it's got plenty, this HR. What's he going to dial in here, John Vesnaver? Daniel Barado's got to drop the clutch beside him here with the Falcon. 9.20 getting chased by 5.80. Watch out here. Big chase. He's out. He's got a better reaction time, Vesnaver, and he's got a little bit on board. Oh, look at him go flying through here. Oh, too quick. 5.56. 5.56 for Vesnaver on a 5.80. Good run. It all came together for him, but as far as racing's concerned, he's gone too quick. 9.26 is safe on a 9.20 for Daniel Barado. Another quick one bites the dust. Jason Bowers now 6.32 in the Tirana, chasing Indy Grayson 9.00. Indy good skid in the Commodore. There we go, clean greens, both sides. Bowers a slightly better one at the wheel spin. He had a bit of a pedal there by the sound of it. We get to the stripe. Whose is it? 7.39 the win. 7.39, a breakout, 8.98. Okay, this is the last pairing of round one. Wow, that's a big round one. That's a big round one, and that's Daniel Cathercole in the I think like the HZ GDS up against Jason Burnett's wagon, 8 flat, getting chased by 6.65. That was round one. Time for round two in a sec. Remember, we want all winners to come back to the lanes, all losers to go back to the pits and come and grab a refreshment from the racer and crew refreshment area. Clean green, here we go, bang, bang. All lights the tyres up, does Gathercole, but it's too far ahead. Oh, Burnett goes too quick, the wagon hands the win back. Gathercole had some problems on the run. 7.33 still gets the win because, yes, a 7.94 on an 8 flat is a breakout automatic win to Daniel Gathercole to finish off just about every single kind of event you can have in round one. There it was. Hole shot wins, come from behinds, tipped over cans of Great Northern in the boot. It's had everything. Had just about everything. Someone's going to win this $3,000 tonight thanks to Quick 60 race cars and components. But that was still one of our biggest group, biggest round ones we've seen this year in the sport period. That's a lot. And we've got, that's the end of round one. So guess what happens now? We're going to do a little light prep, and then I think we're going to have our big person shootout. He had the clothes pegs in there. He had all sorts of things in the bucket. I don't know what he was doing with all that, but he's worked out the matchups for the unisex shootout. So pretty much all of our tough 5-second cars are having a little bit of a bump in. Baker and the Hoff, that's Bump City. Tanya and Ben, that's Bump City. So there's a couple of examples of that coming up real soon in the race. But just doing that little bit of a bit of a sled drag. Just giving the lanes a bit of a tweak. So for the first round of our, there we go, 117. That's all right for round one. That's not bad. 117 in round number 1. All right, a little bit of prep happening a little further out. You can see they're getting the magic traction juice out. Hopefully in both lanes we'll get all that nice and tweaked. Give us a minute or two. So there we go. This prep, just getting it ready for our big person shootout. All right, copy that. Will be Pro Tree heads up. So just a word. Our big person shootout that's coming up shortly. So a couple of match races with some of our quicker cars. They all put $200 buy-in to be part of it, but they've also agreed to put that into the Digny family bucket. Of course, poor Kerry passed away with cancer on Thursday night, and his widow Laurie. That would be towards the Digny family. So if you see the bucket there in the canteen, please put your change in or put your make a donation, and all proceeds going to the Digny family. Oh, Eddie. Oh, you hurt my hand. Eddie's hurt my hand. Ouch. Oh, slaps me hand. This kid's got a whack on him, I tell ya. Kid's got a whack on him. So that's going to be our round one matchup. So Ryan Moore and Zach Curley, I can see them down there frothing. They want to have a crack. Tanya and Ben, Shane and the Hoff, and Chris Carsberg gets a bye. So who goes first, I wonder? I can see Zach Curley getting ready with Ryan. They're in the seat. But right now we're just doing that last little sled drag because they want to come out and run in just a tick. So this is just one we're doing between rounds for now. And I do understand if that was how many in round 1, 117. So that gives us about 58 or 59 left. So we're down to 59-ish, I guess. About 59. So I do know that when we I know in the past we get to a certain level of entrance left, and then we look at like a buy-in deal. I know that we've had that. We may not have that tonight. We might be pushed for time. We want to get to tea. We should be at tea. I mean, we've only just had round 1 of everything. We need to get to dinner. It's nearly 7. We can't just have dinner and come back and do this later. We better just get someone $3,000 in the next, whenever. We've got to get through 59 more cars. Mind you, after 59, that leaves us, 29 and a half cars. And then, 14 and a half cars. And then 7. Yeah, we're going to get there eventually. Someone's going to get a buy run somewhere. And again, I think we'll just be random with that, you would assume. So that's what we're up for, folks. We've still got 59 odd cars still left in competition. Jung is just making one little call there to just give it a bit more of a drag, maybe. And then we'll be out underway with the next round of the Daily Run Shootout. We've still got a couple of pairs that we're going to show you shortly with the little match races that we've come up with. Some of our quicker street cars in this part of the world anyway. Here we are on a beautiful Saturday night here in beautiful Warwick Dragway. Temp-wise, we've cooled down a bit, I think, again. What's our little weather update now? What does that say? What does it feel like? Is it still 20-something, feels like 19 yet? It's not bad. It's quite bearable. Feels like, there we go, we've got some feeling like 21. 21 feels like a 15, just it feels like last night. That should come up on the screen. 21 feels like last night. So, we cannot, the hoodie industry cannot handle this much chill weather in Queensland. I mean, we spiked the hoodie sales last night just on conditions like this. So this little bit of primming and prepping is for this next 7 cars. So the prep just about nearly complete. The old magic tyre sled just gives us a nice scrape of rubber. There he is. Old bloody backfire Sammy with the flamage. Normally the flames come out the dump pipe for you, Sammy, not out the bonnet. Normally the flames are out the dump pipe, not out through the hood. But I'm glad that the thing's still together, because it was getting a bit, the fire was getting a bit hectic. All right. That's enough prep. We've got a bit prep up, don't we? I was just about to go down and say g'day to Sammy, but I have a funny feeling if I went down those steps, we'd be cranking up. You watch. All right, a little bit more prep to happen. One more lap or so in the tractor. As I said, my luck, I'll duck down to the facilities and they'll start the cars. You watch, happens every time I do it. Every time I decide to go down to the facilities or something, take a break or grab a drink or whatever, guess what happens? They fire the cars up and I've got to run all the way back up the stairs and start again. Well, there you go. So Chris Carlsberg won't have to do a run by himself. We'll have Sammy in there having a run. And I think he said he was in Mearsy's wagon. So, I mean, Sammy can drive anything. It doesn't matter. He can just about steer anything. He can steer door slammers and Thatcher Extreme cars and Camaros with nitrous and all sorts of stuff. So, he's going to go and have a go at Mearsy's wagon, I think. So, yep, he was down here watching. Next you know, he's out there having a bit of racing. So, he's going to have a crack in just a tick. So that way it'll be 8 cars in there. Here we go. First pairing of 4. This is a nice little hit here. All right, here we go. Zach Curley. Thank you. Gets through to the stripe there, and oh, yes, the win. And that's a 6.23 for Ryan Moore over Zach Curley, 6.11. So, yes, Zach had more ET, but reaction time, Ryan Moore just hit it. All right. So these racers all agreed to put 200 in the pot. And with all proceeds tonight, no one's claiming the pot. It's all going to the Digney family. Going to Laurie. His widow. All right, Scott Hoffman. Now look, there is a slight chance that if they get it right, we might see a 4 second run. Hoffman, 5:02 this afternoon in the Corolla with the 2J license plate things. Geez, hasn't he done some things to that car the last couple of hours? He's done bar swaps, bar changes. He's been doing tuning. He's been doing tweaking. He goes, I really want to go 150 mile an hour in the 8th. Shane Baker. Bump City, baby. Oh, Hop goes towards the wall. Baker, 134, 64. Hoffman, watch out. Baker, 5:22. 5:22 for Baker Hoffman. They both launched. How's Baker? Guessing the lights, 069 on a Pro Tree, 069. Bakes was ready, so was Hoff. Hoff went red, blew the tyres off it. Now he is still running a 315 radial on that. I thought he had a slick on it, but he's got a 315 radial. He says they're an old Wade Wagstaff radial tyre, so they're not new either. Oh, right, here we go. This undoubtedly is a couple of Queensland's toughest VH Commodores. Now, I like to say Australia's toughest VH Commodores, but we got guys like, Luke Foley down south, Todd Foley as well. We've got a few tough VHs. I'd love to know exactly what the toughest VH is in the country, but these are some of them right now. Tanya Thompson, Ben Vlecken. Tom, I would love to update the shirt from I beat Ben Vlecken and make it 2-0. Or does Ben Vlecken get a shirt to say I beat Tanya Thompson 1-all? But nonetheless, we've got 2 Turbo LS powered VH Commodores making plenty of mumbo through a 275 radial tyre. So let's see how they go here. Great run between Baker and Hoffman. And now between Tanya and Ben. And we get to say it again. Thank you guys for letting me do it. Bump City, baby! Oh, Benny! Oh, bit of a pedal, bit of a zing. Bit of a zing, bit of a pedal. A red on Benny's side. A red on Benny's side, so you would have to say that technically that's Tanya. So that's 2-0. Technically 2-0. Benny's rocked the beams, triggered the red light. Here's Sammy. Oh, he can drive anything, Sammy. He can just drive. He just gets in anything. Just gets in anything and steers it. Watch out for the beams here. Here we go. So Sammy against Chris Carlsberg. Now look, it looks like a one-horse race here on the scheme of things. Bump City. Carlsberg 131 on the 60 foot, a bit of a crack and a whap, got it on a pop, 525, so the Warwick boys have been putting it on tonight. 525 for Carlsberg, and for Sammy, he let go of the button and off he went, 673 there beside him, but Carlsberg with a cracking run there, 157 on the light, 157 on the Pro Tree. So Bakes went like 067 on the Pro Tree, and he goes 128 on the Pro Tree. Oh boy, great little round one matchups. So Baker over the Hoff, Ryan over Zach, Tanya over Ben, Carlsberg over Sammy. All right, round two, here we go. Around 59 cars left now. Tony Green, 780, chasing Janine Marshall, 1035. Let's get to dinner. We got to rush. We got to rush here. We're late for dinner. Here we go. Bang, bang. Oh, where did he go? Left before the third amber. There's not much Tony Green can do here. That Phantom Amber turned up. Maybe he heard my bang and jumped. But he couldn't have heard my bang and jumped. He could have 90 FM in the car. That is a thing you could. I do apologise, Tony Green. If you had 90 FM in the car, Tony Green, I apologise. That might have been me that set you off early. But guess what? No apologies. It comes with a disclaimer. Listening to me can be hazardous to your racing career. Scooter March now, 820. Mal McBride, 841. Really tight race on the tree here. Not much stagger between the two. They come in. Scooter's got two in. Here he goes. Bang, bang. Scooter's got the whole shot. He's got about a car out. He's got a car out looking for brake lights. No one's on brake lights. Rolls the throttle. 848 safe on an 820. The win to Scooter. Goes through 2 rounds. Mal McBride, 877 on an 841. Oh, yes, these races. Got to be quick. Got to be quick. All right, Michael Osborne in the water. Kenton McKay coming forward with his Ford. All right, 850 the dial in here for the Ford, 690 for the Hilux. Michael Osborne to do the chasing. All right, just getting ready. Here we go. Got to bump that thing in. Bang. Bang. Clean grease, a little bit better there for Michael Osborne. Oh, a bit of brake lights right at the end. 7.27 on a 7.20 is safe. 8.67 on an 8.50. All these matchups are mouth-watering. Mouth-watering matchup. Number 522. That's Ben Wood. 670. 6.55 for Dean Wilson. Not much in it. A couple of six bangers bumping in together. Get ready, boys. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready. Get ready. Bang, bang. Oh, Dean Wilson, watch out for the brake lights. Roll off the throttle. Saves the run. Save, does he? He does. 6.72 on a 6.55. Ben Wood comes through with 107 mile an hour. Comes through with 107 mile an hour top end, trying to haul him in, but Dean Wilson did all the good work early. All right, Greg Marstella up against Tony Carkeet. The EH up against the utility here. 7.89 to a 7.90. Virtually heads up race between these two. Ford versus Holden. Round 2. Quick 60 race cars and components. Dial your own challenge. Bang, bang! Little bit better to the Falcon, but here comes the EH. No one on the brakes. No one's on the brakes. Maybe Carkeet. 7.93. Tried to get there, but no. 8.07 on a 7.89. $61 thousandths of a second. 61 thousandths of a second, the margin of victory between Marstella and Carkeet. Stephen Stecker, Ryan Feakin. Ryan's been driving the clutch pedal out of this little Bullet Roadster. 13B. Oh, I tell you what, he's doing pretty well for himself. Here comes Stecker. Here he comes. Oh, 7.40 on a 7.20 win for Ryan Feakin. Stecker 54 on a 53. Oh, be the whole shot. Ryan Feakin, the whole shot. He's making the manual car guys look good. He is making the manual guys proud to be racing with a clutch pedal. Great run there from him. All right, Kevy Brown, 6.22, chasing Dan Bertham, 7.20. These boys ready. Bang! Bang! Oh, Kevy! Did it to yourself, son. Did it to yourself. Kevy wanted to cut a huge hole shot, and a 25 on a 7.20 for Bertham means that he won't be going any further, Kevy Brown, tonight. Whoa. Another gun gone. Another gun gone. Another one bites the dust. All right, Ben Roberts, 6.48. Travis Greaves, 7.00. Half a second stagger going to the Falcon. Oh, look at this matchup coming up here in a sec. Couple of pocket rockets. Oh, watch out. Here we go. Bang! Bang! Clean greens. Both guys identical 60 foots. 161. No one on the brakes. No one's on the brakes. 7.03 on a 7 flat. The win. Good race there by Travis Greaves. Ben Roberts just a little bit late. Just a little bit late, Ben Roberts. That's all he was. He could have had that back. He went 51 on a 48. 7.03 on a 7 flat. So nearly identical amounts over their dial in, but just that whole shot, the big difference. Scott Clibborn, 7 flat. Daniel Brady, 6.90. Watch this one. 2 stick shift cars. Watch out. Bang! Might have broken something here. Danielle's sort of pulled off to the side. Not the side I thought she should have pulled off to, but hey, some people go left, some people go right. 7.91 for Scott Clibborn and the win, because Danielle felt like something may have broken, so she's pulled over. We're underneath having a look. Can be anything in that drive line there. Do we guess? Is it a clutch? Is it a clutch, flywheel? drive shaft. Okay. Another diff. Geez, we've had a few diffs go. So whatever diff they were running in it is no longer as complete as it was when it first went in the car. Have we got a little tray for that? We've got Carnage Cam. We've got Carnage Cam here. We're just sort of limping it. What are we doing? Just giving it a slow limp. Out of which one? Don't know. All right, so we're just dealing with a bit of oil. Just a bit of oil down the other end, not just here. If anything, we're not really picking up too much here at all. So we've even, now that's a cameraman. He's got one hand out there pushing, is he? Yep, he has. This is the real gritty stream that you want. If you're watching on the Overtaking Lane live stream, this is the gritty pictures that you want. So, not a good result there. There's smiles going on here. Look, there's some smiles. Even though it's broken, there's still some smiles. So there we go, all hands on deck to get the stricken Honda-powered Corolla pushed away. Of course, lovely shots there of Paulie Fuller's board shorts on your Paulie. So, yep, we just got a little bit. We're grabbing down the other end right now, folks. So just bear with us. There is a bit of speculation about that. A bit of speculation about who can possibly get the first four. Well, look, I still think it's a lot to do with that Corolla panel van has probably got the most potential. However, there is a VH wagon there that I think can do it, and we know that there's a VH sedan that's just as tough. And I know that green Falcon, that green Tirana's got potential, and of course that Iron Line powered VH Commodore's not too bad either. So nearly all of that group have all got the potential to do it. And we've still got that 4-second award there that we're willing to give out if someone runs a 4 in the 8th. So we've got our next pair ready to go, Ross Full of Love and William Keogh. We're just holding on to them for a sec. Big shout out to Kyle Wills. We certainly can. Thanks for the shout out there, Tim. Big shout out to Kyle Wills, wherever you are, Kyle. Hope you're enjoying. Is he here somewhere? Is he? I guess that could be the shout out. People communicating through the live stream. It's good to have you watching wherever you are. And again, let us know where you're watching from. Just get on the stream and just put where you are. I know we always have a different group sort of tune in throughout the day, and it is a great stream. It's not too many mobs out there like Overtaking Lane in this country that can build out streams where it's at. Like wherever it's happening, you guys seem to be. Jamboree a couple of weeks ago there down in Adelaide doing the Jambo stream. The Road Trip Drag Challenge here. I think next weekend you're here for Jungabunga as well. So I'll be tuning into that when I'm at the work Christmas party when I get a chance. Especially when you have a look at the times. They're racing from 5 till 10. I'll be just about in the VIP section of the Emporium in the city. Company Christmas party. And back is still at Mango Hill, Bris Vegas. There we go. So yeah, I just love to see one there from Argentina and Brazil. It's good that we use this live stream to get the word out to people. But yes, Mango Hill's great. Mango Hill's good. It is a fair way away from here. Where was the other one? Bris Vegas. That's a fair way away. That's someone there from Ipswich before. Someone was watching from Warwick. I almost felt like we should have gone and, sometimes they do that on breakfast television. They go and get to someone's front door live and knock on their door. If we had someone watching on there from Warwick, it's like, right, give us your address. We're going to live stream right to your door, mate. And grab him and go, what the hell are you doing here, mate? Why don't you come down the road? All right, so that is the word tonight. Because of our 19, whatever we had in that first round, and our schedule, we are not buying back in tonight. You are running to the end with no buyback. A full organic sportsman finish tonight. No buybacks. We were lucky earlier on this year that we had one where it was seamless. We got them all down and we were able to do the buyback stuff, which at the end of the day, Kevy didn't really need his buyback, did he? He never used it. He just split the purse. But no buybacks tonight, so we're going to run them through until the end, and may the best racer win tonight in the Dial Your Own Challenge brought to us by Quick 60 Race Cars and Components. So we don't know where we caught this oil from. We don't know. Don't know where we copped the oil from, but obviously it ain't sort of near where we are on the start line. It's more down a bit further. There we go. Okay, news from Sydney. Yeah, 260 mile an hour from Joe Gauchi in his new Mustang Pro Mod in Sydney. So his new Mustang Pro Mod, formerly Carl Cox's Mustang Pro Mod, but now Joe Gauchi's Mustang Pro Mod. 260 mile an hour. What was did it have an ET there? Oh, 584, 260 mile an hour. So, of course, that Pro Mod fixed index like a 585 and went, what, 84 with an 8 or something. You know? 584 with an 8 at 260. Just about nearly the perfect tune-up there. 584 with an 8 at 260 out the back. Down in Sydney Dragway today. So, that bit of news come through. So, some big news in Sydney. Yeah, because we're racing in a couple of places today. Yeah, that was I think it's a round of the track championship down there, wasn't it? I think must have been a little bit of testing, obviously happening there as well with Joe there. But here we've had 220 of Southeast Queensland's best street cars doing battle since yesterday, going out on their trip today to get to their checkpoint and back, and qualifying our groups in the morning, getting our other groups back and giving them all a shot. Everyone had an equal shot. Had a few there, forget what, couldn't count to one, just a couple. When we said one shot only, some of them couldn't quite count to one, they were going to two. Can't remember whether they put the first finger up or they counted that first time, they go one. One. So we had a couple sneak through. Look, it didn't really affect us in the long run, really didn't. I mean, one thing that we do find, 220 is a big number. That's just about fully the most amount of manageable entry list we can have. God knows, if we ever had a 300 car one, well, we're going to need 4 days, 5 days to try and do that. Okay, just a reminder, please, too, that there shouldn't be any alcohol anywhere in the lanes. It should be in your pit area or in the allocated area for competitors if they're finished for the night. There shouldn't be any open cans of grog, and certainly no glass anywhere in the staging lane or race areas, please. Shouldn't be any of that. Apparently people have picked up that there might be a little bit of that around. Can we stamp that out, please? Get to the allocated areas where you can do it. Big question there from What Up G. What time does it end here today? Well, when we can get from 59 down to 1. So I still think we've got. I don't want to predict it now. I reckon we got 30 plus 40 plus minutes here. We've just got to make sure we get no more delays from now on. Let's just see. All right, 770, bang, bang. All right, Ross full of love. William Keogh neck and neck. The Chevy up against Keogh, 773, 770. Oh, 770, smack on the dial in. That's a hell of a hard one to beat. 770 for Ross full of love. Gets the win for the 55. All right. Got out by the skin of his teeth last time, Terry Mansfield French. I think it was a breakout to his opponent that's got him back. May not have it just as good this time. Jeff Ryan, 670, chasing him down 0.7 of a second. Stagger on these two pro trees. Terry comes in now, slowly rolls that car in as fine as he can. Fine as he can. Bang! Bang! Oh, reaction time a little bit better to the wagon. A little bit better. No one's on the brakes yet. Terry's out in front, jumps on the brakes in the top end. 698 for Jeff Ryan, can't do it. Terry Mansfield French, 747 on a 740 the win. Getting by the skin of his teeth, Terry Mansfield French. He's clawing his way back. That's all. That's a good wrap there, Dodsey. Good wrap. Continuous call happening throughout to the end. Adam Potts, Lee Warnes, 8:35. He's leaving first. Bam, bam. Glenn Greens, he's out there in front. Lee Warnes, he's just got to make sure he can cover his opponent. He's on off the throttle. 7:36 is the win for Lee Warnes. Adam Potts, 8:80 on the 8:35. Bam. This is the real Fast and Furious, not that Vin Diesel stuff. This is Fast and Furious stuff. We're getting them through as quick as we can. Gary Green now. Gary Green's grocery getter. Corey Braysher's WB work unit. 880. Getting chased by 658 from Gary Green. Here we go. Second round. 59 odd cars. Down to 28 or 29 odd cars. Bang. Bang. Gary, he gets the light. Gets a very good light. Corey might be in trouble. Gary's got some top end. Watch out for the brakes for Gary. Tap of the brakes. 669 on a 658. 60 thousandths of a second the difference at the stripe. 60 thousandths of a second at the stripe. That's a tight finish. 60 thou for Gary Green takes the win. That whole shot, so important. All right, William Yarwood, Jonathan Borg, the Supra, big top end here against the XE Falcon. He's going to have to load up the boost here, William Yarwood, and get that 2J power, 100 plus mile an hour in the top end, trying to hunt down Jonathan Borg. All right, here we go. Bang, bang. A little bit better to Borg. Borg jumped a bit better. Here comes the top end from the Supra, right through the deep end. 654 on a 40, ran out of real estate. Jonathan Borg, 717 on a 711. Better reaction time helps. You've got less time in the 8th mile to make any difference. That's what I love about 8th mile drag racing. 8th mile, heads up, pro tree, dial your own, is just... This is the way. This is the way to do it. Rowan Ward, 7 flat. 652, Darren Borman. That dust is still in there. 0.4 of a second stagger. Pro Tree going to Rowan Ward. He's going to bring the boost up though too. That's the thing. That's a thing. That's a thing. He's gone. He didn't do too bad. Reaction time a little bit better to the Falcon. Here comes the Duster though, but he's got some legs, the Falcon. They hit the stripe. 725 on a 7 flat, the win. Bauman, 689, falls off the 652. Geez, you wouldn't write this one up, would you? Two HRs in round 2, natural selection. Here we go. Natural selection. Darren Parker in the white car. Darren Parker, 760. Mark Stone, 750. Bang, bang! Oh, reaction time. Goes to the green HR. No one's on the brakes. He's backed off the throttle here. Big breakout though for Parker, hands the win back. 795 on a 750. Mark Stone was rolling. Darren Parker comes rocketing past. 756 on a 760. Goes too quick. And it is back to Mark Stone with the win, 7.95. Oh, yeah. This is what you do on a Saturday night in Queensland. We race these street cars. Dial your own, heads up, it's fun. Bill Martland, Peter Fenton, 675, 680, nothing into this. He's got to get the boost up here, Peter Fenton. He won't be able to roll through the beams. Remember, once you engage in a drag race, that means you hit the bottom bulb and you got to be ready. Bill's ready. Whoa, boys, hold on to him. Bang, bang. Whoa, 031 for Billy. 031. 031 for Billy Martland. Can he make it? Can he make it count? 690 on a 675. Billy Martland, I tell ya, 690. He went 031. He was deep. He was trying to hold on to the thing. He'd have the thing up against the converter. He was lucky that time. Peter Fenton, 103 out the back. Yeah, we can't do. How do we just put the HRs against each other and the Utes against each other? It's just fluke. Craig Nofke, Derek O'Hare now. Derek O'Hare, 970, getting chased by 715. Nofke, he's got this aspirated power on the stab here. He doesn't have to do too much other than hit it when he needs. Bang. Bang. He hits it. They're getting good. They're getting good at this sort of gunslinger stuff. Hits the lights on the brakes. Nofke comes past on the brakes. Tightens it up. 966 too quick for Derek O'Hare anyway. Nofke 724 on the 715. 10 thousandths of a second at the stripe on the wrong side. 10 thousandths. 010. 10 thousandths at the stripe. Too quick for Derek O'Hare. Too quick by 0.032, so 32 thousandths. Carl Livingston now, 849, getting chased by Philip Edwards in the El Camino. 748 to 849. 1 second here. I wouldn't want to stage either myself. Bit scared to get to this moment. Here we go. Bang, bang. Went too quick on the second bang. Good thing he wasn't listening. Clean green, a little bit better there for Carl, a little bit better. No one on the brakes, everyone pushing it through. 858 on an 849 beats a 758 on a 48. Only 56 thousandths at the end. Only 56 thousandths at the end. So that was a tight race. Shane Parchett now and Jai Borg. Jai Borg, 735, chasing an 810 for Shane Parchett. Ford on Ford. Bang, bang. Little bit better to Jai. No one on the brakes yet, they're out too far. Now a bit of break early. Might have had him, thought he had him, and he did. 755 on a 735, beats an 835 by 96 thousandths of a second. Okay, attention all entrants and crew. If you want to go and get your feed, you can go get your feed now. So we've still got competitors here. So all competitors and crew, so all entrants and crew, the ones that aren't still racing, you can go and get your food. Line up for your food. So we've opened up we've had our catering ready. We're just obviously too busy racing at the moment, so we're actually going to get some of the guys through. So our entrants and crew, we encourage the ones that have already finished racing, go get that food now. All right, Chris Pattinson's going to bump in here. Oh, he rolls forward, Joshua. Gives it back to Chris Pattinson, so the pressure's off a little bit, so Pattinson can probably take this. Well, he could have taken it all the way if he wanted. 660, Joshua Dimitrios, no more for him. He went to round 2 and red lit. So all entrants and crew, normally whoever's eligible for dinner, go and get some dinner now if you like. Line up and get your feed. We'll try and keep you informed here on how we're going in round 2 of the Quick 60 Race Cars and Components Dial Your Own Challenge. Troy O'Hare now, 770, chasing Andrew McClellan's 820. So they're whittling each other down here. They're whittling each other down. We had that 59. It'll end up being about 28.5 or 29. We'll have to see. Someone will get a buy eventually. 820, leaving first. Bang, bang. Whole shot to Troy. Can he tighten it up? 779 on a 770. Beats an 834 on an 820. Geez, we've got some Fords left. Fords everywhere. Where's all the Ford fans out there? Give us a clap, cheer and a whistle, all the Ford fans. None. Oh, I mean, only the ones racing by the look of it. I'm sure there's a few Ford fans out there. Calvin Addison, 830 to a 760 here. Here we go. Bang, bang. Oh, nothing into this one. Tony Rogers, Kelvin Addison. They've reacted as best as they could. They're getting to the stripe. No one's tapping brakes yet. Oh, a bit of brakes for the ute at the end. 775 on the 760. Gets the win for Tony Rogers. Kelvin Addison, 866 on the 830. And if the Fords don't take each other out, it's the Holdens that are taking that. Where's all the Holden fans? Clap, cheer and whistle out there if you're a Holden fan. Some of them there too, I think, aren't they? Yeah. 710 to a 7 flat. Watch this one. Bang, bang. Tell you what, they're both 0.6 reaction tyres, but they're fighting to the finish. Oh, a bit of brakes in the far lane. 722. 722 beats a 719 from Barradell. 48 thousandths of a second the win to Deegan. 48 thousandths the margin in that one. There's some tight finishes here. All right, Ashley Kowalski and Derek O'Hare. So the O'Hares still in here. Could be a bit of ganging up here yet. 760 to an 882. So bit of a wait here as Kowalski heads down the track. All right. Bang. Bang. 0.2 reaction times both sides. A little bit sharper there for Derek O'Hare. Getting close, tightening it up, both on the brakes, coasting. 767 beats an 897. So Derek O'Hare still in the mix. All right, Stephen Smith, Mr. Absolute Lifting and Safety, he's still in the mix. 717 chasing Matthew Balky's 830. Clean green, clean green. A little bit better for Balky. A little bit better, so he's going to have to pull it all out here, Steve Smith. He's got to swing it. He's got to swing it. 723 on a 17. Nice win there for Stephen Smith. 848 for Balky. Thought he might have had it on the whole shot. The margin of victory, 100th thou at the finish line. 100th thou at the finish line. Whole shot there to Balky by a little bit, but Steve Smith a little bit later on the break. This might finish this round by the look of it, I think. Nelly, I don't know. Daniel Barato now, 920 for him. Murray Johnston beside him, 879. Still got a couple of stick shift cars in the mix here. Bang, bang. 0.4 reaction times both sides of the racetrack. It's anyone's race here. Anyone's race to the stripe. A little bit of break there from the Falcon. 921 on a 920. 893 on an 879. So Barato making that stick car consistent. 921 on a 920. And we've still got some stick car left. Still got a bit of stick left. Jason Bowers now, 632, chasing Mitchell Teskey's 990. So Mitchell, another manual Falcon here. A few clutch guys going a few rounds here racing. It's a hard thing to win with a stick shift car. So it's good to see the manuals still competing. Bang. Whoop, 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 whoop. Bang. Oh, he was ready. He was ready. Jason Bowers, he might just put Teskey to the sword here. Might just put him to the sword on the break. 677 the win. 677 the win for Jason on a 632. Sure, we don't just, we can't pick this. Ute against Ute. Dean Wilson, 655, chasing Michael Osborne's 720 dial in the Hilux to leave first. They've got to get some boost up, both boys here. A little bit of utility, Bump City. Bump City, baby. Oh, we guessed the light. That's what happens when you guess a light. And it's the win to Osborne. Red light to Dean Wilson. A 47 on a 55, a 787 on a 720. The Hilux lives for another round. Fords keep taking out the Fords. Travis Greaves, 7 flat. This is the big one. 3.35 seconds. And then Janine Marshall. So Janine's got a long way out before Travis hauls her down. Janine goes in deep. Bang. Bang. Oh, there's an advantage to Janine. She didn't spin the tyre either. That thing all the way to the stripe. Janine, 10.66 on a 35. Wins against Travis Greaves, 7.32 on a 7 flat. The whole shot's what got Janine there. That deep stage looked like it helped as well. So just another announcement. So any driver and crew that's finished for the day, go and get your feed, line up for your feed. I can see them all in there doing it now. Leave some for us, of course. There'll be plenty. Leave some for us. All right, Scooter, this will be round 3 now. Scooter March, 8.20, getting chased by Greg Marstella's 7.89. Still Ford on Ford here. So 8.20 to a 7.89. Just hold up for a sec. Just hold up. We've got the utes, we've got the names, and the dial-ins not matched up. So it should be 8.20 for Scooter and 7.89 for Marcella. Just that the lanes are different. That's all, I think. So Scooters. There we go. Swap lanes. There we go. Okay, there we go. Just get back and we'll go again. All right, there we go. So Scooter March getting chased. 7.89 for the Ute, chasing the Effie with an 8.20. Bang, bang. Whole shot to Marstella, not by much. It's all going to be tight at the deep end. Scooter takes it out the back in blind trust. 8.36 beats an 8.16 by 7 thousandths of a second. 007, 7 thousandths at the stripe. Scooter March scrapes through round 3. Scrapes through by 7 thousandths at the stripe. What a drag race. All right, Ryan Feakin and Ross Full of Love. Oh, don't you go changing Ryan Feakin at all. 7.20 chasing a 7.70, so the little 13B Bullet Roaster chasing down the big 55 Chev. You're going to give us a nice pop and flame show here. Half a second stagger here we go. Bang. All right, a little bit better to Ross Full of Love. The shoebox is there. Here comes that. He's on the brakes. Feakin's on the brakes. They're both looking at each other. Breakout, too quick for Feakin. 7.82 for Ross Full of Love. Wins by 100 thou at the finish line. 7.17, too quick for Feakin. And yeah, he had him nearly on toast, except the whole shot a little bit better. In fact, the margin at the stripe was because of the whole shot from Full of Love by just on a 100th reaction time advantage. Going to the 55 is all that was at the deep end, and just too quick the little bullet. He finishes in round 3. All right, Lee Warnes and Jonathan Borg, Fords and Holden's taken on each other. Who will be the last racer to win that $3,000 tonight? We ain't decided that yet. We're just asking the winners to keep coming around and the losers to join that food line. Pick up a coldie, grab a bite. Jonathan Borg, 7-11. Leaving first, Lee Warnes, 6-6-4, bang, bang. Just like he hesitated a little bit there, the Falcon. It might have just let the HQ back in there. 6.90 on a 6.64. Yeah, he let him back in. 7.68 there. Just a few issues early on for Borg, and that gave Lee Warnes the right chance to make amends for the out reaction. Listen to that little bullet all day. Yeah, he'd be devoed at the breakout. 6.9. He just heard him go, because it's it's an open vehicle. I think it just hurt him. All right, Terry Mansfield French, he's clawing his way in here. Rowan Ward beside him, 0.4 of the difference between the two here. Round 3. Bang, bang! He was ready that time, Terry. He was ready, but here we go. We go to the finish line. Is there any break? Is there any back off? No one's tapping them. 27 on a 40 is a big breakout. 7.13 on a 7 flat is a win to Rowan Ward. And Terry Mansfield French goes down in round 3. Rowan Ward continues on, 7.13 on a 7 flat. All right, Gary Green is back. Carl Livingston is back. 8.49 getting chased by 6.58. Bang! Bang! Oh, he's got the whole shot here, Gary Green. He's going to put him to the sword. Roll off the throttle, tap on the brake, do what he can. 72 on a 58 and a breakout 44 on a 49. Carl couldn't hide behind the whole shot any longer. Couldn't hold him back. That whole shot, just too good. All right, Scott Clibborn, 7 flat, chasing down a 770 for Troy O'Hare. The manuals are starting to fall by the wayside. This is the tough car to get around, though. Bang, bang. Better reaction time, not by much to Troy O'Hare. Scotty Clibborn might be there. Troy O'Hare's at the top. Bit of break there for Clibborn. He wins at breakout. 7.69 on a 7.70, Troy O'Hare. 7.06 on a 7 flat for Scott. The clutch cars are still here. There's still a clutch car in there. Scotty Clibborn goes to the next round. Well, of course, we're asking him to go back to back, so that's just roll round and go again. All right, Dan Bertham. 7.20, 7.15 for Craig Nofke. Ready? Here we go. Bang, bang! Reaction time advantage going to Bertham. He's right there though, Craig Nofke. They're looking at each other, and an 18 on a 15 beats a 7.60 on a 7.20. And geez, you know what? He had a ton of reaction time in his pocket, Dan Bertham. But Craig Nofke just believed a little bit more in that his 15 he could cover, and an 18 on a 15 pushed the car closer to his dial in than Bertham did, a 7.60 for him. Oh, we're getting down. We won't be having any buybacks tonight because we just don't have the time. We've got people having tea, and we'll be having tea here again soon once we can crown the winner. All right, Tony Rogers, 7.60, the dial in for the Ute. Mark Stone, 7.50. Yeah, 7.60 and 7.50. Watch this one. Ford versus Holden. Here we go. Getting so close to staging Tony. Here we go. Pressure's on. Bang, bang. Clean greens, a little bit better to the Ute, not by much. No one's on the brakes yet. Oh, little tiny tap. 7.87 on a 60. Beats a 7.90 on a 7.50. So that's our closest margin, 7th hour we saw before. I didn't get to write down what that margin was, who it was, but 7,000 so far. Chris Pattinson, 6.41, chasing down Jai Borg, 7.35. Falcon on Falcon here. Ford's taking out Fords, Holden's taking out Holdens. He's going to go to Bump City here too, Chris Pattinson. Bang, bang. Oh, he spun him a little bit. He's recovered. Has he got enough horsepower to get past him? He's got the whole shot over Jai Borg. He puts it out the door, but oh boy, 36 on a 35 beats a 59 on a 41. $49,000 at the stripe, the win for Jai Borg, closer to the dial-in. 7.36 on a 7.35 beats a 59 on a 41, even though Pattinson had the whole shot. Bill Martland now, Sean Deegan. Billy still in the game, as is Sean Deegan, 7.10 to 6.75. Bang, bang. Oh, he gets the whole shot again, Bill Martland. He gets the whole shot again, Billy. Now watch out, Brake Light Insurance here to slow the cars down. 81 on a 75, 708 breakout on a 710, 708 on a 710. Bill Martland, the whole shot, 81 on a 75 with a little bit of change. Tap on the brakes. Don't forget, any racers and crew that have finished for the day, you can go line up and get fed. I can see the lineup. This actually helps sort of get one part of the line sorted, and then there'll be another line, obviously, later when we all finish this racing. Derek O'Hare, 760. Daniel Barado, 920. Bang. Bang. The O'Hare boys, they're still in with a chance. Reaction time favouring Derek in the coupe, and he's got him on toast if he doesn't break out here. He goes 96 on a 60, and admitting of defeat there, I'd say, Barado. 10.19 on a 9.20. So Derek O'Hare still in the mix. All right, Janine Marshall and Stephen Smith. So Mr. Absolute Lifting and Safety. We got a red on. We got to roll back, Janine. She went so deep that the red light came on. 10.35 getting chased by 7.17. Janine she wanted to take that out. Bang. Janine wanted that deep stage again, but it sort of all fluffed her up a little bit now. Got to watch out, Steve. Watch out, Steve. 7.28 on a 7.17. That's a good win for him. Janine, just that little bit of that start line that just caught her out there. She wanted to take that top bulb out. She wanted to go in deep. It helps her with reaction times. It also helps slow the car down a little bit when you're that deep. You don't get the run through the timers. So a win there to Stephen Smith, 7.28 on a 7.17. So that wraps that round up, I'd say. Judging by, we've got a couple of our competitors ready to come and have another run. So is that like, that might be Bakes. With Shane Baker against Ryan Moore. Shane Baker against Ryan Moore by the look of that. So that was that round. So that was 3 rounds done. So we are down to 58, 29, about 29 odd, 28 odd. So someone's going to win that $3,000. You guys are here in a perfect position to see who's going to do that. We just didn't think we'd be running into tea, but we are. But look, it's good that we've got the food out. Everyone happy? You all right? What happened, Tomo? What'd you do out there? I missed that. I don't know how he could do that. We didn't have the cameras. We didn't have the cameras on that lane, eh? Oh. That would have been great. Would have been great to see. The crowd loved it. I've seen you somewhere before. Where have I seen you? That's right, Tom. I've seen him too. He was on No Prep Kings, Street Outlaws No Prep. That's another one of these famous blokes. Saw Junga Bunga on there. We saw Craig on there. We saw Tanya on there. I think we saw Chris Carsberg on there. I think he took on Lizzie Musey, I think. It's not bad to watch that stuff on YouTube, or if you're on Discovery Channel, of course. Street Outlaws No Prep Kings. I think they call it Street Outlaw No Prep Kings versus the world. In other words, they just should have said they went down under. And 2 shows per venue. So when they went to Perth, they had a Friday, Saturday show. Willowbank the same, Friday, Saturday. Sydney the same there, and down in Calder in Melbourne. Which I don't think that episode's come out yet. I haven't seen any of the Victorian stuff. I've seen the Sydney stuff. It looks good. Let me tell you, when you watch it on the big screen, their production value, it looks good. Especially the the Sydney cars. They just put it on. Give it to the Yanks. All right, here we go. Our big person shootout. Ryan Moore, Shane Baker. All right, got plenty of fans in Ryan's corner. Okay, here we go. Shane Baker and Ryan Moore. Turbo versus blower. Shane Baker being a best of a 518. Let's see what Bake's got here. Oh, Bakes, too deep, Nelly. Oh, and a zing, and a break maybe. A zing and a break or something, I don't know. Maybe something for Bakes there. He's going for reverse though. This is a good way to test whether he's got a functioning gearbox or not. That's a good way to test. Try another gear. All right, so boy, that was that'd be a win for Ryan then. That's the case. They both left on clean greens, mind you. They both took the top bulb out. And Bakes, yeah, whether he just zinged the tyres, has he got something? Any little drips and drabs there? Normally the most reliable jigger around. I mean, it did the whole week of Drag Challenge. It went from the Bend to Mildura to Heathcote, Heathcote to Portland, Portland to the Bend. Ran 7-second ETs over the quarter. Ran low fives over the eighth every day of the week, that car. Reliable as hell. Just found a little weak spot just then. And it can just happen. It can happen just like that. Car making plenty of horsepower. It'll be nearly, well, I've said it before and I got in trouble a little bit because I said it's probably one of the quickest Holden V8 powered street cars, and then I forgot about Bubba. Of course, Bubba's gone, I think, 780s with his. So still got to get to Bubba's magic mark. All right, here we go. Chris Carlsberg against Tanya. What are we looking here for Bakes here? All right, here we go. Our big person shootout. She don't spare it, does she, Tanya? She really does get those tyres up the temp. Chris Carlsberg the same. The turbocharged LSs both sides. The winner of this, I think, takes on Ryan Moore. If we're still going eliminations, the winner of this takes on Ryan Moore. Tanya Thompson, Chris Carlsberg. We get to say it again because it's going to happen right now when we put them to war. Let's see if they've got something they can get down the track right now. We are at 8 o'clock. We've lost all of our track temp, or as much as you would think we could. Let's just see if they've got something in the something in reserve here, just to get to the other end. Are they swinging, or are they playing percentage? Engage. Bump City, baby. Oh, reaction time there to Tanya. Oh, Tanya! Oh, big one for Tanya. She's gone the wall. She's gone the wall. She's had enough presence of mind to grab some brakes. She got her bearings back, and she managed to keep it off the other wall. But, oh, boy, it came out. Carlsberg goes 550 on and off the throttle. Tanya let go of the button, 055. She was on a big hole shot. Well, not a big hole shot. Carlsberg went 090. But 136 in the 60 for Chris, 138 in the 60 for Tanya, and then yeah, Tanya, what? It broke the tyres loose, and before you knew it, the thing has gone for a big slam into the wall. Gone for a big slam into the wall. Now look, it came off the wall, and so many times, if you've ever seen plenty of drag racing accidents where they slam the wall, sometimes they go wall to wall. Look, Tanya, she was on her way back there. You saw her grab some brake then, so she had the presence of mind to grab some brake, and she was getting it off the other wall, which she did. So she's handled that like a pro, absolutely like a pro. I mean, these things can happen so quick, and that's what happened. Just the tyres broke loose. She's gone slam into the wall and bounced her right up the wall and went to send her over to the other one, but she just had the presence of mind. She obviously was, sometimes these people, when it happens so fast, if it knocks you, rings your bell, you can lose that little bit of consciousness quite quickly, and that's why they go wall to wall. But she managed to hold on to what she had there, grab some brake before it went to the other wall. She steered it off the other wall, so she was back in control of that car. As soon as it come off that wall, she kind of gathered her thoughts in that split second and steered it off the other wall. So she'd given that a decent whack. I mean, we saw flame and spark and all sorts of things there. So that was an absolute perler. That's exciting stuff. It's not pleasant, not for her. They've given that a fair whack off that side. That poor old Commodore on that side. She'll have some sheet metal there, definitely flattened big time. But Carlsberg 550 for him. But that was a hell of a ding there. Hell of a ding. So we'll be gathering our thoughts and checking out what resultant damage we've got that we need to clean up there. But bear with us, folks. And whether or not that big slam is, obviously broken something that might have leaked some oil, we'll have to see. It might have started with something maybe leaking. I don't know. I think it just broke the tyres loose. That's what it was. And it spun that hard that, geez, it was into the wall in no time. By the time, I mean, she'd reacted enough that she was off it, that then it slams the other side. And normally you're off it before it snaps back and slams the wall, and that's what it was. She'd hit the tyres hard. It went about as far as it could before Tanya's got off it. Then the thing's just gone back around and snapped into the wall pretty hard. Decent flame. All right, so Tanya's okay, ladies and gentlemen. She's fine. They're talking to her. They're just assessing everything. But Tanya is okay down there. Just going through assessments, and but she's talking to them, and I mean she's a tough little lady. As we said, she's had 700 plus runs in that car, and she's gone through all sorts of little dramas in that car. Big power wheelie this year, massive wheelie that came down and sort of crushed a few things in the front. So she's had that experience this year. Had to come back from that. She was another one that got into Street Outlaws No Prep King, so she was on that show this year, but then had the big wheelie, I think, since. Definitely loves to race in the radial game as well, but here she was having a bit of fun out here at Warwick at the Road Trip Drag Challenge, and then this is to happen. Not good, but I'm sure they can recover from it. It's a long way back sometimes, but big one, big one. So bear with us as we go through our little procedures here, and we're going in and just pick up any debris we've got. So that was a okay, anyone got a tilt tray that can assist in recovering the Commodore, please? Anyone with a tilt tray? Someone got a tilt tray handy that we can go down and get Tanya? Can you, I suppose I would assume the first tilt tray that can get down there, can you please go down there? I don't know how we get down there, whether you go down the return road and just come out on that loop. That's probably the best way. So if you do have a tilt tray, can you please go down the return road and come out at that exit loop? So instead of coming down the middle of the track, if you've got a tilt tray that can help, can you go down the return road and we'll meet you down there. Decent one indeed. But she's all A-OK for now. So it's good to see we've got the people in for the feed. So all the drivers and crew getting lined up for your food. Good opportunity to probably do that for our drivers and crew that are finished. We've still got a few left in the dial your own shootout. Still a nice bunch. Look at the bunch in there. Good bunch. Good little bunch in there. 14 cars left. That's what we got. 14 cars, 7 pairs. Then 3.5 pairs, and someone gets the buy. But that's what we got. 14 left. Someone's going to win $3,000 out of that 14. I do see that we've got probably Ryan Moore and Chris Carsberg back in the lanes because they want to have a final as well. So there we go. Just a bit of recovery to do. Just a bit of recovery to do. So looking at our schedule, we've still got all our things we want to do tonight. Presentations, points update. You need your wristbands on, obviously, if you're going to go get dinner. If you don't have a wristband, you certainly won't be served. We will refuse you service. So we're into the feed. And for those people that are finished for the day, having their refreshments, as promised. Just running a bit late here with our racing tonight. Don't forget, tomorrow morning, compulsory drivers briefing at 9:45 a.m. 10 o'clock, we'll get our groups back on the track. 11 o'clock on, we're opening the track to all entrants. 2 o'clock, we're off track. And the latest time on paper tomorrow to hand in the fastest time slip for day 3. With, again, subject to change, around 2:15. Presentations and drinks around 2:45 tomorrow. 5 o'clock, the gates will be closed tomorrow. So there'll be fair bit of pack up, pre-pack up probably happening. And then into all the presentations early tomorrow afternoon so we can all get back to our live citizens. For those people that got to go to work on Monday, I know a lot of people sort of took Friday off or came up Thursday. A few people came up Thursday just to be set for Friday. I think we started on track around 10 Friday, so if you were to come up Friday, you would have had to come up Sparrows, like yours truly, and been battling to recover that sleep ever since. It's a real bugger when you go to sleep watching YouTube, watching drag racing, and you thought, I'll just lay on the bed, I'll just lay there, watch a little bit more while I'm there, and I'm getting so tired, but I'm watching, can't stop watching. And then what I did, I must have fallen asleep. But you know what happens when old YouTube gets a bit of an idea of what you want to watch? It'll throw something else up that is, you got to stop it. You got to click it to stop it, or else it'll keep playing. So it just kept playing. So I was asleep, and then it just sort of kept waking me up, and I'd be watching these random things I think I've watched before, which is old drag racing from the States, old Diamond P stuff, and old IHRA stuff, and all this old stuff that was coming up. But I basically then probably for the next couple of hours kept going to sleep and waking up and watching all these snippets of stuff. It was almost like I was in a dream, except it was true. And then wake up tired, which is I think once I got up about 4, because that seems to be what the body clock's up for, convinced myself, no, don't have to be to the track till after 9. I'm going to sleep in for the first time in my life to 8:30. Set the alarm. Bang, that alarm happened that quickly. Don't you hate that? Don't you hate that? Not enough sleep. It's hard to leave the track when you're tired because you're still pretty jacked up on the energy that this place tends to generate. Just something about these cars that just there's some anticipation and excitement around them, and it's really good to be a part of it, and especially this part of the world, Southeast Queensland. We have got some stuff. As we said. Stuff like Scott Hoffman's 5:02 today, Ben Vlecken's 5:07. Benny had run 5:11 as well. Hoffman had gone 5:14. It's not like these guys have wasted too many passes. 5:14 for Hoffman, 5:15 for Vlecken, 5:18 for Hoffman, 5:18 for Baker. Tanya with a 5:22, a 5:22, and I think a 5:23 on the other run she did. So that's just that was our sort of last printout that we did. I know that we could probably update that printout again since then because there's been a few little sharp runs in between that as well. But even down the page here, like honestly, that we've got nearly the whole first page here of our Porter Tree sort of 220 entries. Nearly the whole front page is all 5-second runs. From 597, William Yarwood. It's Scotty Cortina in there from the other night, 595. Yarwood, Carsberg, Young, Rankin, Carkeet. Young in there again. So 567, 563. Curly, 551. Yeah. What's our biggest speeds? I think we had 148 from Hoffman, didn't we? Yeah, 148. So Hoffman's gone 148.68, 148.44, 147.21. So they're the three fastest speeds we've had here this weekend, all out of the KE70 panel vans. Again in the wagon, 143.2, 142.3. Tanya 141, Shane Baker 140 mile an hour. Tanya 139, Shane 139, Carsberg 139. So that's some big speed in the 660. That's some big speed. You know you're booking when you can nearly go 150 mile an hour in the 8th here with your street car. So there we go, our medical crew back. We're just checking out the track there, a little bit more attention, but I don't think it was anything like sinister under the tyre or anything like that. I think it was just it hit the tyre hard. It came out. These cars got plenty of horsepower anywhere you want it, but it came out. It sort of stuck. It did stick, and then it sort of all hell broke loose a bit further down. So good to see a few people sitting down and enjoying their tea. We've got a few little sort of picnic sets around here where you can sit down and enjoy your feed. I know I enjoyed the last feed we had at the last road trip there. They laid the whole thing on, the roast and everything. Just have to keep that warm for us. We won't be too far along. But it's good to see that group enjoying their feed. Got a fair decent wind up there now, don't we? Not as bad as last night. Last night was getting pretty hectic here last night. The wind chill factor kicked in and just about sold every hoodie we had on the premises. Yeah, so it still feels like 15 out there. So you reckon all hoodies, you reckon you won't find a hoodie for sale here? Do you reckon that's it? Do you reckon every hoodie's gone? Just about every hoodie has gone. We have cleared out the hoodie sales. It happens. This sort of cold chill happens, and then bang, everyone reaches for the clothes they should have got. I thank Dully and JOH for my fantastic hoodie. Thank you very much for that. I thank Mick from, of course, Addictive Events for the Road Trip Drag Challenge hoodie. Thank you. I'll be needing to put them back on by the feels of it. By the feels of it, it's getting a little chilly for us Queenslanders out there. A little bit chilly. Still got a few people in shorts because it wasn't like that early on today. It was quite pleasant. Not hot though. Aren't we lucky we didn't sort of do this in the middle of the week, because I think we had a couple of stinkers through southeast Queensland. I know it was 31, 32, I think, in Brizzy, so it would have been up there, 35, 36, you would assume. At 35 plus. But I think, no, I thought to myself, no, she's going to be hot up here. I'm not packing any trackies. I'm not packing any warm stuff. I won't need it. And then the old wind kicked in last night. It's like, you wish you had it. Right, this final little bit of Bit of prep and scrape, and we should be just about right. Oh, there we go. And shout out to our tilt tray people. They had a whole lot of stuff on the tilt tray and said we're going to take that all off to help Tanya. So they've done that. So thanks very much for the assistance. That's above and beyond, which I know that right now we kind of nearly expect the above and beyond because that's what we've been getting from these people for a long time. And we're talking about just people like you and us. All of our drag challenge competitors. They're all one part of one big family. And to do stuff like that for us, isn't that great? That's just good humans. We're surrounded by a lot of good humans that can help us that way, and just drop everything so they can go down and help recover the stricken Commodore. And then you've got to snap yourself out of it and go, oi, I'm in a battle here. I'm still stuck in a deal. I'm stuck in a deal here. Now, shall I waive my opportunity to win $3,000 tonight and go and get something to eat, or could I get a fair amount of food for $3,000? So if the tummy's grumbling and you're in the staging lanes, it's that decision, is it? I remember not quite being in this position, but you'd be in the staging lanes and you're going to race in a couple of minutes, you think, and then you ask yourself, I think I need to go to the toilet and get a bit of a nervous one out, and then realise that you can't because you're going to miss out. I think I did miss out one night at a street meet. I did go to the toilet, came back out, everyone was gone in the lanes. Where'd everyone go? We're just random. Where were you? There's my car sitting in the lanes by itself. I had to go to the toilet. So we should have said that in the driver's briefing. Please go before we start, okay? It's like talking to kids before you go on a trip, isn't it? Have you all been to the toilet? Have you all been? Well, that was the nervous one I was doing, and then that cost me round one. But anyway, I'll eventually get over that. That was like 1988. I'll eventually get over that. I think I was running street meets in, I think, about 87 at Willowbank. I was there doing the first street meets. Drive up there and get chopped. Nearly every single time you just go and get chopped because it's not an easy thing to do. This stuff's not easy to do. You just don't walk in and win your first event. There's very rarely that anyone's ever done that, ever. Been that good. Can't do it. It's hard to do. So far, we've seen, what was that? So the tightest margin of victory we've seen so far, 7 thousandths at the stripe. We've seen 18 thousandths, 28 thousandths, 35 thousandths, 48 thousandths. That's the margins we've seen so far with these street cars. And I think we've got some other margins left. Making all the right noises, that tractor out there, aren't they? Yes, so a few pairings left. Got one pairing there with looks like Carlsberg and Ryan. That'll be that sort of final. We can call it the big boy shootout now. That well, the girl, she she's copped it there on that run. But yeah, the two lads left, Ryan and Chris, but a big biff into the wall for Tanya. Big biff into the wall. Of course, our great sponsors still helping us out every single time. Absolute Lifting and Safety, of course, helps us with the Road Trip Drag Challenge, presented by Addictive Events, and all of our great categories as well. Have those awards, special awards that we're going to do some tonight and some tomorrow. All of our great classes. Our Open Outlaw Blown brought to us by Trailers and Spares. Open Outlaw Aspirated brought to us by Queens Road Paint and Panel. 275 Outlaw Blown brought to us by Zarafas Yamanto. 275 Outlaw Aspirated. Thank you to PST Automotive. 265 Street Radial Blown, thanks to Cleveland Dyno. 265 Street Radial Aspirated brought to us by Bris Vegas Asphalt Services. 235 Street Radial Blown brought to us by Phantom Performance Parts. 235 Street Radial Aspirated brought to us by Valleyway Services. True Street Radial Blown, thanks to Upset Racing. True Street Radial Aspirated, thanks to Terry O'Shea Smash Repairs. Dial Your Own A and Dial Your Own B, thanks to Scooter from SFM Concrete Pumping and Spraying. Manual Open Blown, thanks to Lockyer Automotive. Manual Open Aspirated, 24/7 fleet and field maintenance. This Dial Your Own challenge that we'll be finishing shortly, quick 60 race cars and components, $3,000. The 650 shootout last night was Night Family Motorsports, and the Dowdig Civil hole shot, thanks to Dowdig Civil. I've got a bit of an idea for that one myself. Now, I don't know whether that means the ultimate reaction time or whether it means a hole shot. Now, I did see a hole shot more than once tonight from this bloke. That's why I've just sort of put his name down there, just in case we need it. Because that was a hole shot win in round one, and it was another hole shot win in another round. So it's not like this guy did it once, he did it twice. And I think still might be in that field there. Yes, he is. So what did you say? 14 left. 14 did you say? You counted it. You've counted it, have you? I don't doubt it. Yeah, that was a good round where we got them all through. Come on in. That's a very good question. Where can one get a photocopy at this time of the night? There we go. Lady's got a Xerox hiding somewhere. Lady's got a going down to the print centre, which is what that other shed. Yep. Going down to get that. So a bit of action still happening down the braking area. So just giving that final bit of a tweak up. registered. Capital X. That's all right. Oh, that's all right. No, you're all right. It's fine. Make sure that ladies get some of that in there. Sausage delivery. had on it in order to recover that car. And we had a quick look at it as it came past, and it is not in good shape at all. It's not a flesh wound at all. That's a big hit down that side. It's shortened it up pretty badly. Look, you know, Tanya's fine. I mean, for considering the whack that it was, she's fine. She's pretty tough little cookie, Tanya. She can bench press more than most of us. She's pretty strong with it. She's got plenty of mental toughness there, and as you said, 700 plus runs in that car, and there's a fair amount of history. There's a bit more, which ain't so good history, but it's still history. And that's a long way back to that. Long way back to that thing. That's just no little dent puller's going to get that thing back. That's a big whack. Took the front wheel off at 2 by the look at it, so she was on. Literally on 3 there. So she was on 3. Oh, right. So the other one was in bad shape too. So it had no front and a completely deflated back when it's gone up. And I'm just recalling that run there. I mean, it went for a ride up that wall. It sort of launched itself up the wall a bit. But the wall did their job and brought it back. And she was still, she was pretty much tuned into the run. To be able to react in that time that it came off the wall. You saw her grab some brake, you actually saw the brake lights come on, and you then saw her steer it away from the other side with whatever wheel she had left. There were 2 functioning wheels left in the car on the right hand side, and that was enough for her to keep it off the other wall. So yeah, one side of it's fine, but the other side definitely not. She's flattened that side pretty good. And again, it just goes to show that, you know, these things aren't anything to be messed with. These are, you know, 1,000 plus to the tyre sort of stuff. They can bite, and it just sort of knocked the tyres off it a bit further out, and within a second she's into the wall, and big time too. And it was out a bit too. It's not like she lost a lot of momentum early. She was out further and the thing was still motoring. So they both got out of the hole. So she was down track a bit when it broke loose. And maybe we're feeding some more power into it then. And then it's just snapped on her real quick. And, I mean, no time to react. And has given that a big whack.
There's only one of you, only one of me. There's a million of those who won't let us be. But they're not gonna see me bleed. Cause baby, I got you. I've been beaten to the ground, dragged across the dirt. I've been scared to live cause some people never learn. But they're not gonna watch me burn. Cause baby, I got you. It's a new beginnings and a better life. It's a dancing underneath the disco lights. They can try, but they can never take me down. Ooh, cause I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid to love, not afraid to love you. I'm there be better days, and nothing that can pull us under. You wanna take the pain away, but know that I was born as a fighter. We fade, but we're better than that. We're better than that. I know you know, so why are we holding on, holding on? Yeah, seems like we're back on start, but go. I go right and you go left before it turns to right. It's true. Yeah, I hope that we could work it out. We'll never be enough for you. No shed a tear or two. The glue. There are other ways and other reasons, but only one that cuts to pieces. So why we tryna hide from trust when we could just leave? We fail, but we're better than that. Yeah, we're better than that. I know you know, so why are we holding on, holding on? Yeah, seems like we're back on start, but go. I go right and you go left before it turns to right. It's true. Yeah, I hope that we could work it out. We'll never be enough for you. No shed a tear or two. The glue. Hardest thing to do. Did it all for you. Hardest thing to do. Did it all for you. Hardest thing to do. Did it all for you. Yeah, seems like we're back on start, but go. I go right and you go left before it turns to right. It's true. We'll never be enough for you. No shed a tear or two. Bad little flex, she wanna know me. I stay low key, all gas, no brakes, baby. Let them hoes sleep. Body on 10, make your girl OD. I get in my way, never out of my lane. Feel like you the one and I'm on one. So what it's gonna be? Baby, squad up, we finna go deep. Riding on a team, got what you need. Baby, won't you keep me company? Give me something to do when I get lonely. I got something for you when we get home. If you let me put it down, when I hit the town, you should ride on me. Keep your minds on me. On try, baby, I think you should side with me. Stay solid one time if you lie with me. Just promise you never lie to me. Keep the moves on tuck. I know it's all up. Everything good. Keep the vibes on crush. I know it's all good.
All right, folks, looks like a majority of the work and prep's been done. We're just doing a little bit of spot cleaning, so a little bit far out there. Where are we? Probably 400 plus feet out. So just doing a little tweak there, and we'll be back underway. Still got to give this $3,000 away to some of these competitors here. Someone's going to take it. 14 left. I do believe we'll do our Chris Carlsberg, Ryan Moore match up first, and then we'll be back to back for our Dial Your Owns. So for any of our entrants that haven't lined up for the food, go and grab the food. Get yourself a cold one or another cold one if you want. We'll be along shortly. Once we see who wins the $3,000, of course. Now, people watching on the stream, it's good to have it in the background. I know that sometimes it's easy to tune up and say goodnight. I mean, it is only 8 minutes to 9 on a Saturday. A lot of the young folks are probably getting ready to go out by now, normally. So it's no better place to be than at a racetrack, and I remember plenty of times here at Warwick, you know, getting the band in or the bar open, and plenty of time. Here we go, spot on performance. Let's go, Benny. It's like the good old days. Yeah, plenty of people saw it. Just the still daylight in Victoria, is that what they're saying? Still day? Well, it would be, to be honest, like, it's 8:52, I know 9:52, Nelly. I can speak from experience this year because when we did do the drag challenge, Street Machine drag challenge down there at Tailem Bend, and of course all those states with daylight saving, if you drive until it's dark and then decide to eat, it's 10 to 10, half past nine, quarter to 10, if you decide to stop at dark for tea. So we never learnt, because we'd hit the road and try and get a couple hundred Ks up before dark and then eat, instead of wasting time there eating and then driving more in the dark. It was more about trying to beat the daylight. And this is the other joys about Road Trip Drag Challenge, is that we're never driving in the dark. We're off the roads way early. We're out in the really good part of the day, and you know, your whole week doesn't depend on it, sort of thing. So yeah, when you go looking for something near 10 o'clock down there, because you're choosing to eat when it's dark, it's the wrong thing to do. So if the sun's going down in Victoria now, good. Enjoy more of your glorious day, like we're enjoying this glorious weekend with all of you good folk, the good folk that matter. So all my thoughts with Mr. and Mrs. Tomo at the moment, and thinking of you guys. I just hope the lady's okay. I'm sure she is. She's a tough little nut. Deserves to be called very much the first lady of radio racing in this country. She's got plenty of silverware to show for it. She's definitely raced that thing and continues to race that thing like every other lap, with absolute respect. It's not like she doesn't respect the car. She respects the car. Just remember what we're playing with here is some pretty beastly stuff, and when all hell breaks loose, sometimes you're just in the wrong place, and it's got her like it's got a few other people in the past. It's not good to see, especially when it's people that you know. I mean, that was their MC at their wedding, for heaven's sake. Fancy letting me loose doing that. It's good fun. Well, it's good fun. Hot day though. It was a very hot day. We'll always remember that. I think this was 43 degrees in the church, I think it was. It was a hot day. Oh well. That wasn't my experience, that one there. We didn't raining in the rain. Was that your wedding? Oh wow. Don't start us on that subject. We'd probably get everyone lighting up here on the chat on the live stream about, you know, weddings you remember. That was one you'd remember because it rained in the rainforest at Mount Tamborine. Memorable. Still a memory, isn't it? Wasn't the perfect day, but sometimes you never remember every perfect day. It's every imperfect day if you remember that. Just remind you. Oh, they were the wedding cars in the rain. Looks good still in the rain. All right, folks. So we've got a little bit of chat buzzing around at the moment. So just bear with us, please. Just bear with us. As to the status of the rest of the evening, just bear with us. folks, what I believe and perceive is happening, judging from what we've been talking about in race control. I just can't talk to Mick at the moment. Obviously, he's done the negotiation with all of our guys here, and you can probably clearly assume, folks, that we are wrapping it up for tonight due to the track conditions, that we might have some more stuff we need to look at down there, and the best way to do that's in broad daylight and start early. I think we're either going to split the pot or we're rescheduling these people to race each other tomorrow. So we'll probably race each other tomorrow by the sound of it. So we're going to have to race them tomorrow. It looks like we've got too much stuff that we've got to account for down there. So I think the best decision has been made, because there's nothing better than good old broad daylight to show you what you need to do. And they'll get into it. They had a good crack at it just then. You know what? It's nearly probably three-quarter finished when you think about it. If anything, more than three-quarter finished. So that's a head start to the morning anyway. But that's all we needed. We had 14 left there. So that's the dirty dozen and a bit. Going to come back tomorrow, I would say. I'm sure they'd all vote to do it. If that was me, I'd love to see them just battle out tomorrow. Come down one lane and just get back into it. That'd help us. You can incorporate that into their run tomorrow if you wanted. Good idea. Well, we can work with that. That's the thing that we're good at. That's rolling with the punches. And those punches were a few that we had to take. We've taken a few. We've seen some great stuff today, as you would agree. And look, just to end on this note, we'll just get to our presentations as soon as we can imagine, and let's warm up the rest of the night, shall we, and have a bit of fun, hey? How about we just get into the fun shortly down there and gather together, and we'll settle this thing tomorrow. All right, so it looks like in order to finish off for the night, we'd like to say that thank you all for coming. We want you all to stay if you like to hang around for the presentations. For our entrance, there's a few lining up all around in there already, so that's good. The rest of you, we'll give you a few minutes. We can all gather down there. Let's just call that our big temporary club room down there, eh? Let's call that our big temporary club room down here, and we'll do our presentations and other ceremonies that I believe we've got planned, including your stubby coolers. Remember that, the stubby cooler with the number on it. Bring that down to the clubhouse here, and we're going to give some lucky stuff out tonight. Have a bit of fun, do some awards. We're not over yet. The racing's over for tonight. We've seen plenty. Let's reflect on the good stuff, and finish off this Saturday night there with the rest of our formal and informal presentations. And I know there was a hint of a fancy dress thing going on, so it'd be interesting to see if anyone's ears pricked up when they heard fancy dress. That seems to happen. Always seems to be something turning up at fancy dresses. So that's all that happened. So we're off track now, folks. We're going to look at this track in broad daylight, and that'll be the best time. And as we said, we've done that much work on it now that it's just about ready. Just a bit more in the morning, I think we'll be right. So come on down, grab a beer, come and have a chat, have a laugh. Let's have a few more laughs and some presentation stuff, because we ain't done with this gig yet, and we'll do this racing again tomorrow.